In this world, society is split into three groups: heroes, villains, and ordinary people. But not all heroes are righteous, and some ordinary people are anything but. The military stands before a grand poster, one man hailed as a hero for saving a child. Proof that not every villain is pure evil. But that's not what the majority believes. When asked what he is, Sanghun just smiles. There's no doubt in anyone's mind. He's a villain. A moment later, Pilsup gestures forward, his voice filled with confusion. What is happening? Mina glances around nervously, asking, what is this place? Sanghun echoes the question, where are we? Chinook steps into the center, raising his hands. He pleads, please everyone stay calm. But Pilsup explodes in rage, interrupting him with a shout. Calm! He grabs Chinook by his shirt, shaking him violently. Are you in on this? He demands, accusing him of being one of the kidnappers. Mina and Sanghun watch, stunned by the sudden outburst. Chinook simply lowers his head and sighs. Grabbing Pilsup's hands, he drives a knee deep into his stomach. As Pilsup screams in agony, clutching his gut, he calls him an idiot. Chinook extends a hand. My name is Kim Chinook, he states calmly. I'm just as in the dark as you are. I just woke up here with the rest of you. He warns them not to jump to conclusions. But Pilsup slaps his hand away. Don't mess with me, he roars. You really think I'd believe that? Chinook stares at him, his expression unreadable. Just then, the main character steps forward. I'm Yu Sanghun, he announces. Mina approaches, placing a hand on her chest. And I'm Yu Mina. Pilsup scratches his head in frustration. What the hell is going on? He mutters. I'm Shin Pilsup. Suddenly, a system window flashes into existence before Sanghun. It declares a new quest has begun. The rank tutorial. Status introduction in progress. The reward. Glory. Mina waves her hands frantically. I'm not the only one seeing these weird things, am I? Pilsup rubs his eyes in disbelief. This is insane. Hallucinations. He groans. I must have had too much to drink last night. Mina presses on her voice, trembling. Wait, everyone can see this quest window, right? Chinook leans against a wall, lost in thought. What in the world is happening? It looks like we need to talk. Pilsup's anger flares again. And why are you trying to act like the leader, old man? Mina snaps back, annoyed. Hey, instead of wasting time, we need to figure this out. Pilsup clenches his fist, his face contorted with rage. What a brat! How dare a high school girl talk to me like that? The main character quietly thinks to himself that Pilsup should lower his voice. What did you say, you punk? Pilsup spins around, ready for another fight. But Sanghun simply points a finger past him. Look over there. Behind them looms a shattered wooden door. A zombie-like creature appears, its face splitting into a horrifying grin as it reaches for them. It stumbles closer, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Pilsup throws his hands up in terror. What is that monstrosity? Mina grabs her head, her own screams echoing in the room. The system window updates with a chilling message. Quest rank tutorial. Objective survival, kill and escape. The mission, survive the onslaught of those possessed by evil spirits. Pilsup shrieks, another terrifying quest. Mina collapses to her knees. What does it want from us? Chinook turns his voice firm. Everyone calm down. The system window displays the grim details. Survival is achieved after 24 hours, or by being the last one standing. Kill is achieved by defeating all the possessed. Escape is achieved by finding an exit, whether it exists or not. Chinook insists, this is not the time to panic. Sanghun simply straightens his hair, his face an unreadable mask. Pilsup isn't having it. Don't lie to me, he yells. How can you be so calm in a situation like this? Mina screams. Enough! This isn't the time to fight. Chinook's eyes are fixed on the door, which is starting to splinter. We have to barricade it. At this rate, they'll break through. Just then, the zombie smashes through the wood. It lunges forward with a deafening roar. Chinook clenches his fist and charges. His punch connects, sending the creature stumbling backward. As the zombie reels, Chinook realizes it's weak. He turns to the others, his voice urgent. Grab anything you can use. Between the four of us, we can take it down. Mina and Pilsup stares at him, frozen. Mina frantically looks around, repeating the word, weapons, weapons. High above them under the ceiling, a surveillance camera silently watches. The feed broadcasts in real time to a dark room. Observers sit before a massive screen. One takes a sip from his mug. So it's begun. Yeah, the other replies. The tutorial just started. An old man watching with them comments, well now, this group is quite unusual. At that moment, Chinook slams an elbow into the zombie's face. Mina grabs a metal pipe and advances on the creature. In the observation room, the old man remarks, I started watching from the middle, so I'm a bit lost. Why did they start so quickly? A younger man points to the screen. You see that blonde one that's Shin Pilsup? He woke up before everyone else and was the first to figure out the system. But after that, the man explains, he pretended to be just as clueless as the others. The old man's eyes widen. So he already knew about the status and skill windows, but didn't tell anyone. He lets out a chuckle. What a little fox. Interesting. Very interesting. The young man points to another figure. And Kim Chanok is incredible too. He has skills right from the very beginning. At this early stage, the skills are simple, but what's more important is his high rating. The old man strokes his mustache, his gaze fixed on the system data. It's not often you see B-rank participants at the very start, he muses. On the screen, their stats are displayed for all to see. Kim Chanok, a B-rank leader with a low rank in hand-to-hand combat. Yu Mina, possessing a low rank in swordsmanship. Shin Pilsup, a B-rank threat. And Yu Sanghun, a C-rank with the focus ability. The old man nods. Thanks to that guy's ability, they're not paralyzed by fear. He gazes at their images on the screen. This is fascinating. Perhaps they'll be the first ones to ever clear the tutorial. The younger man listens, a questioning look on his face. He suddenly narrows his eyes. Wait a minute. The old man leans forward. What is it? His expression shifts to one of pure shock. That's unexpected. A sharp piece of the broken door is suddenly embedded in Chanok's neck. Blood begins to gush out. The main character pulls the shard free. I'm truly sorry, he says calmly. I don't think we have a choice. Mina grabs her head, screaming in absolute terror. She begins to sob uncontrollably. This is a nightmare, just a nightmare. It has to be a nightmare. Sanghun stands overcheer, the bloody door shard in his hand, as Mina just keeps screaming, nightmare. Then the main character's hand tightens around the makeshift weapon. With a single brutal motion, he kills Mina. She crumbles to the floor, blood instantly pooling around her feet as Sanghun stands amidst the carnage he created. Last one, he whispered, clutching his head. The other man stared back in terror, asking what he was doing. Just then, a system voice rang out congratulating Sanghun. A status window materialized before him. Name Yu Sanghun, class missing. Tendency demonic. Fame rose by 5 points while notoriety skyrocketed by 100. His skills were laid bare. Strength 8, Agility 11, Endurance 9, Intelligence 16, Magic Power 0. And his luck was simply present. Sanghun's status was normal. The system voice declared his trials complete. He had been trained, he had survived, he had killed and escaped. The main character was now chosen as a player in a grand mission, a game to decide the successor to God. A faint smile crossed Sanghun's lips as he wiped his chin. Moments later, a man named Jerry appeared behind him, bowing. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sanghun. The main character turned, his eyes filled with questions. Jerry introduced himself as an assistant, explaining they were in the starting room. This world, he began, is a mission. Jerry gestured toward a mountain of fallen people, his arms spread wide. This is a grand stage created by the gods to select their successor. He explained that the longer Sanghun survived the missions, the greater his chance of receiving that title. Sanghun's eyes narrowed. A mission to elect a new god. From the skill windows to Jerry's sudden appearance, none of it made sense. This was not the world he knew. As expected, the main character looked at Jerry and asked, "Doesn't this all feel like some kind of fantasy game?" A knowing smile touched Jerry's lips. "You're sharp. If you've ever played games, you'll adapt quickly." He raised a single finger. "But while it may look like a game, there is one crucial difference. Here, you can actually die." Jerry's smile widened. "The only ways to leave this place are to die or to become a god." Sanghun scowled. In other words, there was no escape. Jerry simply spread his arms in a welcoming gesture. "But don't you worry," he chirped. "You might be revived one day. In fact, you have 2 lives." The main character knew he was just trying to offer empty comfort. But if he had 2 lives... What about the people he killed during his training? Sanghun raised his hand, interrupting the thought. By the way, could you please patch me up? Jerry snapped his fingers. Sure, no problem. As he healed him, his gaze fell upon the title floating above the main character's head. Traitor. Jerry's eyes narrowed. To earn a title like that during the training phase, just what kind of person was this? He raised a hand and created a system window. I'll give you some time to prepare for the real test, Jerry said with a grin. Go on, check your inventory. Your reward should be there. Jerry explained he could acquire the skills and items he'd need for the real battles ahead. 3 hours later, Sanghun stood completely engrossed in the system window. He carefully studied every option. Jerry watched on, wondering how long this would take. Sanghun's expression was one of pure, unbroken focus. The system window pinged. Sanghun had purchased a low-rank sword fencing basics and a low-rank inventory. Jerry smiled to himself. So he's finally chosen. He noted that Sanghun bought the expensive gear without any hesitation. Jerry sighed, then asked about food and camping gear. He put his hands behind his back and realized this man knew exactly what was vital for the long haul. Instead of flashy high-rank skills, he chose a practical magic book. An amazing choice for survival. The main character adjusted his belt. Okay, this is enough for now. Jerry's grin returned. Are you finished? He asked, pointing to the side. Then we'll begin this real test. Sanghun looked puzzled. For real? Jerry pointed toward a small dog. Please kill this dog for me. The main character stared at the creature. What? Jerry patted the dog's head. If you kill it, you complete the task and you can rest. Naturally, the dog won't resist, Jerry grinned. After all, you've done this before. Sanghun frowned. That's right. He had killed 3 people. His hand shook as he gripped the hilt of his sword. He told himself this wouldn't change anything. He swung his hand and looking at the dog, he killed it. Jerry smiled. It's good that you didn't delay. Now rest. But Sanghun pressed a hand to his mouth, fell to the floor, and began to vomit. Jerry's expression turned serious. What a contradictory person you are. He smiled, thinking this must be the moment he finally gives up. He had already decided things were going too smoothly. The main character was retching and screaming loudly. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed Jerry's hand. Jerry looked down questioningly. Sanghun, still on the floor, gasped out more. Jerry raised an eyebrow. Right. The main character looked away and said it again. Jerry was puzzled. Of course, if that's what you want. This is a great opportunity to improve your skills before the mission. He killed another 100 dogs, and then there were other animals like horses and cows. He killed goblins, lizardmen, and orcs. When he and the sword became one, he received his final instructions. The real mission began. In a city with many houses, a voice boomed, telling everyone to value their lives. People began appearing in the city center. In a stone street, looking around in confusion. One guy looked around and asked what was happening. He said they'd ended up in another strange place. Another player grabbed his head and screamed in fear. These idiots, please just let me live! The main character scanned the area. This was not the best place to linger. He needed to hurry. He wondered if the mission had already begun. An assistant like Jerry should be around here somewhere. Just then, Sarah appeared behind a counter, right in front of Sanghun. She greeted him. Thank you for coming to the city's first station player. Player Sanghun thought. Sarah smiled and showed him 2 paper slips. She said that if a player doesn't want to go outside the city, he can come to the station and take a task. Sarah added that beginners could take on quests like getting rid of a rat infestation. The main character looked at her carefully and thought, tasks, so this really is a game. But the stake was life itself. He looked at the quest paper. The reward wasn't impressive, but there was a first clear bonus. On the piece of paper it was written, Quest, get rid of the rat infestation. Rank E. There are too many rats in the storage room, and they've started to bother me. Sanghun was asked to get rid of them. Conditions for achievement, first rat catcher. Catch 5 rats. Second, hunter. Catch 20 rats. Third, exterminator. Catch 100 rats. The usual reward was 500 gold and plus 1 fame point. He would receive bonus rewards depending on the achievement conditions. A bonus for the first pass on exterminator difficulty, a bonus stat point plus 1. The main character read all this and thought that even if this game was different, no levels, no easy ways to grind stats. He knew he had to start clearing quests, and fast. Sanghun pointed, making his choice. Yes, I'll take that one. The guide Sarah spread her arms wide, announcing his decision. The rat infestation quest, transferring you to the mission zone now. As Sanghun stepped into the shimmering portal, he thought to himself, they're just rats. This will be over in a flash. But moments later, his sword slammed uselessly against the stone floor. He collapsed in frustration. Damn it! They're too small, too fast. For everyone I managed to hit 5 more swarm past me. He scanned the area frantically. There's no option to cancel the quest. He was trapped here until every last one was dealt with. Thinking fast, the main character opened his system window and pulled out a loaf of bread. Good thing I stocked up on supplies, or I'd starve in this place. Sanghun stared at the bread, a sly grin spreading across his face. A brilliant, devious idea sparked in his mind. He laced the bread with a low-rank poison, then crumbled it, scattering the pieces across the entire floor. The rats swarmed, and one by one they fell. Congratulations! Back at the hub, Sarah clapped her hands. You've cleared the rat infestation, wonderful. But behind Sanghun, a crowd of players began to murmur. One of them pointed. Hey, that guy already finished the quest? Another stared in disbelief. What? That was way too fast. How in the world did he do it? The main character frowned, a wave of annoyance washing over him. All their loud chatter was just a pathetic attempt to grab attention. It was irritating. He let out a slow breath. No, stay calm. Getting angry won't help anything. Sanghun chuckled as a system window popped up unseen by the others. It was his unique trait blade hidden in sound. Like a knife concealed in laughter, their words couldn't touch him. He wasn't so easily shaken. His mental resistance was growing stronger with every stat point. Just then, a man named Yoongi approached. Excuse me, I heard you just cleared the rat infestation. Could you tell us about it? Sanghun's first instinct was to ignore their pointless questions. He started to turn away, but then a thought stopped him. Hold on. Sanghun looked Yoongi square in the eyes. Tell me, what's your title? The man scratched his head confused. My title? Why? It's brave survivor. The main character considered this. It was just a hunch, but this man seemed trustworthy. He glanced at Yoongi, his expression serious. With a traitor class rank like his, making a few reliable acquaintances might be essential for survival. Sanghun casually put his hands in his pockets. If you get the chance, don't take the rat quest, he advised. At least not without the right preparations. A girl beside Yoongi Hana looked at him, completely puzzled. But didn't you just finish it? Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the crowd. A man pointed accusingly at Sanghun and yelled, "He's just trying to hog all the easy quests for himself." A bald man crossed his arms. "It's just catching rats. How hard can it be?" "He's a liar." "A fraud," the accuser screamed. Sanghun put a hand to his head, grinning. These idiots. Their foolish shouting was the perfect distraction. As the crowd swarmed the counter, fighting over the now popular rat quest. "I was here first. Give it to me." "I want it too." Sanghun calmly walked up to a free spot. "Sarah, please give me the wolf hunting quest." She smiled brightly. "Of course. I'll transport you there in a flash." Hannah turned to Yoongi. "Brother, what should we do?" Yoongi watched Sanghun go. "Let's take the pest quest instead." She looked at him confused. "Pests? Wouldn't the rats be easier?" Yoongi turned back to the main character. "Wait a second. Do you want to join our team?" Sanghun paused by the shimmering portal. "A team," Yoongi extended a hand. "It's just been the two of us since training. We asked around. Teaming up is allowed here." The main character glanced at the offered hand, then back at him. "I'll pass. I work alone." He stepped through the portal without a second look, arriving in a cold stone ruin. Sanghun immediately began setting traps and coating his blade with poison, and right on cue, a massive wolf appeared, its growl echoing through the halls. The main character grinned. "Perfect." He met the beast's burning gaze. "You're first." But moments later, Sanghun found himself completely surrounded. He drew his sword, eyes darting between the snarling wolves. The plan was simple: take them down one by one. One of the wolves stumbled, howling in pain as it triggered a hidden trap. The main character lunged, swinging his sword, but the beast was fast, already gnawing its leg free. Its jaws snapped open with a vicious growl. Sanghun clicked his tongue. A wounded beast is still a beast. He activated a skill, forming seals with his hand. "Shock!" he yelled. The spell slammed into the wolf, making it scream. Not bad," he thought, smiling grimly. He gripped his sword tighter and plunged it deep into the wolf's neck. But as it fell, a second wolf lunged, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. "Damn it," Sanghun thought, "the sword is stuck." He let go of the hilt and threw his weight backward, crushing the wolf beneath him. It released its grip with a pained howl. The main character ripped his sword free. "You idiot! Was that fun?" His low-rank poison and trap skills made them nearly undetectable. He'd used the rewards from the rat hunt to stockpile an arsenal. And the result was this. Sanghun stood amidst a field of monster corpses. He had single-handedly slain 30 wolves. A system window appeared before him. Quest complete: hunt the diseased wolves. Special condition: Met Slayer. Standard reward: 2,000 gold plus 2 fame. Additional reward: 6,000 gold plus 2 bonus stats and wolf gloves. Calculating stat distribution. Strength has increased by 1 point. Endurance has increased by 1 point. A short while later, Sanghun returned to the quest counter. Sarah greeted him, her hands clasped in awe. She beamed with joy. "You finished the task first again." The main character sighed. "I get it. You can be a little quieter." Sarah just laughed softly. "It's only normal to be surprised." "Is your body okay?" Sanghun glanced down at his injuries. "It's fine." "Do you know where the hotel is?" he asked. "Just turn left at the park, you can't miss it." The main character gave a silent nod and walked away. He approached the hotel's entrance, but a hand suddenly shot out, blocking his path. Sanghun looked at the guard. "Is there a problem?" With arms crossed in defiance, the guard's voice dripped with scorn. "Do you have any money?" he sneered. "Some fools try to enter without a single coin." "First, show me the gold." The main character glanced back, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He then revealed a bag heavy with 70,000 coins. The guard's face lit up. He clasped his hands together, shouting, "That's more than enough. Please, honored visitor, come in." A short while later, Sanghun sat alone at a wooden table. A waitress approached. "What can I get for you, sir?" Sanghun studied her for a moment. "What do you have?" The waitress replied with confidence, "We can prepare anything you desire." In that case, the main character said bogey and rice. The girl smiled warmly. "An excellent choice. Please wait just a moment." As she walked away, Sanghun commanded inwardly, "Status window." A shimmering blue screen appeared before him. Name: Yang Hun. Class: swordsman thief, aspiring magician. His title was simple thief, and his tendency was evil. Fame plus 20, notoriety plus 100. Status: strength 13, agility 14, endurance 13, intelligence 19. Magic 5, Luck 10. Condition tired. Sangun analyzed the screen, a realization dawning on him. All his statistics had soared by 10 points or more. My physical stats, he mused, are already beyond that of a normal person. He touched his lips, considering his next thought. My skills have improved as well. He pondered the question. Is this massive stat growth normal at the start? Or is it only because my skill ranks are so low? Just then, Hana and Yoongi appeared across from his table. Hana grabbed Yoongi's arm, pointing. That's him. Yoongi stared intently at the seated Sangun, then approached him. What a coincidence meeting you here again, Yoongi said with a wide smile. Do you mind if we join you? The main character looked up, his expression cold and silent. He glanced at their eager, smiling faces and gave a slow, deliberate nod. Yoongi sat down, still beaming. May I ask your name? Sangun, he replied curtly. A pleasure. My name is La Yoongi, and this is my girlfriend, Park Hana. He then bowed his head slightly. We have to thank you, Sangun. We really dodged a bullet back there. The main character's eyebrow twitched. Dodged a bullet? Oh, Yoongi asked. You haven't heard the news. Sangun looked up, realizing he hadn't heard a single thing since leaving the station. Yoongi and Hana exchanged a surprised glance. A sly grin spread across Yoongi's face. In that case, how about we make a deal? A deal? Sangun asked, his voice devoid of emotion. Yoongi eyed the approaching plate of fragrant food. We'll tell you everything we know, and in exchange you cover our lunch. Sangun folded his hands on the table, then leaned back with a smirk. How rude. He glanced to the side. But if I can get valuable information? Just by buying you a meal worth a few dozen gold, it's not a bad deal at all. The main character's eyes sharpened. Fine, I'll buy your food for 100 gold. Now start talking. Yoongi and Hana lit up with excitement. First, Yoongi began. After we cleared out the pests, a massive wave of protests erupted across the city. Sangun steepled his fingers, listening. The city? Well, people were bound to lose their minds, Yoongi continued. Being suddenly thrown into this unknown world, soldiers arrived almost immediately to crush the unrest. He leaned in conspiratorially. They started dragging the protesters away somewhere. And it all ended with quite a few casualties. The main character lowered his head, absorbing every word. But then, the dead rose again, sparking even more chaos. Sangun's eyes narrowed. The dead returned. That's right, it seems everyone gets 2 lives here. Yoongi held up a single finger. Secondly, and related to that, the death penalty. Sangun looked at him, surprised. Execution. Yoongi then held up 3 fingers. The rebels who returned said all of their stats decreased by 3. 3 points from all 6 stats, Sangun calculated. That's a loss of 18 points for a single death. A heavy price. Third, Yoongi went on the area around the square. There are several key locations: armories, restaurants, hotels, and markets. And most importantly, he added, a place called the Temple of Class Change. The main character's mind raced. Class change. After just 1 day of hunting, he already had an additional rank. He wondered if a class change would grant him even more skills. Yoongi held up his palm. And fourthly, we only cleared that quest thanks to you. Most of the others who chose the rat quest never came back. Sangun folded his arms. Of course, that quest's difficulty wasn't the rat's strength. It was their numbers. Without enough food, people were collapsing, screaming in hunger and desperation. If I hadn't prepared, I would have certainly failed as well. At that moment, the waitress returned with his meal. Your order, sir. As Hana and Yoongi stared at the delicious plate, Sangun made his decision. From now on, I'll buy your meals every day. And in return, you will continue to bring me information. He looked them dead in the eye. Do we have a deal? 6,000 gold a month for 2 people's food, he thought. A bit expensive, but it was a small price to always be 1 step ahead. Yoongi grabbed his hand, shouting with pure joy. It's a deal. Later, Sangun stepped back outside, letting out a slow breath. A group of beggars immediately swarmed him, their eyes pleading. Please, sir, spare a single coin. One man clasped his hands together, begging for money. We all started on equal footing, he whined, but we made the wrong choices, and now we're left behind, unable to adapt to the missions. Sangun's gaze turned to ice as he looked at them. Worthless, he thought. Without breaking his stride, he slammed his shoulder into the man. The man clutched his shoulder, screaming, "Ah, my God, I'm dying. This lunatic is just walking around hitting people." If Sangun had been an ordinary, well-meaning person, he would have apologized. But he just turned away, thinking how his past self had always hidden his true nature, always pretending to be a good person. But from the very beginning, he'd never felt a single positive emotion. He had only lived his life hiding his true cold essence. The man pointed a trembling finger at Sangun. That bastard hit me the nerve. The main character turned slowly. If you're that hungry, then do something about it. He closed the distance, his voice a low threat. And don't raise your voice, if you want to die. The man looked into his eyes and collapsed to the floor, paralyzed by fear. No more masks. Some time later, a large crowd had gathered before a grand temple. A figure stood at the entrance, eyes closed. "Welcome to the Temple of Class Change. My name is Philip," the being announced, "and I was created to help players." Sanghun pushed through the crowd. "Philip," he said, extending a hand, "there's something I need to know." Philip turned, his expression serious. "I'm listening." Kangun met his gaze, his own eyes sharp. "The classes of swordsman, thief, and magician have already appeared in my status window." He paused. "What's the real difference between a class I obtain automatically and one I purchase?" Philip sighed and adjusted his glasses. He thought, it's only been 2 days on the mission, and he's already unlocked 3 classes. Philip looked at Kangun, a new thought dawning on him. Come to think of it, he is the only one here still wearing a coat. A smile touched his lips. To answer your question, the classes you've received are in the temporary category. This is based entirely on your weapon. Over time, this can change. He elaborated. If you use an axe master will appear instead of a swordsman. Use only magic, and only the magician will remain. Philip folded his arms, his tone growing more serious. However, the classes offered at the temple cannot be changed. Simply put, you don't choose the class. It is chosen for you based on your characteristics. The main character's brow furrowed. Characteristics? Philip smiled knowingly. It's better to see everything with your own eyes. He pointed a finger into the air, and a vast system window materialized before Kangun filled with the names of countless classes. It read Shaman Deacon, Archer Magician, Spiritualist Priest, Thief, Robber, Infantry Cavalry, Shield Soldier, Doctor, Merchant Cook. The main character stared at the endless list. Philip explained, in the temple they grant a class based on a player's accumulated experience. Isn't this the most effective way to reveal your true abilities? A new, smaller window then popped up, customized for Kangun. It read, Recommended Class Gladiator, Mage, Swordsman, Poisoner, Schemer, Berserker, Swordsman, Righteous, Criminal, Assassin. He asked, are the recommended classes stronger than the standard ones? Philip put his hands on his hips. Maybe yes, maybe not. He grinned. The cost of acquiring such a class is 50,000 gold. Philip posed the question. What do you think? He added. If you have the money, you can always change it at any time. The main character put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. 50,000? The investment would definitely be profitable. If he discarded those in which the opportunities were limited, 2 brilliant blue cards appeared in his mind. All that remains is Swordsman and Righteous Criminal. Kangun knew these were both excellent choices. But then a new notification appeared. Warning, you cannot use cowardly methods after choosing Righteous Criminal. The main character frowned. I don't like the sound of that phrase. What exactly are cowardly methods? It will be difficult to fight without traps and poisons. Kangun sighed. I have no choice, he declared. I want to change my class to Swordsman. Philip smiled. Very well. By the way, you do have the money with you, 50,000. Gold. The main character simply handed over a heavy pouch of money. Please, the whole amount is there. Philip's eyes widened slightly as he looked at him. He gestured to the beggars outside. On the street, people are dying of hunger because they don't even have 10 gold coins. And yet here stands a man who earned 50,000 gold coins. In just days. Philip's voice echoed. In that case, I congratulate you on your choice of swordsman. Kangun was instantly enveloped in a space of pure energy. The system window reported his new status. He had changed his class to a swordsman. All his statistics had increased by 3 points. His skill proficiency had also increased slightly. He learned the exclusive swordsmanship skill steps. The main character also learned the exclusive swordsman skill, the endless spirit of the explorer. He looked at the system windows that appeared. It was written, steps, E-level, magic rank, active type. Method of precise, intricate steps that confuse the opponent with unpredictable movements. On another system window, it read, the endless spirit of the explorer, E-level rare rank, passive type. Enhances intelligence acquisition, but reduces skill. Growth by 10%. Increases synergy with other skills. Kangun wondered, active and passive. What does temporary skill and permanent skill truly mean? He calculated my stats have increased by a total of 18 points, and the new skills are also quite useful. After some time, the main character walked down the street, feeling a new energy coursing through him. I wonder what exactly the effect of steps is. My whole body is tingling. I'd better hurry. Suddenly, he turned and saw Muhan with a girl. Kangun wondered, those two, why are they staring at me like that? He analyzed their uniforms and weapons. Judging by their gear, they're very capable, the main character thought. Is it because I also have a weapon now? Just then, a crude voice shouted, Hey, you girl! A man grabbed the woman's hand. Our leader wants to talk. Didn't you hear? The woman glared at him with cold fury. Let go! The man asked with a sneer. What? May jerked her hand free. I will not repeat myself. Let go if you don't want to lose your hand. The man grinned, his face a mask of contempt. Are you blind or just crazy? In a flash of silver, she swung her sword, severing the man's hand at the wrist. Kangun watched, impressed, as the man's assistants froze in terror at what they saw. The man grabbed his severed stump and screamed a heart-rending cry of pure agony. My hand! My hand! May looked away and turned to the thugs standing behind him. If you also want to get it, she warned, then continue to stand still. Her assistants screamed and began running away. A powerful energy flowed from May. A system window appeared. This is a special effect. You need to make opponents tremble with fear, increasing the chance of delivering a fatal blow. The main character looked at her and thought, what kind of impressive pressure? I don't know what it is, but it's probably because my stats went up after changing classes. I feel like it doesn't affect me. At that moment, Muhan approached Kangun and said mockingly, Hey! Kangun looked at him questioningly. Muhan said, Looks like you have a good head on your shoulders. He winked. Don't pretend you don't know. Judging by your clothes and sword, you must have played an important role during the tutorial. Muhan pointed his finger forward. Also, taking into account the fact that you left the temple means that you have already changed your class. The main character said emotionlessly, Who knows? He asked, What does this lead to? Kangun thought, Is this an invitation to the team again? Muhan rose above the main character. Tell me now. My title is leader. Which one is yours? The main character looked at him and thought, If I say that I'm a traitor or a brave survivor, everyone around me will become wary of me. He smiled and said, It's nothing impressive, so I'll say it. Kangun said, I am a brave survivor. He thought, It's a good thing I heard about this from Uni. Muhan pointed his finger at Kangun and said, I'm Kang Muhan. He smiled. So, do you want to cooperate with us? The main character asked. And what are the benefits? Lin offered him a deal, join them for loyal allies and financial support. Plus, a powerhouse like him would offer ample protection. Sanghun raised an eyebrow. Powerhouse? Muhan just laughed. You don't believe me. My strength stat is 50. He crossed his arms with a confident smirk. 50, Sanghun echoed in disbelief. Muhan, eyes closed, explained that his real-world strength was converted when he arrived. That's why his level was so high. He gave a thumbs up, adding that real-world intelligence would boost his magic stats too. Sanghun opened his own system window. Even with bonuses, his strength was only 20, a stat of 50. This player was on another level. Fearless. Our hero clenched his fist. My apologies, he said, but I have to refuse. I prefer to work alone. Muhan simply smiled. If you change your mind, look for Guffa. I guarantee we'll set you up perfectly. Sanghun knew he couldn't waste time. To get stronger, he needed to clear quests at lightning speed. He made his way to this community notice board. To afford this city's prices, he had to take on bigger challenges for better rewards. I'll take the diseased orc quest, he declared at the exact same time as a girl beside him. Their eyes met. Sanghun recognized her instantly. It was that girl. She slammed her hand on the counter. The diseased orc is mine, she demanded. The clerk Sarah calmly replied, Of course, he'll be moved to the proper slot. Sanghun stared bewildered. Did she already know about him? At this rate, he was going to lose his first-place bonus. He slammed his own hand down. Sarah, he shouted, I also have the diseased orc quest. Sarah looked up, startled. Huh, she asked before shouting, Oh right. A moment later, Sanghun moved through the forest. This difficulty, it felt like a suicide mission. But he pushed forward. He had to. Our hero opened the system window. He materialized a piece of delicious-looking chicken. An orc approached, sniffing the air. What's that food? But a second orc stopped him. Wait, something's not right, it grunted. Food, in the middle of the forest? The first orc stroked its chin. Now that you mention it, that is suspicious. The second orc scratched its bald head. See, I'm right. Hiding nearby, Sanghun scoffed. If they were orcs, they should act like orcs and fall for the trap. He grit his teeth. There was no time to waste. Our main character burst from his hiding spot. So this is her strategy. She's also grinding for those bonus stats. He thrust his hand forward, unleashing a shockwave. The orc screamed, spinning around. A human? The main character gripped his sword, its tip aimed at the beast. The orc roared, It really is a human, and swung its massive club. Sanghun was stunned. The tutorial orcs were nothing but training dummies. This was a real fight, and nothing like he'd practiced. He parried the blow, his sword arm trembling. What he practiced, it wasn't working. He frowned, desperately searching his mind. Was there any technique he could use right now? The orc clenched its massive fists. If he couldn't think of something fast, he would die here. The monster raised its club and charged. Orcs were supposed to be stupid, low-rank fodder. He unleashed another shockwave, bathing the area in energy. Sanghun's plan was to take out both diseased orcs with one blow. But after a direct hit, they merely staggered back, barely phased. The orc roared in fury. This human is a weakling, a weakling. At this rate, Sanghun was going to be overwhelmed. He gritted his teeth. This was a nightmare. Stay back, the first orc ordered his companion. I'll finish him myself. The second one bellowed. Got it, brother. Sanghun tightened his grip on his dagger, his eyes locked on the advancing enemy. He analyzed the situation. He didn't have many skills for a fight like this. Only his low-rank swordsmanship was having any effect. If he fought this thing head-on, that massive club would pulverize him. He had 2 active skills, and shock had already failed him. But then Sanghun remembered. He had one more, a skill called steps. He stared intently at his opponent. There was only one option left. As the orc swung its weapon down, the main character shouted, "Steps!" In a flash of light, he vanished, reappearing to plunge his blade deep into the orc's neck. The second orc charged forward, screaming, "Brother!" He stopped dead. Impossible. His brother was killed. By this pathetic human who was on the verge of death just moments ago. Sanghun kicked the corpse to the ground. He glanced back at the enraged orc and activated his skill again. Footsteps. He sprinted toward the beast who clutched its club tightly. The orc sneered. The human was shaking all over. He must have used up all his energy. It swung its club with a mighty roar. "You have no chance." But as the club smashed into the earth, the orc stared in shock. Where'd he go? In that instant, our hero appeared directly behind it. Sanghun swung his sword, slicing deep into the orc's chest. The beast bent over, wheezing, "Wait!" The main character leaned in close. "Die, you pig!" With one final swing, he severed the monster's head. It collapsed in a pool of blood. Sanghun exhaled shakily. I almost died. He had underestimated them. Any longer, and he would have lost his first life. The hardest part was killing 3 orcs. Our main character could leave after this kill, but he would risk losing his additional bonuses. He gripped the hilt of his blade. Still, just one of these things had nearly killed him. Sanghun opened the system window, determined to improve his combat skills. He drew a black thread from the interface, pulling it taut. Of course, our hero had no intention of charging in blindly again. He looked at the shimmering thread, and a cunning smile spread across his face. A cry echoed through the orc village. "Have the scouts returned yet?" The orc elder clenched his fists, growling. "What is going on?" A warrior reported, "Elder 14 orcs are missing." A second warrior confirmed they had vanished without a trace. The elder roared in fury. "This is the work of humans. It must be. Everyone who can still move, grab your weapons and group up." One of the warriors protested. "But elder, most are sick with a high fever. They can't move." The elder snarled, "Then we must deal with this threat as quickly as possible. Do you want to be slaughtered by humans in your own beds while this sickness spreads?" The warrior stammered in fear, saying he would gather everyone immediately. The elder gripped his staff, his voice a low growl. The one who meddled with the Crimson Feather orcs will pay the price." It rose, seething. "I'll pierce his skull, tear him limb from limb, feed him to the beasts, and watch him slowly rot away." Sometime later, a group of orc warriors trudged through the forest. One of them coughed, muttering that he felt terrible. "Forcing us on patrol when we're sick like this?" the second orc complained. "This is just cruel." Suddenly, one of the monsters stepped on a trap covered with leaves and vanished with a scream. The second orc peered into the deep hole. "Hey, is this supposed to be here?" The trapped monster yelled back. "It's a trap, a trap." A few simple traps and some poisoned weapons were more than enough to disrupt their patrol. Spikes shot up from the bottom of the deep pit. The orc clutched his chest, screaming in agony. "What is this?" The second orc leaned over the edge. "Hang on, I'll get you out." But at that moment, a shadow loomed behind him. The orc roared, "A human!" Behind him stood Sanghun. The monster spun around, its eyes burning with rage. "Human, I'll kill you." Our main character smirked. How fortunate. Our goals align. His hand moved to the hilt of his sword, wrapping around it with purpose. Sanghun swung his blade, but the orc parried the attack. He frowned. Facing 7 of them would be a nightmare, he thought. But this makes things much easier. The main character was confident he could take on 2 orcs using his steps skill. But what if his mana ran out, leaving him powerless? Sanghun glanced up. After some thought, he'd decided to arrange a series of one-on-one duels for them. Thanks to this strategy, he was able to hold his own against the orcs without relying on his skills. The hero's sword clashed with the monster's. It was a close fight, but with every exchange, Sanghun was getting stronger. He swung his sword and roared, "Steps!" The monster's head flew clean off its shoulders, rolling across the forest floor. The second orc finally climbed out of the pit, staring at the scene in shock. Gripping the edge of the cliff, it snarled, "My comrades will not let this go." Sanghun walked over, looking down at him coldly. "Then bring them to me." The orc scrambled out and started to flee, shouting, "Just you wait." A moment later, our main character drove his sword through the orc's back. He should tell me where the group is now, he thought. The monster let out a final agonizing scream as the blade tore through it. Sanghun pulled out his sword and grabbed the beast by its horn. He smirked. It looked like he wouldn't have any problems with this quest after all. Sometime later, Sanghun opened his system window to check his inventory. It was already overflowing with weapons he'd collected from the dead orcs. Because he didn't know which of their body parts were most valuable, he had simply been collecting their fangs. At full mana, he could use shock 6 times, and steps 4 times. He pictured his skills in his mind. If he used them strategically, he'd have no issue fighting even 2 orcs at once. Sheathing his sword, he muttered, "To complete the quest, I still have 14 monsters to deal with." If after all this effort that Brunette snatched the first completion bonus, Sanghun's eyes narrowed. "I have to hurry." He peered out from behind a tree and saw it. The monster village. So this is it, the main character thought, the village of the sick orcs. Sanghun hid behind a building, his senses on high alert. It's too quiet. Not a single orc wandering around, not even a guard. He wondered, should I try sneaking inside? The main character covered his nose with his hand. What is that stench? He looked through a window and saw them monsters lying helplessly on wooden beds. Sanghun stared at the pathetic sight. They're so sick they can't even move. He remembered the red rash on the orcs he fought earlier. It looked like these were in even worse shape. Sanghun drew his sword from its sheath. Apparently, he said, I'll be completing this quest faster than I expected. He knew these creatures couldn't possibly resist. The main character held his blade over the helpless monsters. There was no doubt in his mind. He had already slaughtered countless enemies in this state back in the tutorial room. An orc turned its voice a pained whimper. It hurts so much. It pleaded, help me. Sanghun looked down at the creature, a silent apology in his thoughts. To me, you're just a resource. As a final mercy, I'll make this quick. A scream of a monster echoed through the infirmary. Our hero wiped his chin and exhaled. 29 down, he thought. That means only 1 remains? Just 1 more and he would complete the quest. But at that moment, a furious groan echoed from outside the door. A clawed hand touched the earth. Human tracks, it growled. Check the entire area. Sanghun pressed himself against the wall, his heart pounding in horror. I got so carried away with the kills, I didn't even notice them approaching. The elder clutched his staff, his mind reeling. To think, a pathetic human invaded our village while we were on a sortie. He couldn't think straight because of this wretched disease. He should have left a few guards behind. If the orc elder was in his normal state, he would have smelled the blood from the barn. But right now, he was just a sick orc. The elder entered the infirmary, and his foot caught on a stretched thread. He tumbled forward with a furious scream. What in the world is this? The elder demanded irritably. Our main character swung his sword and severed the monster's hand. Fishing line, the elder growled in disbelief. He grabbed his staff, causing it to ignite with fire. Don't you underestimate me? I am an elder, he roared, unleashing a fire arrow. Sanghun watched the stream of fire hurtle toward him and activated steps. He could easily visualize the acrobatic moves. That would allow him to dodge the arrows. Our hero moved with precision. He could see the complex trajectory of the incoming skill. The burning arrows flew past him. However, due to his lack of physical ability and experience, he lost his balance. Sanghun slipped, shouting in alarm. A fiery arrow struck his shoulder, and he screamed in pain. The elder cackled with joy. How do you like my magic human? It shrieked. I'll make sure you're burned alive. Our main character slowed, gritting his teeth. I have a passive skill. A system window popped up, reporting that he had magic resistance of the lowest class. The class was D-Magic type passive. This skill helps resist the power of magic, reducing all magical damage by 2% and reduces the power of the first 10%, and dampens second circle magic by 5%. With a flick, Sanghun extinguished the lingering flames on his shoulder. Without this skill, he would have been taking constant burn damage, but thanks to his passive, the fire simply vanished. A moment later, the monster scoffed in disbelief. Is that all you've got? Famous last words? In a flash of steel, the orc's head was sent flying. The other orcs roared in fury. Elder, the lead orc screamed, that human, we will never forgive him. But as our main character glanced back, a system window materialized before him. It declared he had met the kill condition for the diseased orcs. A prompt appeared. Do you wish to complete the quest? Sanghun smirked. Is that even a question? He roared, mission complete. Instantly, a brilliant portal of light enveloped him, leaving the monster staring in stunned surprise. He vanished, the orc shrieked. Moments later, our main character was back in the city. A system window confirmed his success quest complete. Quest, you have hunted the diseased orcs, fulfilling the slaughter condition. Standard reward, 3,000 gold and 1 Turk's amulet. Bonus reward for the first clear on slaughter difficulty. 15,000 gold, plus 2 bonus stat points. Strength has increased by 2. Sanghun strode toward the exit door. He grinned, pushing it open. Looks like I was the fastest after all. Gazing at his stats, he mused. The steps skill turned out to be surprisingly useful. Its effect seems to scale with agility, so I'll dump all my bonus points into that. With his decision made, the main character's thoughts turned to the staff he had just acquired. The system displayed its information. Staff of the Nameless Orc Elder. A magic-type weapon. Though crafted from a common stick, this staff has absorbed magical power for ages. It reduces mana consumption by 1% when using a skill. Only 1%, Sanghun scoffed. Still better than nothing. Just then, his eyes met with a girl standing nearby. A thought crossed his mind. Did she also clear this quest on slaughter mode? He smirked. Looks like I'm still one step ahead. Feeling he hadn't reached his limit, Sanghun decided to take another quest immediately. He approached the counter. Sarah, I'll take the Ratfolk elimination quest. Sarah smiled warmly. Of course. Are you heading out for another mission right away? She asked. Just then, Mirion shot our main character a defiant glare. I will also take the Ratfolk elimination quest, she declared. Sarah's grin widened. All right then. In that case, I will teleport you both to the mission area now. Sanghun watched her puzzled. She's taking the same quest as me. Again. Moments later, Mirion found herself in a sewer teeming with cloaked ratmen. One of them spun around and upon seeing her screeched, "Who is that?" With a piercing squeal it charged. Mirion's hand shot to her sword's hilt, her blade flashing out to meet the creature. Where did she come from? The rat wondered in shock. This strength, I must retreat. Mirion raised her blade, her voice cold and clear. I am a heavenly swordswoman. The rat stared mesmerized. And in the next instant, a devastating blow sent it flying with a final pained squeal. As it collapsed behind her, she calmly sheathed her blade. Mirion's thoughts drifted back to Sanghun's staff. That cane, the one he was holding? She realized with a jolt. That belonged to the Orc Elder. That must mean he cleared the quest on slaughter difficulty. The swordswoman clenched her fist. His skill set is so similar to mine. A troubling thought emerged. Could he possibly be stronger? Unlike that girl who used traps, Mirion didn't spare a single foe. She took 30 heads in an instant, unleashing pure destruction upon the orcs, severing heads as she moved like the wind. Her name, Mirion the Magic Swordswoman. She started the mission with 3 powerful skills: mid-rank swordsman, celestial swordsman, and killer swordsman. Her power was beyond even that of special forces. Mirion shut her eyes, shaking her head. No, it can't be. He can't be stronger than me, she scoffed. I saw him as more of a brute than someone truly strong. At that very moment, miles away, our main character scratched his ear. Ah, my ear is burning. Is someone talking about me? Dead rats lay scattered all around him. Sanghun calmly took a piece of cheese and coated it with a potent poison. Later, our main character stood before a merchant who was ecstatic. As expected, you're incredible, the man exclaimed, clasping his hands in awe. How did you manage to gather so many werewolf fangs and hearts? Sanghun simply replied, I have my ways. But as he narrowed his eyes, he thought to himself, still, this isn't enough to beat that woman. A little later, he approached Sarah at the quest counter. She greeted him with a bright smile. Player Sanghun, you've completed the task so quickly once again. However, Player Mirion finished just a little bit earlier this time. Our main character's face fell as he stared at Sarah. Does this mean I need to use even more poisons and traps? Meanwhile, in a general store, Julie held his head in his hands. What's the harm in telling him? He sighed. If you exclude goods worth over 23,000 gold, it comes out to 15,000 gold. Back then, the term NPC didn't quite stick, but now everyone used it. Sanghun knew of Julie, Sarah, and Philip. They were beings created by almighty gods, yet at the same time. They were just like people with their own distinct personalities. You could see parallels in the mission structures, too. 2 months after the first mission began, 3 distinct classes of people had formed in the first city. The world was becoming more and more like a game. There were the poor forced to sell trinkets for food. Then the normals, not too strong, not too weak. And finally, the rankers people blessed with incredible talent. Even among those with similar abilities, the high rankers possessed a pure, untouchable power. Sometime later, our main character found himself in the library. The librarian smiled. Sanghun, it looks like you've finally saved up enough to buy a skill. Sanghun turned a determined look on his face. That's right. Please open the skill book for me. The girl placed the tome on a nearby stack, her voice cheerful. Here you go, Hogan. She listed the prices. Specialization mid-rank swordsman, 50,000 gold. Mid-rank poisoning, 30,000 gold. The total comes to 80,000 gold. A system window appeared. Specialization mid-rank swordsman, magic rank high, type passive. A skill that allows you to forge your own path as a swordsman. As a mid-rank swordsman, you gain mastery of the longsword. Longsword strikes are boosted by 10%. Our main character stared intently at the girl. Did you just say Hogan? The librarian just smiled sweetly. You must have misheard me. A customer Hogan sounds a lot like customer, doesn't it? With his head hung low, Sanghun contemplated the cost. He'd spent nearly 90% of his fortune. But it was worth it. Now he could unleash the true mastery of the longsword. He pictured the Rankier Marine in his mind. Could he finally defeat her with this power? Not long ago, he'd missed his chance. He failed the bonus objective for the Lunar Cave's first clear on killer difficulty. It was Marine who had beaten him to it. She received a long spear as a reward and sold it to Kong Muhan for a staggering 2 million gold. Sanghun's head dropped. He was too late, again. He could still see Marine looking down on him, her head held high. To finally catch up to her, he had to conquer the Lunar Cave once more. The city's central street was a chaotic buzz of activity. One merchant yelled, "Iron swords, 40,000 gold, and not a coin less." Another seller screamed, they had the absolute lowest price, even cheaper than the Shuri store. Someone else was recruiting for a D-rank mission to hunt crazed goblins. A young woman named Hyen, her hands cupped around her mouth. Desperately shouted, "Recruiting for the Moon Cave mission? We need one more." The Moon Cave. Sanghun's eyes narrowed. This was it. He approached Hyen asking, "What roles are you looking to fill for your party?" Hyen listed them off. "Warrior, thief, archer, and magician are open. We're short on frontline power, so we really need a warrior." Her eyes widened as she took in the main character's appearance. He wore a simple old coat carrying a longsword. His clothes were clean but far from high class. Hyen smiled politely. "This task might seem easy, but it's secretly a C-rank quest. I'm sorry, but could I see your abilities?" Sanghun calmly opened his system window, revealing his sole identification. Strength 51, Agility 80, Endurance 50, Intelligence 16, Magic 0, Luck 9. His status was normal. A soul ID was a perfect and forgeable display of a player's stats. Since they're issued at the class change temple, faking them is impossible. Hyen gasped, her hand flying to her face. "Wow, 51 strength and 80 endurance," she exclaimed. "Your stats are so well balanced, are you a ranker?" The main character simply replied, "No. I received my stats from Fate itself during missions, and they grew quite a bit. My gear is just lagging behind." Hyen's surprise doubled. "Oh, by Fate!" "From Fate itself. Those are hidden items and bonus stats you can only get on special missions." Hyen beamed. "Your name is Yu Sanghun, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." "I'm Sa Hyen," she said. "If you're really that capable, you're more than qualified." "Can you start right now?" The main character chuckled. "Yes, that's fine." Hyen pumped her fist. "Great, then follow me." Soon they arrived at a tavern where she called out joyfully, "Dawn Call! I found our warrior." A player leaning against the wall grumbled. "He looks a bit frail. You didn't just grab a random person off the street again, did you?" Hyen grinned. "Nope, his strength is over 50, and his endurance is over 80. Dawn Call's eyes shot open. "What is he, a ranker?" Hyen raised a finger. "No, he said he got his stats from Fate itself and grew stronger that way." The player scratched his neck. "Well, whatever. Since when were you this useful?" Dawn Call turned to Sanghun. "Pleasure to meet you. The name's Park Dawn Call." The main character smiled, thinking the man was blunt. "Likewise." He laughed. "I'm Yu Sanghun." Sanghun then added with a grin, "Since I'm a bit older, I'll call you Old Man." The player smirked back. "Of course, Sanghun Jr. You're a warrior, I take it." He summoned his weapon. "Check out this axe. Cool, right?" The main character looked at the massive weapon. "Wow, that must be incredibly heavy. You're probably as strong as you look." Dawn Call roared with laughter. "Naturally, I'm insanely strong." Sanghun thought to himself, it's one thing to be sarcastic, but to not even notice it. What an idiot. Hyen laughed and waved. Dawn Call continued. "And the girl who brought you here is Hyen. You've already met, right?" He gestured towards a silent figure leaning against a wall. "Over there, that's you. As you can see, he's our thief." He glanced away. "And that woman is our magician. She's a famous ranker." The main character's gaze shifted to Ellie. "A ranker?" he asked in surprise. "Are they foreigners?" He'd thought this server was only for Koreans. The magician smiled warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You can just call me Ellie." Sanghun looked her over and returned the smile. "I'm Sanghun." Even among rankers, magicians were rare. Their skill books were notoriously expensive, making progression incredibly difficult. The main character analyzed their formation. "Including me, that's 2 on the front line, 1 support, and 2 in the rear. Isn't this a bit dangerous?" Dawn Call scoffed. "Haven't you heard about the Moon Cave investigation? It's a cakewalk." He grinned. "Besides, if we bring more people, we'd have to split the loot. This is much better. Our team is more than enough to clear this quest." Sanghun thought to himself, does he really think I don't know? After all, he was the one who started the rumor that this quest was easy. The main character was the one who sold the cave map and shared the strategy. Moments later, the team gathered around a large map. Sanghun internally smirked. Of course they needed a team. But his own goal was something entirely different. A system window appeared. You will now be transported to the Lunar Cave Exploration Site. Quest Lunar Cave Exploration, rank C. Werewolves are gathering in the Lunar Cave on an unnamed hill. Defeat them and discover the reason for their assembly. The details followed. First adventurer. Defeat 20 werewolves. Second hunter. Defeat 50 werewolves. Third killer. Defeat 100 werewolves. And discover why they gathered. Standard reward, 100,000 gold and 5 units of werewolf skin. Assassin difficulty bonus, 300,000 gold. And a low-rank enhancement stone. Donkal held up a hand. All right, relax. There are no monsters at the entrance. The main character gripped the hilt of his sword as Donkal continued. The werewolves only appear once we're inside the cave. We can take it easy for now. Sanghun glanced at him. Okay. Amateurs. They aren't the least bit tense. This must be their first time here. Then the main character turned and looked at Ellie, who was holding a spear. He swaggered over, leaning in with a smug grin. Miss Ellie, he purred. If you get scared, you can always take my arm. The magician gave him a cold look and simply asked, What? Suddenly, a sharp elbow jabbed into Donal's stomach, making him yelp. Aeon coolly adjusted her sleeve, saying with disdain, Enough games, it's time to move. As they approached the cave, the player clutched his side, whining. Sanghun glanced between Donal and Aeon, a single thought crossing his mind. Are those two an item? He then walked toward Ilu, but Aeon waved a dismissive hand. Don't believe a word he says, he's just a player. Let him get ready and scout ahead. Donal shot back. Yeah, I got it, just stop hitting me. The loud complaint made our main character turn his gaze toward Ellie. He calmly extended his hand to her, a gesture that clearly surprised the magician. I'm fine, she insisted, but Sanghun just smiled. There's a steep slope. You should be careful, especially since you're a magician. Your stamina is probably low. Even so, she protested weakly. He smiled again. Hurry now and take my hand. At this rate, we'll be separated from the group. He gently took Ellie's hand, and she finally agreed with a quiet, okay. The main character watched the magician from the corner of his eye. He thought to himself, as a ranker, she's an important figure. Making a good impression is easy. Besides, she's incredibly beautiful. The moon cave was famous for its unique ores, and many described it as walking through a sky full of stars. But then Il raised his hand sharply. Stop, there's a trap. A system window popped up, explaining that trap detector is a thief's most essential skill. Sanghun thought to himself, I can see it perfectly with my mid-rank trap detector skill. His eyes locked onto a pressure plate disguised as a stone. The thief then carefully doused it with a special solution. It's disarmed, Il announced. We can proceed. The deactivated trap lay just by his feet. Our main character approached it with interest. It seems you have at least a mid-rank dismantling skill, he observed. Does that mean your detection skill is also at the mid-rank level? Sanghun looked at Il intently. Most people are still stuck at the low ranks, he mused. This guy is on a different level. I'll need to be wary of him. With that, our hero moved back toward the magician. Miss Ellie, he asked, are you a ranker? Ellie tightened her grip on her spear. I'm not entirely sure, but that's what others have said. Sanghun smiled. If that's true, then you're amazing. You must be very strong. I truly admire high rankers. The magician offered a faint smile in return. I could never compare to them, she said. The true high rankers are above everyone else. They're like celestial beings. Sanghun pictured an angel with a mere player at its feet. The two highest-ranking players were legends. One was the girl who conquered the moon cave alone, the demonic sword marine. The other was the man with a high-ranking spear skill, the Spear King Kong Muhan. Using his guild's self-made fame, he became a household name. Sanghun was lost in his thoughts. No wonder Ellie didn't seem confident despite her status. He looked at the mage and said, But ranked mages are incredibly rare. Aren't you one of the best among them? Ellie closed her eyes in embarrassment. I appreciate the praise, but I'm not that great. Suddenly a shout pierced the air. Everyone over here quickly! It's werewolves! The main character's friendly demeanor vanished. He stopped his gaze sharp. Hulking werewolves stepped from the shadows, their growls echoing in the cavern. The party drew their weapons, but Donal ordered them to halt. Don't attack, he commanded. Sanghun, we take them on 1-for-1. The main character wondered, but why is he trying to conserve our strength? Or is he just trying to show off his skills? For now, he decided to play along. The player raised his weapon high and roared, Hit them! He slammed his sword into the ground, sending rocks flying. The stones peppered to the werewolves, and one howled in pain. In that instant, a massive sword appeared directly in front of its face. The beast looked at it confused. The main character leveled his blade. Shall we fight 1-on-1? The werewolf ducked and lunged with a furious scream. Werewolves have high strength stats, Sanghun thought, but their attacks are incredibly simple. He had invested everything into dexterity, so these clumsy attempts are meaningless. The main character placed both hands on his sword's hilt and delivered a swift, powerful strike. The sound was sickening. Aeon clenched her fist. Ellie, she whispered. Judging by his skills, Sanghun is also a high ranker. He dealt with that werewolf so easily. The magician looked on in agreement. You're right, Aeon. But Sanghun was thinking something else entirely. You never know who might stab you in the back on a mission. I have to hide my abilities. During that fight, I got a little too carried away with my newly acquired mid-rank fencing skill. Just then, Donal swung his axe and shouted, Powerful step blow! A system window appeared. Powerful step is an active skill. It provides a dramatic increase in damage through an instant boost in physical abilities. The werewolf's jaw dropped in shock as the player swung his weapon, cleaving the wolf in half. He laughed smugly. How do you like that? That one was mine, Donal declared. He turned and scowled, seeing our hero still fighting a werewolf. Why are you still fighting? He demanded. He swung his axe and cut down another monster. Ellie smiled. Wow, thank you for your hard work. The player crossed his arms and replied joyfully, It's nothing. But he turned to Sanghun with a displeased look. More importantly, why did you struggle with that werewolf for so long? The main character met his gaze. Oh, about that, he said calmly. It's because I have no active skills. The entire team stared at him, puzzled. Donal was the first to speak. What did you say? You have no active skills. Skills are generally divided into two types. Active skills that must be activated and passive skills that are always in effect. Most people have a mix of roughly 3 to 7, but since even a warrior's weakest active skill, Powerful Strike adds 30% damage. Everyone has at least 1 or 2. Donal arched an eyebrow in disbelief. How is that possible? You really don't have a single one. The main character scratched his head. My apologies, he said sheepishly. I couldn't learn any because they were too expensive. Luckily, I have pretty high stats. Donal raised his head, looking him over carefully. He thought, it's true. The werewolf's body is covered in shallow wounds, but I don't see a single critical one. The player came to a conclusion. Sanghun can't do any serious damage because he has no active skills. His face contorted with anger as he pointed at him. Pointing a finger at our hero, he roared, You really are! Donal reined in his anger, saying he'd have beaten any other player senseless. But those stats? They're on a ranker's level. The player just scoffed. Forget it, let's go. Our main character watched him leave a frown creasing his face, before once again asking for forgiveness. Sometime later, as the team pushed onward, Duna glanced at Ayan. What's your take on him? Ayan closed her eyes, analyzing. In terms of sheer burst damage, he's superior. She averted her gaze. However, when it comes to unorthodox combat skills, the other one is better. I believe I could hold off 4 werewolves at once if I pushed myself. Donal turned, simply saying, All right. Sanghun trailed behind him in silence. Then suddenly, they all froze. Up ahead, a hulking werewolf blocked their path. It spread its claws wide and let out a guttural growl. Where do you think you're going? A sharp cry cut through the air. Ellie now! The mage raised her staff high. Oh yes! A powerful spear of ice began to materialize. Frosty energy exploded outward, slamming into the monster. The beast roared in fury. The thief moved like a shadow, shouting, I'll handle the ads! He unleashed a volley of daggers toward the werewolf as Anne drew her bow and shot. The arrow found its mark. The werewolf howled in agony. Donal planted his hands on his hips with a triumphant grin. Great, now we've got nothing to worry about. He smiled. Let's keep moving. Our main character approached Ilwu, impressed. That was amazing. If you don't mind me asking, what class is your dagger? Throwing skill, Ilwu turned sharply. You shouldn't ask questions like that. Sanghun gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, I was just curious. You're a far better dagger thrower than any thief I've ever seen. Ilwu closed his eyes. My class is low, but I've practiced. Our hero then turned to Donal. Donalsi, what difficulty are we aiming for? The warrior pointed back the way they came. Simple. We'll kill 20 werewolves on Explorer difficulty. Then get out of here with 100,000 gold and 5 werewolf hides. Sanghun narrowed his eyes. He couldn't settle for that. It wasn't what he truly wanted. Old man, he began, this team is incredibly strong. But Ilwu cut him off. Don't speak so informally, he warned. Then he posed the question. Why don't we clear this on assassin difficulty? Donal whirled around. What? Ayan stared at the thief in shock. Isn't that too difficult? We'd have to kill the Moonwolf and solve the mystery of the Moon Cave. Our main character chimed in. Honestly, if we clear this on Explorer, the rewards will be minuscule once we split them. We'd be better off just running a D-rank mission. The other player turned back. Of course, but isn't this way too dangerous? The thief disagreed. Not necessarily. He looked at the team. Sanghun C is worth 2 average warriors, and Ellie can unleash powerful magic. Meeting the conditions for assassin difficulty shouldn't be a problem for us. Donal put a hand to his head, conflicted. Even if that's true, I don't want to take that kind of risk. How about we compromise on hunter difficulty? Ilwu looked up, making a sudden proposal.
Let's do this. The assassin difficulty rewards include 3 low-rank strengthening stones correct. I'll give you my share.
The other player's jaw dropped. Wow. Aeon stared in disbelief. Oh my god! Are you serious? Sangun pictured the shimmering stone in his mind. A single one is worth 100,000 gold right now. People don't just give up that kind of profit. What is he after? Our hero asked Ilwu directly.
Why do you want to clear this on assassin difficulty so badly? Ilwu admitted. To be honest, I'm trying to achieve my first awakening.
He folded his arms, his head lowered. I'm trying to advance my class, and one of the conditions is clearing 3 C-rank missions on assassin difficulty. Donal clenched his fist. To think he'd give up rewards just for an awakening. He made his decision. All right, we'll clear this dungeon on assassin difficulty, but on one condition. Our safety comes first. Sangun, you'll continue to tank the werewolves, just like you did before. And Ellie, you can use your magic if things get out of hand. Donal smiled, pointing at the mage. Ellie smiled back. She replied, understood. The other player grinned. We've already cleared Moon Cave on assassin difficulty before, so we know the route. He pointed at the thief. Ilwu, just make sure you handle the traps properly. Ilwu simply replied, okay. Donal raised his hand. In that case, let's move out. Our main character followed in silence, thinking to himself, did Ilwu just handle that whole negotiation for me? He was about to suggest the very same thing. His first awakening? Is that the real reason? Sometime later, the thief's blade flashed, slicing through a werewolf. Anne drew her bow and let loose a volley. The forest floor was littered with the bodies of werewolves. Donal slung his axe over his shoulder cheerfully. All right, the next monster to appear is what you'd call the mid-boss of the Moon Caves. He glanced around. Anyone know about it? The thief adjusted his mask. Are you talking about
the black werewolf? Donal smirked. Oh, so you're aware. He covered his mouth dramatically. Once we clear the next trap,
a large cave will open up. Inside, there'll be 5 regular werewolves, and 1 black one. 5 regulars are no problem, but the black werewolf is quite strong. Ilwu looked at Donal. How strong? The other player stretched his shoulders. Can't say for sure, but from my experience. He's stronger than 3 regular werewolves combined. At that moment, Sangun stepped forward, his hands behind his back. In that case, I'll handle it. Donal chuckled. Glad to see you volunteer, but are you sure you'll be okay? Our main character smiled confidently. I don't have the skills
to land the finishing blow, but I can definitely hold it off.
The other player patted Sangun's shoulder. Okay, I already know how strong you are. Just keep it busy for us, that's all. Got it? Our hero gave him a displeased look and said yes. The player turned to the others. That leaves the other werewolves. So if he handles 2, who's taking the remaining 3? Donal looked at the thief. Ilwu, can you handle 3 at once by yourself? Ilwu simply stared back in silence. Just then, Emma approached the group. I'll deal with them with the help of... With her magic, she touched her chin, vowing to incinerate one as soon as they entered the cave. Sangun would handle the black wolf, while Dawn would take on the remaining 2. The magician then turned to Miss Anne and Ilwa, assigning them the last pair. The player just scratched his head, smiling faintly. If that's the plan, the main character mused, taking one out instantly will make this battle far easier. Ellie gripped the hilt of her spear, her expression hardening. Closing her eyes, she began to chant the ancient words. Suddenly, a blazing inferno
erupted around her spear. Sangun shielded his eyes, watching the raw power build. The magician raised her weapon high, unleashing her formidable aura.
With a deafening roar, she screamed, Fireball! A colossal sphere of fire shot forward, slamming into the werewolves. Donal roared, It's working perfectly! He tightened his grip on his axe and charged.
Ayan drew her bow, loosing an arrow in a silver flash. At the same moment, the main character surged forward, his blade sinking deep into a werewolf's heart. The beast howled and collapsed.
Sangun scanned the chaos. How many are down? He yelled. Before him, a massive monster materialized with a guttural roar. The main character smirked.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, you idiot. The werewolf lunged. Sangun sidestepped with fluid grace and thrust his sword forward. This is my chance, he thought. The main character applied.
A skill. A silent command. Arcs of lightning erupted from his blade, coursing through the werewolf's body. Its eyes widened in shock before Sangun cut it down. He recalled hearing that true masters could use skills without speaking a word. It seems he'd reached that level. Now he could cast spells without drawing unwanted attention.
Ayan rushed over to the main character, her fists clenched in excitement.
Wow, you just took down a black werewolf all by yourself.
Sangun simply turned and looked
at her. Ayan continued. Donal could barely handle one, but you finished it in an instant. Are you secretly a ranker? Donal shot them a furious glare. A chill ran down the main character's spine. This was too much attention. Thinking fast, he pointed at the mage. It looks like the fireball Ellie launched must have critically wounded this one first. Sanghun reasoned, otherwise how could I have possibly handled it? The player Donal grabbed his neck. Is that really what happened? I didn't think it was affected that much, he muttered. Ayan grabbed Ellie's hand. Of course it was all thanks to you, Miss Ellie. Your magic is amazing. The magician smiled, accepting the praise. The main character let out a silent sigh of relief. Just then, Ilwa asked, Anyway, isn't everyone hungry? He pulled out a frying pan.
I'll cook something up. The thief suggested they eat and rest before pressing on. Donal stared in shock. You carry ingredients in your inventory.
That's incredible, he admitted. Ayan threw her hands in the air. Wow, awesome. Soon the aroma of cooked food filled the air. Ayan sighed happily. It smells so good? The entire team sat on stones around the crackling fire. Wow, Ayan said. I'm so full now. The main character held his plate, his expression unreadable. There's still plenty more, Ilwa said, so everyone eat up. As Sanghun took a bite, he paused. Suddenly, a chilling notification flashed before his eyes. A middle-class poison had been detected, a long-term toxin designed to slowly drain the victim's stamina. Poison. The main character's eyes narrowed. Park Donal. Or Ayan couldn't have done this. That only left the city guard Ilwa. Sanghun watched the thief serve more food with a smile. Ellie glanced at him.
What's wrong? Does it not taste good? The main character forced a smile. No, not at all. It's delicious. I just choked a little. The mage laughed. Don't
rush then. This world was so much like a game, yet dangerously different. He looked at the cheerful Donal and Ayan. In a game, a negative effect would appear in their status window instantly. But just like his own mid-class poison detection, there were countless skills that could deceive the system. Without a counter skill, the victim would never even know what hit them. A cold thought crossed Sanghun's mind. It didn't matter. Even if no one else was poisoned, he was prepared to poison them all himself. He discreetly drank a vial. A new notification appeared. The antidote has neutralized the poison. After a while, someone declared, All right, after that amazing meal, we need to get moving. A chorus of agreement rose from the group. That's a good idea. Ellie pointed ahead. There's a fork here. Which way should we go? Donal grinned. The path on the left is clear of monsters, but it's filled with traps and impossible to navigate. He added, Last time we went that way and got completely lost, remember? Ayan put her hands on her hips. He's right. We should definitely go right. Donal agreed. The right tunnel only has 2 or 3 werewolves at a time. We can handle that. And at the very end, we'll face the awakening moonwolf. Ellie's eyes lit up. The moonwolf! She strode forward with purpose. In that case, let's go. I'm eager to see it. Ayan quickly ran after her, calling for her to wait. A moment later, Sanghun
quietly pressed a protruding button on a stone wall. Time to begin, he thought. The stone ceiling began to tremble and crack. Donal cried out in fear, What's happening? The roof is collapsing, the magician screamed. We have to run, the player yelled. Go, go, or we'll be crushed. Ayan and Ilwa sprinted out of the tunnel. Sanghun paused near the cascade of
falling stones. The path was now completely blocked. He was tired of playing a part anyway. This was perfect. Donal coughed, clearing the dust from his throat. Is everyone okay? He stammered. Was that a trap? He turned to the thief. Ilwa, didn't you see it? Ilwa put on a look of terror. No, I had no idea a trap like that would be here. Ayan pointed at the rubble, her voice trembling. Wait, Sanghun is missing. Donal collapsed to the floor. Don't tell me. He's trapped in there. The thief closed his eyes in mock sorrow. It seems it was a one-time trap. May he rest in peace. Donal's feigned grief turned to rage. He swung his axe. Idiot, are you mocking us? Our comrade just died, and an apology is all you have to offer. Ellie stepped in. Please calm down. He has high agility. He most likely managed to escape. Ayan nodded. That's right. If we made it out, there's no way he couldn't have. Donal turned around. So, you're saying Sanghun will have to take the left path to meet us at the boss room? Ayan spread her hands helplessly. But that path is full of traps. It'll be incredibly difficult for him to reach the boss room. The player grunted in annoyance. There's no way we can help him now. It's a tough spot. But we have to handle our side. He grimaced. We only have 20 minutes left to complete the quest. Someone nodded grimly. Then let's go. Sometime later, a faint light was modeled. At the end of the dark tunnel, a monstrous glow pulsed. Ellie held out her spear, declaring they'd strike after its first fireball. She roared, "Fireball!" as a fiery stream shot towards the glowing wolf. With a snarl, it lunged. This was the boss of the moon cave, the awakening moonwolf. Its powerful roar echoed, weakening the entire party. All stats were reduced by 10%. Donal swung his axe, shouting, "Power step, power strike!" But as Ian drew her bow, she froze, sensing something was terribly wrong. The arrow felt impossibly heavy in her grip. What's happening? Aiken's hands began to shake and Ellie rushed to her side. The mage collapsed to the floor and Ian screamed, "Miss Ellie!" In that instant, a cold blade plunged deep into Ian's side. She turned in terror to face Ilwa. The thief mused aloud. Usually you'd twist a blade like this, but it might break, so this will have to do. Ian whispered his name in pure horror, Ilwa. He stood calmly between the corpses he'd made. Since you were stabbed with a poisoned dagger, it'll take at least half a day for you to wake up. The traitor's gaze fell on Donal, who was still fighting the boss. Now, he sneered, it's time to finish this. Moments later, a dagger was buried in the player's leg. Did someone order you to do this? Donal gasped. Ilwa just stared down at him. No, not at all. I just figured you all were worth using, so I started learning more about you. A cruel smile spread across his face. This is your last life, isn't it? The thief brandished his dagger as Donal collapsed in defeat. Okay, I don't care about my life, he pleaded. Just let Ion go. The warrior sat on the ground begging, take the entire reward for yourself. Please just spare her. Ilwa looked down at him with feigned pity. Forgive me, he said. But I can't do that. You all don't drop anything valuable and the rewards are so-so. Suddenly, the wolf was upon Donal, its massive jaws clamping down on his head. It devoured him in a single brutal crunch as a sign materialized behind it. It read, the mind will abandon it and it will fall asleep. Offer these 3 as a human sacrifice, and you shall receive an offer to revive your family. The meaning of the moonstone became terrifyingly clear. 3 straw voodoo dolls appeared suspended by threads. Offer 3 sacrifices to the awakened moonwolf, and receive your reward. The thief scoffed. How stupid! So easy to believe such an obvious lie. Just then, a figure walked out of the tunnel's shadows. It was Sanghun smiling. So, he said calmly, you really did betray them. The thief grinned. Can you stop pretending you know everything? You're about to die anyway? The main character simply asked, aren't 3 victims enough? Ilwa's eyes widened. How did you... Just think, a warrior who learned a linguistic skill. You're just full of surprises, aren't you? The thief spat. The main character met his cold gaze. The same could be said about you. Is this really the time for a conversation? Ilwa swung his blade, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. I knew something was wrong. Your movements. They're definitely at the level of a ranker. Moon cutter! He roared, lunging forward. But the main character didn't even flinch. With a single sharp movement, he sent the thief flying backward. Ilwa swung his blade wildly, but Sanghun dodged with ease. The thief's mind raced. He's mastered a wide range of martial arts. He's fast and strong. It'll be unpleasant if he has 2 lives, so I have to finish him for good. But the protagonist was already closing in, striking with blinding speed. Ilwa screamed. The traitor clutched his shoulder. The poison! It should have already spread through your body. It should have slowed you down. But nothing was happening, Did you not eat the soup? Ilwa screamed, remembering them all sitting around the fire. No, I definitely remember. Everyone ate it. Does that mean, he wondered in horror, he somehow neutralized the poison? The main character swung his sword as the thief desperately used Mooncutter to counter. But Sanghun stopped on a dime, reversed his momentum, and pierced Ilwa straight through the neck. The traitor collapsed, blood pouring from the fatal wound. Sanghun grabbed the dying thief by his hood and dragged him toward the wolf. Hush now, he whispered. It's too early for you to die. Ilwa could only make a gurgling sound. Sanghun presented the body to the wolf and said, Bon appetit, puppy. The traitor's body dissolved into motes of light scattering on the wind. Was that his first life? The main character mused with mock horror. It would be unpleasant to meet again. Sanghun walked to the side. Well now, I still need another victim for the moonwolf. His gaze fell upon the still forms of Ion and Ellie. He lifted Ion's body, his mind calculating. Building a connection with a ranker mage would be very beneficial. He thought, forgive me, Ion, but I will sacrifice you. He placed her body near the wolf, which growled in anticipation. It roared and began to tear her form apart as her body dissipated into the air. Her first life too, Sanghun noted. But because of the poison, she won't remember anything. If we meet again, I'll just have to pretend I was a victim just like her. A system window flashed to life. The awakening moonwolf has evolved into a greater awakening moonwolf. The beast jumped and let out a deafening roar. It's obviously gotten bigger, he thought, but thanks to Donal, it must have lost a lot of stamina. A smile touched his lips. In that case, I'll deal with it in no time. Sanghun threw his sword over his shoulder with a confident smirk. Kill the moonwolf, touch the moonstone, and the mission is complete. But instead he sat down on the floor and put his hand in a pool of blood. There is a secret that most people don't know about. You need to rub the blood of the moonwolf into the moonstone. As Sanghun smeared the blood on the large glowing rock, it began to crack. A hidden door was opening. A large metal door materialized and swung wide. The main character recalled, the first time I came here, I barely defeated the moonwolf, and the treasures I expected to see were already gone. He walked through the open doors. All I could find were sarcophagi, with werewolves inside. He had been so puzzled back then, puzzled. With low-rank linguistic skills, this is interpreted as, you will receive a treasure that will help resurrect the lineage. But if you raise the skill level to at least average, you will find a comrade who can resurrect your family. The main character stood between the rows of wooden boxes. There were 50 of them.
50 helpless werewolves unable to resist. He calculated the profit, 4,000 gold for a werewolf's heart and 1,000 for a tooth. It was as if 300,000 gold had just flown into his hands.
Sanghun systematically stabbed the werewolves' bodies with his sword. Once he was finished with the slaughter, his mid-grade swordsmanship had improved incredibly. A system window appeared before him, confirming his progress. The skill of using a middle-class sword by specialization has become C-rank. Sanghun knew that betrayal was a dirty path, but to truly grow as a swordsman, he felt it was a necessary evil. He walked to Ellie's still form and poured the antidote into her mouth. The magician's eyes fluttered open, filled with confusion. She scrambled to her feet, asking in a panicked voice, "Sanghun, what happened?" The main character sat beside her, asking if she was all right. He explained that Il had betrayed them, confessing that he had poisoned them both. He sighed, closing his eyes in regret. Unfortunately, neither Il nor Dawn was alive when I arrived. Ellie stared in horror, whispering, "That can't be." She bowed her head deeply. "Thank you, Sanghun. If it weren't for you, I would be dead." The main character offered a faint smile. "No, I just did what I had to." The magician looked up at him, her gaze intense. "That's exactly why I'm thanking you. People like you are rare in this world." Sanghun's lips curved into a slight smile. "In that case, how about we form a team?" Ellie looked at him, stunned into silence. Her mind flashed back to a painful memory to a man's desperate screams.
"Let me die! Just let me die!" he had shrieked, clutching a weapon. Standing over a beaten Ellie, he had pleaded, "Let me go! Bring my mother back!"
Ellie was born from an arranged marriage, her own mother having fled long ago. To escape her cruel father's grasp, she had to make a choice. One night, as he slept among scattered bottles, she placed a charcoal briquette right under the drunkard's nose. Her father died from carbon monoxide poisoning, and she was never even suspected. Little Ellie stood by her father's corpse. All she had to do was act natural, and everyone would believe her tale. From the moment this twisted game began, she played the part of a seductress, plunging a knife into the throat of any man who got too close. A smirk touched her lips. This strategy earned her the title of cowardly survivor, and allowed her to secure a foothold in this brutal world. Of course, she already knew about the moonstone guarded by the moonwolf, and about Eel's impending betrayal. Ellie was simply buying time, pretending to be poisoned while she watched events unfold. But it was Sanghun, the one who looked the most naive, who had brutally killed Il without a moment's hesitation. And now he was calmly trying to deceive her. The main character smiled again. "How about it we create a team?" Ellie pretended to fall for his act. She had never met anyone like him before. She needed to know more. Sanghun and Ellie extended their hands, sealing the deal. "Of course," the magician said. Just then, a voice echoed from the floating castle above.
Everything is slowing down. Loki sat slumped in his thrown hands laced behind his head. "I told you from the very beginning, humans are too weak."
Of course everything would go slowly. He glanced to the side. "Grandpa, you might be the strongest and wisest, but it seems your head doesn't always work properly." "Loki!" Ashura roared, slamming his fist on the table. "I will not tolerate such rudeness any longer." The old man simply held up a hand. "It's fine, Asura. If the humans are missing something, we just need to give them a little push." He continued, "Yes, we must make sure that all the players are aware of their strength in comparison with others. This should awaken the spirit of competition within them." The old man's eyes narrowed with cunning. "I suggest a mandatory endurance mission with a time limit. A difficult challenge should suffice." Satan turned around. "Then no one will be able to accomplish it." The old man folded his hands. "Don't you worry, I know what I'm talking about." He then asked, "By the way, have you all chosen your champions yet?"
A glowing being spoke first. "I'll choose Ellie. She has a strong foundation in magic." Ashura added, "Marine is not bad, and Kong Muhan is also good."
Loki just smiled and waved his hand. "I quite like that guy named Sanghun." "Yu Sanghun?" Satan questioned. A goddess with burning hair realized, that's the one who... He had completed the training the fastest, am I right? Satan scoffed. "I don't know why Loki chose him. I would have understood if his choice fell on that. American Jack Efron." Jack Efron stood out among the others. To describe him in one phrase, absolute evil, a psychopath. The only thing that brought him joy was murder. Loki envisioned the main character thinking, "He's different from Satan's pick. I need a different kind of villain."
A rough villain who plays dirty, only thinking about immediate profit. That's why he chose Yu Sanghun. Lucifer cleared his throat and said, "In that case?"
"I will prepare a patch based on what we've talked about." The old man looked at him and said, "Okay." Soon after, a system window appeared for all players. The new patch. Point 1. The introduction of a ranking system. Names would be listed based on the order of highest ability integration.
Players would also receive monthly rewards based on their ranking, which could be increased by participating in special matches. A separate health bar would be created for each match, and if it dropped to 0, the match would end. Point 2. The beginning of a new mission, in 15 days. All players must participate in a mandatory S difficulty mission. Leaving during the mission is impossible. Rewards will be based on their actions.
Rewards would range from legendary class items to an extra life. The mission patch will be balanced and changed accordingly. The players stared in shock. "What is this?" someone asked. "Do they just want us all to die?" A scream pierced the air. This is the same as a death sentence. Not long after a man
burst into Muhan's room. "Muhan, have you seen the new patch? It's insane." Muhan angrily shot back, "Don't yell. The last line made it clear."
The patch would be balanced. The player smiled nervously. Right, if they wanted to kill us, they wouldn't go through all this trouble. But the head of Jipa, a top ranker, the king of the spear. Muhan spoke with resolve. In other words, there is definitely a way to clear this. He clenched his fist. More importantly,
I can get an incredible reward. To increase his chances of survival, he would have to immerse himself completely in this mission. In the following days, voices
echoed across the central square. Someone was looking for a partner for a C-class awakening quest. Skills didn't matter. Another person wanted to buy rare, warrior-class equipment to improve their performance first come first served. Someone else was trying to recruit rankers. Amidst the chaos, the main character was sitting at a cafe table. He looked out the window, took a sip from his mug, and thought, "They're all going crazy over this new reward." Sanghun opened the system window.
I'm more worried about these 2 boxes that suddenly appeared in my inventory. A system message popped up, a gift for the rankers.
As a sign of respect for hitting rank 21, a fitting reward appeared. But the second gift came from Loki, the god watching him from the shadows. A gift. The main character's eyes narrowed. He recalled the patch notes mentioning gifts for rankers, but a gift from Loki. Loki? Where had he heard that name? Eon vaguely remembered it from the Avengers. He pointed a puzzled finger at the system window, asking, "What is this?" A scroll materialized before him. A system notification announced, "Bluff and boasting." The item class was rare. The type, passive. Opponents would now be more inclined to take his word as truth. The probability of persuading them with his words was slightly increased. A skill book? Sanghun scoffed. It was a rare class, but its effects seemed completely useless. He could already do that on his own. Still, since it was a rare class, it was better than nothing. Suddenly, Sanghun looked up with a smile. Ellie approached, pulling back a chair. "Did you finish another Ranky quest? Doesn't that mean the swordsman's first circle will awaken?" The main character met her gaze and nodded. "Yes, that's right." He mused that Ellie had already class changed into a witch's apprentice. The magician took a seat and eagerly asked, "So have you decided what to do?" "An ambush on the lizardmen, a raid on a skeleton horde." "How about defending a coastal fortress?" she suggested. He had already found the perfect mission thanks to the intel from Yoongi. A high-end escort quest with a medium named Wuchin. Sanghun sipped from his mug. Taking on this quest with a large party meant a smaller reward, but it would be far, far safer. He looked at Ellie. "I have a better idea. Let's go." The magician's eyes lit up. "Okay." A short while later, the medium Yeren raised her hand. "T-class escort team, we're moving out," she declared. Her teammates cheered in response. Just then, Sanghun and Ellie approached them. "Excuse me," the main character began. "Do you have room for 2 more?" Yeren shifted her staff behind her back. "We have space, but first show me your fame indicator." Sanghun opened his status window. The medium's eyes went wide with shock. A smile spread across her face. "Wow, your stats are incredible. You must be a ranker." Yeren then glanced at the magician. "And is Miss Ellie a mage?" "Don't worry about her," the main character replied. "She hasn't even had her first awakening." The medium smiled knowingly. "It seems you're trying to complete your first awakening before the mandatory quest. I see. That means you're definitely a ranker." Sanghun thought to himself. "She's sharp." Yeren beamed. "Either way, you're much stronger than the others. And I'm thrilled to have 2 rankers joining us." Sanghun looked at her stunned. He turned around wondering. "Another ranker to you." Besides them, he scanned the area and saw a figure cloaked in shadows. As their bright eyes met, Sanghun knew. This was it. The medium raised her staff high. "All right, everyone, let's begin." "Wait," Sanghun yelled, turning around, but it was too late. A brilliant flash revealed a system window. The mission conditions appeared. First condition messenger. The cargo must reach its destination within 22 days. Damage must not exceed 50%. Second condition. Escort. Reach the destination within half a month, 15 days. The damage to the cargo cannot exceed 25%. Third condition. Bodyguard. Arrive at the destination in just 10 days. The damage to the cargo must be under 10%. The standard reward was 30,000 gold plus 100 glory points. But the bodyguard difficulty bonus was 60,000 gold and 30 high-grade restoration potions. The main character clutched his head. She just started the mission without a second thought. Ellie walked over concerned. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Sang-hyun was speechless. Just then, the robed figure stepped into the center. A familiar voice echoed, "It's been a long time." The magician looked at Sang-hyun confused. "I think that person is talking to you." The main character stammered, You must have me confused with someone else." Ellie giggled. "What's with the robotic voice?" Sang-hyun stared straight ahead, his expression grim. The figure drew a sword. "It's good to see you even like this." It was a woman's voice. "I wanted to fight you at least once before the mission started." The robed figure was Mei-hyun. A wave of dread washed over him. He had been so careful to avoid her until now. Mei-hyun pulled back her hood, her gaze fixed on him. Sometime later, on a nearby cliff, Sang-hyun demanded, "Miss Mei-hyun, why are you following me?" She simply turned and said, "Fight me. I know your skills are more than enough to be my opponent." The main character waved his hands frantically. No, I'm much weaker than you, I swear." "I'd die the second we started," he insisted. Mei-hyun's expression softened. "I don't understand why you hate fighting so much. You're even willing to insult yourself to avoid it." Sang-hyun turned away. "It's not an insult, I'm just weak." At that moment, Ellie's voice cut in. Sorry to interrupt." Both Mei-hyun and the main character turned. The magician pointed toward the departing carriage. "The group is getting farther away. Maybe we could discuss this when we arrive." Sang-hyun stared after the carriage. He glanced at Mei-hyun and sighed. "Let's go." She cleared her throat and agreed. As he walked back, Ellie whispered, "Who is she?" "You must have heard of her," Sang-hyun said. "The magic sword Mei-hyun." Ellie's jaw dropped. "The magic sword? You don't mean the ranker Mei-hyun?" Sang-hyun gave her a grim look and nodded. "Yes." In a flash, the mage rushed toward the legendary ranker. "Mei-hyun Nim," she gushed. "I'm a huge fan. Can I please have your autograph?" Mei-hyun flatly refused. Ellie returned to Sang-hyun completely dejected. "She rejected me," she mumbled. The main character sighed. "She's always like that. She may seem nice, but she's obsessed with battle. She doesn't care how much she annoys other people." From nearby, the ranker's voice cut in. "I can hear everything you know." Sang-hyun slapped a hand to his head. This mission was already a nightmare. But with Mei-hyun here, it was about to get a whole lot worse. Yerin climbed onto the cart and shouted, "Attention, everyone get ready to move. An orc horde is closing in." The squad leader's voice rang out. "Forward." Marine looked at her comrades. "I'll take the front line." "Sanghun, you have the right flank," she ordered. "Yes," he replied. Just then, the orcs burst from the trees roaring, "Kill the humans!" The mages unleashed a storm of fire. "The first wave is ours. Don't let up on the spells." Powerful streams of magic erupted aimed to annihilate every last monster. Marine brandished her weapon, becoming a whirlwind of steel that sliced the monsters to ribbons. The squad leader watched with a satisfied grin. The main character could only think, she's so fast. She had wiped out the entire wave in a mere second. In a one-on-one fight, he realized she would destroy me. There was only one way this could go. Marine finally stopped wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead. Cheon looked over the team. "You all did great work," she announced. "Let's take a break and get something to eat." The team erupted in cheers of hooray! A short while later, Cheon was serving soup into cups. Sanghun approached her with a gentle smile. "You need to rest as well, Miss Cheon," he said, offering to take over for her. The squad leader looked at him surprised. "Oh, Sanghun?" She thought to herself how most people would just eat and leave. But he was different. Cheon's expression softened. "Thank you," she said warmly. "I'll leave everything in your hands for a while." At that moment, Marine approached the main character. "Sanghun is a true martial artist," she commented. "He isn't arrogant, and he thinks of others." Sanghun turned, looking surprised by the compliment. He smiled back. "You're the incredible one, Miss Marine. You could defeat me in an instant without even trying." The ranker looked at him, surprised. "You're flattering me," she said. "Now's my chance," Sanghun thought. He deftly poured poison into Marine's bowl and handed it to her. An impatient voice called from the shadows. "How long are we going to wait?" The main character glanced over. Perfect. If he could time the poison just right, his probability of victory would soar. Marine sat on a crate and took a bite of food from her cup. Instantly, a system window flashed before her eyes. The 8 Trigram Spirit technique has detected poison. Level 3 hazard detector has identified a toxic substance. The martial artist's heart has discovered an abnormal flow of mana. Poison level high. Category immediate effect. Effect ability reduction. Marine looked at the alerts in shock. The system window updated again. Immunity to poisons has been activated. Poison potency has been reduced by 50%. One body, heart, and spirit has activated. Poison's ability reduction effect decreased by 38%.
The 8-trigram spirit technique is fully activating, eliminating remaining poison. Marine froze her spoon hovering mid-air. She walked over to Sanghun. "What is it, Miss Marine?" he asked. "Do you want more soup?"
"No," she replied. "Can I have a word?" Marine calmly put a hand to her lips. Poison was added to the food. Sangun's eyes widened in fake surprise. "Excuse me?"
"I know you're surprised, but calm down," she said evenly. "It seems someone secretly added poison. Warn the others and prepare yourselves. I'm going to patrol the area."
"Understood," Sangun said, his mind racing. How did she find out? It's a relief she doesn't suspect me. But standing just behind him, a hidden figure watched. Ellie thought to herself. Even Sangun would have to struggle against Marine's magic sword, right? It looks like they're going to fight after all. So maybe I should help him, Trisk. The magician ran after the ranker. "Marine eldest? Where are you going?" The ranker sighed in annoyance. "I've told you 100 times." "We're the same age. There's no need to call me eldest." Ellie's eyes welled with tears. "You don't like it?" She wiped a tear away with her hand. "I'm sorry," she sniffled. "You just seem like an older sister, so I spoke without thinking. I'll be more careful." The ranker looked puzzled. "Just call me senior." "You can call me senior." Ellie grabbed her arm, beaming. "Thank you, eldest. I'll talk to you at your convenience." The magician then suggested they patrol together, letting out a laugh. This puzzled Marine greatly. "I'm better off alone," she stated. As she turned, the mage extended her hand and cast a spell. The system window flared once more. Level 3 hazard detection has identified a curse. Morale has detected an anomaly. The body's mind is activating. The effect of the curse is reduced by 31%. 8 cultivation forms activated. Curse effect reduced by an additional 25%. Marine spun around in an instant. "Ellie, go back and warn Mr. Sangun," she commanded. "What about you?" Ellie asked. "There was poison in the food, and now I've been cursed. Since I was the only one targeted, it's clear they were after me." The magician's eyes went wide. How did she find out about my invisible curse? A short while later, Cheon put a hand to her face. "Strange," she murmured. "There are no monsters around here that use poisons or curses, but just in case. We'll set up shifts for the night." Sangun watched them, feigning a look of concern. Marine looked to the side. "I wanted to spar with Mr. Sangun anyway, even if monsters attack or I'm poisoned or cursed." Sangun realized he couldn't make any more excuses. He looked carefully at Marine, knowing this was his only chance. The main character spoke. "How about we just exchange 10 blows? If this takes too long, it could be a problem." Marine replied. "Okay, but you have to promise we'll fight again after the mission is over." Sangun met her gaze. "Agreed." "There are too many eyes here," he added. "Perhaps we should find another place." The main character looked at the sky, a plan forming in his mind. "If this is the right spot, I have a chance." He steeled himself. "I am the 21st ranker. No matter how strong she is, I can take 10 hits." Sangun's face grew serious as he resolved to endure. "Let's start," she declared, darting forward. Sangun spun to follow her movement as the ranker circled him, her eyes blazing with intent. He activated his movement technique. 9 punches, 8 punches, 7 punches. The main character dodged each blow just in time. The ranker narrowed her eyes. Is he dodging to find an opening? Or is he really unable to fight me? Sangun gripped the hilt of his sword. "I just need to lure her in." Into the trap I prepared beforehand. Marine rushed at him, landing a solid blow on his shoulder, which caught him completely by surprise. He dropped his sword. "Horror, my sword." Sangun looked down and saw the mechanism of his own trap. He had miscalculated the location and caught himself. Thrown off balance, he stumbled right into Marine's knee. The ranker flew downwards, a look of pure shock on her face. But Sanghun's luck hadn't run out. Confused, he swung his arm wildly and connected perfectly with Miryon's chin. The high ranker collapsed to the ground out cold. Sanghun stretched his arms, adjusting his gloves as he thought. It didn't matter how it happened. All that mattered was the victory. But what now? Horror crept into his heart. He meant to hold back. How did it come to this? Miriam stirred slowly, pushing herself up. She clutched her head, dazed. Wiping her mouth, one thought echoed in her mind. Had she lost? Sanghun offered a hand, asking if she was all right. But Miriam simply lowered her head. She asked, was he an expert in close quarters combat? The main character just flexed his neck, feigning nonchalance. He tried to brush it off, saying it wasn't like that. He insisted it was nothing special. Of course, to him it was obvious. His martial arts rank was just average. But the ranker knew better, her head bowed in thought. He dodged every single one of her direct attacks, as if he could see her every move before she made it. Tears welled in Miriam's eyes. The truth was devastating. He wasn't the arrogant one, she was. She stood tall, admitting it was improper, but asked if she could pose one more question. Our main character simply agreed. Of course, anything. With her eyes hidden by her bangs, she asked, Why didn't he use his sword for the final blow? Sanghun watched her carefully. His answer was simple. He missed, so he used his fists. Miryon froze. It wasn't to avoid senseless violence. It was a purely practical choice. Compared to her, who was obsessed with victory, Sanghun ended the spar flawlessly, minimizing all damage. The ranker turned away. "I lost today," she declared. "But our main character just threw his hands up. No, honestly, you should have won." The ranker stopped dead, planting her hands on her hips. "Don't patronize me," she snapped. "The winner doesn't console the loser." She declared she would learn from this defeat, and hoped they would fight again one day. Sanghun watched her walk away. "Well, we'll see," he murmured. He replayed the scene in his mind. She was on the verge of tears. Did he do something wrong, besides that strange encounter? The 8th day passed without any more surprises. The mission was ending peacefully. The town square was filled with trade carts. Before, Sanghun had avoided Miryon. But now, after their spar, she was the one avoiding him. She would walk right past her face, hidden by her hood. The moment the merchants entered the city, a system message appeared before him. The mission was officially complete. Miryon gave a slight nod, before being enveloped in a ray of light and vanishing. After a moment of silence, Sanghun sighed. Finally, things will calm down a bit. Right? But suddenly an old man's voice called out from behind. "Young man, wait just a moment." Sanghun turned a puzzled look on his face. "Is there a problem?" he asked. The old man smiled warmly. "I've been watching you. You helped us a great deal." "Of course you protected us, but you also shared your food. And even cleaned up when it wasn't your duty. You always went the extra mile." Sanghun looked away, stating he had no such noble intentions. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. "I see. Well, I originally expected that we'd lose at least half our goods to the monsters. But thanks to you, every last piece of luggage is intact." Our main character just offered a simple congratulations, wondering where this conversation was heading. The old man held out a glass vial. "Please take this." Sanghun's eyes widened. It was Fearin extract. A system window confirmed his suspicion. It was a high-rank Furan extract, a rare grade item. This potent liquid was crafted from the rare Furan herb, using a complex combination of magic. While it possessed properties that agitated monsters, it was also a vital catalyst for magical development. Sanghun stared at the potion in his hand. Fearin extract was one of the most expensive materials out there. An image of Seoyun flashed in his mind. So this is why she took on this mission so many times, to help the other characters. Suddenly Ellie grabbed his arm. "Sanghun, are you going to give that to me as a gift?" He just stared at her blankly. "Can you stop with the cute act?" The magician pouted, letting out a frustrated sigh. Clenching her fists, she changed her approach. "Fine, then sell it to me at a discount. A normal shop sells it for 30,000 gold. Just sell it to me for 20,000. Sanghun cracked his neck and looked away. "Well, as a magician, you need this more. So I guess it's necessary," he relented. "All right." Ellie's eyes lit up as she cheered with joy. He handed her the vial, asking, "You like it that much?" She pressed the vial to her cheek, beaming. Of course, most mages below the 4th grade can use this as a powerful catalyst. "With the time we have left, I can upgrade everything." She planned to level up her skills and gear. Sanghun looked towards the setting sun, deep in thought. "She's right," he mused. "Instead of just hunting, I need to focus on upgrading." The items he'd acquired were still quite useful. A system window displayed his inventory. But first things first, he needed to awaken. Sometime later at the class change temple, a familiar face greeted him. "Glad to see you again?" Philip asked if Sanghun remembered him. "Of course," he replied. The assistant then asked him to declare his chosen path, praying he wouldn't regret his decision. In front of our main character, various class cards materialized. The choices were laid bare. Swordsman Assassin, Trap Master, High-ranking Swordsman Samurai Poisoner, and High-ranking Explorer. Sanghun scanned the options. He definitely wasn't an explorer. That path would slow down his combat development. His style was built around overwhelming melee attacks. All his other skills were just for support. He put a hand to his face, thinking hard. His sword skills had brought him this far, but his spar with Miryon had taught him a valuable lesson. The true importance of close-quarters combat. He wondered why Samurai was the recommended class. Philip smiled knowingly. A difficult choice, isn't it? He made a circle with his fingers, adding, "If you'd like to pay a fee. For 3 times the price, you can change the options." Our main character just closed his eyes. The time for the S-rank mission was approaching. Dozens of rankers challenged those missions and failed. The S-rank difficulty would be on another level entirely. For a trial like that, he needed the power to react perfectly to any situation, just as he always had. A confident smile spread across Sanghun's face. "I choose swordsman." Philip extended his hand. "As you wish," the assistant declared. "Congratulations on beginning the path of an advanced swordsman." Just then, a new system window appeared. The main character had ascended to the rank of swordsman. All of his stats surged by 5 points. His skill levels rose, and his skill class was upgraded. Sanghun had now mastered the exclusive talisman arts, along with the elusive disappearing skill. He had even achieved mastery of the ups and downs technique. A flow of pure energy enveloped him as the system window declared his new class, the swordsman. He had gathered all his past knowledge, achieving a profound enlightenment. This new understanding was divided into 3 core concepts: heaven, earth, and man. Through the trials of his journey, Sanghun realized that all knowledge could be condensed into one. He could now wield simple talismans with incredible power. Looking at his palm, he knew he had much to consider. Philip laughed, saying special skills always come with an awakening. The main character looked down, thinking that good or bad, the job was finally done. He clenched his fists. The only thing left was to train and gain more skills before the mission. Sometime later, Sanghun was lying in his room. "The mission is tomorrow," he muttered. Suddenly, a strange glove on the table caught his eye. An assistant materialized in the room. The main character sat up, asking the man's name. "It's Jerry," the assistant said, hoping for a chat, but admitted they were short on time. He revealed the next mission was S-rank, titled Dawn That Breaks the Darkness, and Sanghun would participate in the body of a character. Jerry stepped forward. "In this mission, everyone starts on equal terms. A player can't simply bring a character with maxed out stats." Sanghun frowned. "Wait a second," he interrupted. "Does this mean I can't use my current skills?" Jerry smiled. "Of course not. A player's abilities are limited by the chosen character's potential." He held out his palms, revealing that even hero rank characters would be available. If players could use their full power, the difficulty would plummet. The assistant showed images of heroes on his palms. "The gods don't assign an S-rank mission lightly," he laughed. "This mission is a story, a decisive battle between heroes trying to stop the Demon King before he consumes the world." The mission is split into 3. Fronts: the plains, where lower ranks will face the demon army; the castle dungeon, where the king rests; and a battlefield where the highest ranks will become a thorn in the king's side. These 3 locations are connected, Jerry explained. If even one part weakens, the entire mission gets harder. Sanghun looked at him surprised. "So every single player is important?" The assistant smiled and pointed. "Exactly. But if you can complete it, you'll receive a legendary item." He leaned in closer. "A mountain of treasure. And of course, a spare life." A spare life, the main character thought. Jerry began to fade away. "It seems my time is up. Good luck." Soon after, a system window appeared before a massive castle. "Conquering the Demon King. S-rank." The Demon King, who nearly conquered the world, was gravely wounded by a hero's attack. He has retreated deep into his castle. To recover, you must destroy the demon and bring back the light. The objective: kill the Demon King. Reward: 50,000 mission points. Sanghun's eyes opened. "Excellent, it's begun. First, I need to get my bearings." He glanced in a mirror and froze, staring at his feminine features. Seeing a girl's reflection, he slammed his hands on the table. "What is this?" He yelled in panic. "It's not there, it's missing. It should be there, but it's gone." The main character frantically shouted, "Status window." The system confirmed it. Sanghun had become Serena, a swordsman. Her title: the only princess of the empire. Location: the false eminence. Notoriety plus 2,250. Stats: strength 21 plus 68. Agility 31 plus 92. Endurance 12 plus 59. Wisdom 139 plus 77. Mana 191 plus 69. Luck 51 plus 35. Serena's condition normal. The main character stared in disbelief. These stats couldn't be worse. He put a hand to his head. "Okay, calm down. Judging by her stats, she's a magician. This might work out since I won't have to fight head on. She must have some good skills at least." Sanghun opened the skills window. He saw a swordsmanship talisman art and a low-rank ice spear with haste. He blinked. Sewing. Playing the lute, whining court conversation, and formal dinner etiquette. His eyes shot wide open. What is all this? Just then, a new window appeared. Side mission activated: the runaway princess, rank E. Princess Serena is cut off from her warriors by a demon attack. She must escape the monsters chasing her. You award 100 mission points. Sanghun thought monsters. Skeletons and a looming dark demon materialized before him. He stared in absolute horror. "I've never seen creatures like these before. Can I really defeat them?" Sanghun glanced down and saw a weapon at his hip. "Luckily, I have a sword." "Wait, is this a sword? Well, it's better than nothing." The demon growled, "Human, kill!" Sanghun looked up, meeting its gaze. A system window flashed. The main character heard the Dark Knight's magic-infused voice. Fear effect received, frozen for 10 seconds. All stats decreased by 50%. Sangun's eyes widened. I can't even move a finger. The probability of surviving this fight, with these stats and skills, is 0. The mission was impossible from the start. It doesn't matter, even if it just kills me. The Dark Knight swung its massive fist. A moment later, a loud scream echoed through the floating castle. Why did Serena have to go to Sangun? Lucifer stood before her image deep in thought. A player should never have entered the princess's body. She plays far too important a role in this scenario. According to the script, Serena should run in the opposite direction from the monsters and join a separated suicide squad. Lucifer pictured the scene. But since Sangun has possessed her, he'll definitely try to fight them instead of running. She might even die from that one attack. If for some reason Serena dies, the entire mission will fail. Lucifer sat on his throne, lost in thought. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appeared beside him. At that same moment, a new system window appeared before Sangun. It read, returning everything to normal. With his non-combat skills temporarily forged into weapons of war, the skill Princess's Dignity blazed to life. The fear gripping him vanished, and
strength flooded back into his limbs. A system window flashed. Female pride activated. Fear resistance increased. Suppression of tears activated.
His willpower surged. Power returned to his body as the system announced the fog of his days had finally lifted. Sangun wondered. Everything was returning. His non-combat abilities were now combat-ready. Could he truly wield such power? He stared forward, anew, confidence burning in his eyes. This was no useless ability. The system confirmed it, returning everything to normal activated. Your non-combat skills will be temporarily converted to combat skills. Effect, traditional Florentine etiquette, is now active. His movements became precise and formal. Abnormal salsa activated. His footwork grew unpredictable and fluid. High-level ballet activated. His body felt weightless, his motions impossibly graceful. Traditional dance of the Empire activated. He was no longer bound by constraints, moving purely on rhythm. A new window appeared announcing that even belly
dancing had been activated, adding strange new movements alongside tap dancing. A notification chimed. Infinite curiosity activated. His skills were creating a powerful synergy. A monster lunged its claws, aimed for his throat, but Sangun dodged with effortless grace. He gripped the sword's hilt and unleashed a blinding strike against the skeleton.
The main character gasped in shock. What was this? His body. It was moving on its own. Was this the power of his dancing skills now reforged for battle? Sangun flipped through the air, delivering a devastating kick to the monster. He landed with perfect poise, noting the horde of enemies still before him. The situation was still critical. The main character declared, Art of the Talisman Flame Fill. Instantly, his sword erupted in a vortex of fire. The skeletons recoiled, their bony hands clutching their weapons in fear. Sangun realized these creatures could sense his sword energy. They were keeping their distance. One of the skeletons leaped high, swinging its weapon down, but Sangun saw it coming, taking a single step forward to evade the blow. He spun around his flaming blade, cleaving through the undead warrior. A smile touched his lips as he recalled Eel's image. Thankfully, he'd already witnessed a master of this very swordsmanship. Sangun fainted and a system window appeared. Tap dance activated. His speed skyrocketed. He threw his arms back and surged forward like an arrow. The Dark Knight gripped its own blade, its eyes snapping open as it swung. With a clash of steel, the main character blocked the blow, shocking the fearsome knight. It tilted its head, its gaze fixed on Serene's pure white hair. Sangun vaulted into the air, catching the knight's arm and landing in a perfect ballet stance, his sword pointed to the heavens. The demon was stunned by the bizarre spectacle. It roared in fury. How dare you play with me? The system responded. High-ranking waltz activated. You are now following your partner's lead. Sangun twisted and flowed, moving through elegant ballet forms. The knight couldn't handle the humiliation and screamed for him to stop. The main character touched his own cheek. Perhaps our little performance should end here. He swung his sword forward, pointing it directly at the knight. He looked his enemy dead in the eyes and uttered a single word, explosion. The knight's body was instantly consumed by raging fire as it shrieked in agony. A brilliant flash erupted, forcing Sangun to shield his eyes. He stared at the aftermath. What? It shouldn't have been that strong. This was high circle magic, without a doubt. The main character wondered if his base power had increased along with his intelligence stat. A system window announced the monster's defeat. Sangun had earned 8 mission points. He waved his hand, realizing that it seemed he gained points just for killing these monsters. He then heard Saren's voice and was startled. Was that his own voice now? He knew he had to grow accustomed to this body for the mission. Just as Jerry warned, the difficulty of this quest was immense. Only the strongest, the true rankers were meant to be here, and he had been cast as the princess in a mission to rescue the princess. The main character considered this Was this how it was meant to be? He understood now. This body held a pivotal role in the entire scenario. Sanghun touched the system window. Beyond destroying the king and escaping, there was another objective. He read it aloud. Runblade, a side quest, but it's A rank. Suddenly, the system declared that he had completed the Princess Escape mission and received 100 mission points. Just then, a voice from behind called out, "Is the Princess Rescue mission complete?" The main character spun around, shocked. That manner of speech? It was another player. He saw several figures standing in the room, their eyes fixed on him and Saren's body. One of them asked, "Is that girl the princess?" A knight in heavy armor stepped forward. "I am relieved to see you are safe, princess. I, Hayram, could not rest while thinking of the dangers you faced." Sangun's mind raced. Hayram, the heroic NPC. Jerry mentioned, the others must be players. One of them blurted out, "Is she a player?" Another added, "Wow, she's gorgeous. What's her name?" A third chimed in, "She really looks like a princess. Maybe a magician class?" Sangun listened to their chatter with cold indifference. But Hayram exploded in a furious rage. "You ignorant soldiers, how dare you address Her Highness with such disrespect? I, a loyal knight of the Empire, will not stand for this insolence." He drew his sword, and a brilliant blue aura of fire erupted around him, a testament to the sheer power behind his words. A system window popped up for all to see, enhancement pill. One of the ultimate skills usable by a thrice awakened warrior. On the battlefield, the players' jaws dropped in utter shock and terror. They stared, trembling. One of them stammered, "Enhancement pill, that's insane. He's a thrice awakened NPC. We have to bow. Now we can't die here." In an instant, all three players scrambled, to their knees, bowing their heads low in a desperate gesture of apology. The knight, satisfied, slowly began to sheathe his sword. Sangun watched an idea sparking in his mind. What if he pretended to be an NPC to hide the fact that he was a player? After all, this body was already tied to an NPC mission. The players would have no reason to doubt him. He decided in that moment to seize control of the situation. He wasn't Sangun anymore. He was a noble lady, a princess, a proud woman with nothing to fear. He had to embody the role completely. A system window appeared. Princess's dignity activated. Charisma activated. As if by instinct, Sangun's hands moved into a graceful position, and his posture became flawlessly regale. The traditions of the Floran Empire activated. His gaze became majestic, impossibly cold, as a system window reported the change. With his aristocrat class and bluff skill active, he gazed down upon the players, his voice dripping with contempt. "How dare you insects insult the princess?" he snarled, pointing his sword directly at them. The terrified man in glasses threw his hands up in surrender, pleading, "I'm so sorry. Please just forgive us this one time." A wicked smile touched Sanghun's lips. He wondered if he was playing this part perfectly. Wow, there's a real fire in her voice. First, he had to fully commit to the role. Sheathing his sword, he turned his back on them. He declared that in a normal situation, insulting the princess is an unforgivable crime. But with the Demon King so close, he would grant them mercy. The players, still on their knees, bowed their heads in gratitude. Sanghun realized this was going far better than he'd ever hoped. He was now the weakest princess who had just claimed the throne. The original plot followed a story where the princess would be surrounded by nobles and guards on her throne. They claimed the forces in the labyrinth were ambushed, but his own information was dangerously thin. If he asked something obvious like, "Why am I here?" his identity as a player would be exposed. He shot a furtive glance at the others. Should he risk it and ask? Instead, the main character approached the loyal knight, his voice laced with concern. "I am worried. So many have suffered because of the Mud Riders' ambushes." Angram smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, princess. Though our army was gathered in haste, every man here is a warrior." With a hand over his heart, he vowed, "I will personally guarantee your safety." Sanghun glanced away, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. 100 people, the total number he could identify. More often than not, he recalled players ended up in the bodies of the twice awakened. As for NPCs, there weren't many a deliberate choice to keep the difficulty high. Besides, there was a critical mission he still hadn't had a chance to review the rune blade. He summoned a system window, the mission details glowing before him. Quest the rune blade, rank AAA. It was a treasure of the Floran Empire passed down from generation to generation. A divine sword forged by a mysterious ancient power. The rune blade, long hidden from the world, had reappeared as a great threat loomed. The Empire's only heir. Princess Serena immediately resolved to take part in the sacred ritual. She would offer her life to the rune blade, awakening its power to save the world. The sword would be bathed in ancient magic and potent spells. The condition
For completing this mission was the awakening of the rune blade. As a reward, he would receive a staggering 10,000 mission points. Sanghun looked closer at the
system window and his blood ran cold. Wait, what is this? They wanted him to sacrifice himself. The main character felt a sharp pain pierce his skull and winced. He clutched his head and began to fall. Angram lunged forward, catching Serena in his arms. Are you all right? Sanghun leaned heavily on the knight's support and said that she was just a little dizzy. He asked her not to push her body too hard. Sanghun's mind raced, his heart pounding. He had to think of the bright side even in the absolute worst-case scenario. If he had to complete this task, he would at least get 10,000 mission points. He frowned at his weapon. Is this the rune blade? A new window appeared displaying the sword's characteristics. Its class was legendary, but it was currently sealed. The type of blade was an excellent blade. This was a magical sword passed down through the Florin Imperial line, capable of strengthening magical power by 200%. It was also possible to enchant the sword with magic. It could replace a catalyst, but only if less than the 6th circle of magic was used. Mana costs for using skills had been reduced
by 30%, but this feature was currently locked. The speed of using skills had been increased by 30%, but that was also blocked. The result of using skills had been
increased by 30%, but is now sealed. 50 points to all stats, also sealed. The ability to cast the 8th circle magic Hellfire once a month is currently locked. To unlock the blade's full potential, 100,000 sacrifices are required. Sanghun only had 13. He wondered if the gauge had even moved at all.
Could unlock it while just chasing monsters. After that huge battle with the skeletons, the number was pitifully small. The blade had consumed 3 entire hordes of skeletons
in one dark night, but the gauge had only filled up to 13 points. He frowned and lowered his head, realizing that he probably wouldn't be able to unlock the blade without sacrificing his life. But he was certain there had to be another way. A guard saw the crowd at the door and shouted for them to stand still and not come any closer. If they took even one more step, he would kill them. Sanghun's thoughts were shattered as he turned around. A man and a woman stood at the front, with arrogant, dissatisfied expressions. What's this? If you're an NPC, you should behave like one. We're twice awakened too, you know. Then they looked back questioningly. An old wizard struggled through the crowd. He extended his hand forward and shouted, Angram, you're alive! Angram's face lit up and he spread his arms. Wide as he approached, Hansen, you're alive, he exclaimed. I was with the Imperial Guards, so I managed just fine. Then he turned to Serena and let out a long, relieved gasp. He was overjoyed that the princess was okay. Sanghun began to scowl, overhearing the players discussing the princess. They asked each other, is that the princess? Is this NPC also a heroic grade? Kong Muhan approached her and asked her to accept his apology. Sanghun looked at him in surprise. He scratched the back of his head and said it looked like they were still recovering from their trip to the dungeon. Sanghun's mind raced. Kong Muhan. He needed to stay calm. He thinks the princess is just an NPC. Sanghun replied that the wisdom of the magician Count Hansen would not hurt in their situation. The old magician stated that they had 2 options. The first is to find our scattered units. Even if it takes time, we must meet and unite. We will be able to work together to minimize the damage. But the Demon King will be able to recover during this time. In addition, the troops blocking his horsemen could be destroyed. The second, he continued, is to push our way to the center of the dungeon. Although there are many strong monsters there, getting to the center is not that difficult. Even if we don't fight them now, over time, they will join the attack. The players who had arrived first gasped. What a quest! What's there? A system window notified them of the start of a side mission unification and advancement. Rank C. Conditions for completion unification. Unite the divided attacking army. Progress move towards the model. The system announced the dungeon's grand reward. Unification 30 points for every single member of the attacking army. And an advancement reward mission, points from monsters, would increase by 5%. Muhan smirked, thinking, when a quest like this appears, do we even have a choice? But this was an S-rank mission. Safety had to come first. He smiled, suggesting they should unite before proceeding. But Soyeon cut him off sharply. No, we move out right now. Muhan was stunned, asking with a nervous energy, right now, but... Soyeon's gaze turned to ice. Are you refusing my command? Beside him, Anram let out a pointed cough. The message was clear. Muhan realized Serena was warning him disobey, and you'll be shorter by a head. If this was how it would be, why even pretend there was a choice? He dropped to one knee, bowed his head, and pledged, I will follow the princess's will. A system window flashed, side mission advancement selected. Sanghyun smirked with satisfaction at the sight of Muhan's bowed head. In that case, he declared, We begin our advance. Sir Anram and Count Hansen, you will protect the princess from the rear. They responded in unison. As you command. As their party grew, so did the number of monsters. Players stared as massive shimmering blue slimes oozed down the dungeon walls. But before anyone could react, Muhan leading the vanguard became a whirlwind of destruction, cutting down all the undead. He masterfully wielded his weapon, shattering skeletons and bat-like beasts. He was once a first-stage awakened general, but now he was a fully awakened third-stage legend. Watching him, the super-strong Sanghyun's face darkened with displeasure.
To break his own restrictions, he needed to take an active role. But if he fought on the front lines with a sword, he'd be exposed instantly.
For now, he observed the other players locked in a desperate struggle against skeletons, zombies, and wraiths. They charged into the fray, carving monsters to pieces. Soyeon turned to Hansen. Can you use the spell? He nodded. I can, but you hardly need my support. Her gaze hardened. If the princess commands you to cast magic, you cast it. I don't need an explosion. Just let it fly into the air. Hansen, taken aback, could only say, understood. He thought to himself, if she says cast, then I cast. Raising his staff high, he prepared the incantation. Explosion! He roared. The wind whipped at his robes as a brilliant magic circle materialized behind him. At the same time, Soyeon drew her sword, raising it high. Bathed in the light of the magic circle, her blade was instantly engulfed in roaring flames. A system window appeared. Rune. Blade is absorbing magic. Explosion has been enchanted. Maximum saves reached. Enchanting new magic will cancel the explosion effect. She smiled, a look of pure delight on her face. Art is an explosion. The system chimed again. Reflection of polarities activated. Mid-class bow. Proficiency increased. She spun her sword, carving a fiery arc through the air, deflecting the fireballs, and sending them hurtling straight toward the monsters. An enraged Muhan whipped his head around, shouting, What's going on? Who just stole my kills? Soyeon coolly replied, This princess did. Muhan hadn't even seen her move. His bravado vanished. He stammered, But why? Soyeon winked. You looked like you were in danger, surrounded by all those monsters. Are you displeased? She asked this with a threatening smile. Muhan looked terrified, only able to let out a nervous hiccup. Sanghyun seemed to loom behind the princess, lending her his wicked aura. Muhan thought even a powerhouse like him couldn't defy the princess, the central NPC of this quest. If he could remain hidden, the leading role would be his for the taking. He dropped to one knee again. If the princess were injured, our army's morale would plummet, he declared, shooting Soyeon a look of bitter resentment. She barely glanced at him. I'm not afraid of getting hurt, she said. I can't just stand by and watch, while everyone else risks their lives to save the world. Behind her, a servant burst into tears, covering his face. I'm so moved by the princess's deep convictions, Sanghyun thought with cold contempt. I wish he'd just shut up. Muhan, however, was already plotting. Don't get comfortable, Serena, he thought with a vicious grin. The moment I get a chance, you're dead. With an identical grin, Sanghyun thought, even if I can't claim the glory, I won't back down. I profit either way. Let's continue the advance, Sanghyun announced. And this princess will support Muhan from the rear. Muhan stood and offered a stiff thank you. Before them, a strange corridor materialized, filled with an eerie purple light and swirling smoke. As they advanced, cautiously examining the bizarre place, Sanghyun mused, We're moving quickly. It was because the party's average power level was astonishingly high. Plus, there were 3 thrice-awakened legends among them. Suddenly, a player held up a hand, halting the group. Wait, go back, it's a trap. He declared, I'll handle it, and began manipulating a mechanism with a magical tool. A moment later, he casually asked, So what do they give 30 points for disarming a trap? Sanghyun's mind raced, so it wasn't just about killing monsters. He needed a new strategy. At that same moment, in a different dungeon, players were screaming, Someone block the front line, we all need to move. Have you never been in a party before archers provide cover fire? This second group was battling a massive army of skeletons and undead. Streams of powerful magic and torrents of fire lit up the battlefield. A skeleton shrieked, lunging at Ryujin. Without a shred of hesitation, she acted. With one swift, elegant motion, she bisected the skeleton. Her body felt impossibly light. All she needed were her sword skills. Her third-stage powers were unnecessary. 3 skeletons in rusted armor rose before her. You shall not pass, they rasped. Ryujin gripped her sword tighter and began to advance. They attacked relentlessly, but she moved like a phantom, skillfully dodging and predicting their clumsy strikes from every angle. The skeleton's confidence began to waver. Now, facing her, Ryujin crossed her twin swords and prepared to move diagonally. She activated her skill sword control key and shot toward them like a bolt of lightning. In a flurry of blindingly fast movements, she eliminated all 3 monsters in just a few strokes, her blades leaving shimmering trails of magical energy in the air. The other players could only stare in awe. Incredible, she finished them in seconds. But Ryujin knew better. I'm still not at his level, she thought. Her mind flashed back to that sparring match to the moment he'd struck her jaw. She resolved then and there after this mission, she would demand a formal duel with Sanghun. A sudden tremor shot through Muhan's shoulder. He clutched it, wondering, why this unnatural chill? Sanghun's voice cut through his thoughts. How much farther? I'm not sure, he admitted. This labyrinth was once part of the Empire, but nearly all records of it were lost. A true tragedy that this place now belongs to the monsters, but with the princess and her soldier now among them stopping, was not an option. His mind raced. Soldier? The player girl's urgent cry echoed through the passage.
Stop. There's a massive void just ahead, she warned. We can't go any further. Muhan challenged her. Is our current group not strong enough to pass? Her reply was grim. No. There's a monster in there I've never seen before. Muhan's eyes narrowed. A monster she's never encountered. Two players cautiously peered into the darkness. Hansen's voice was low.
They're called the Lich and the Hell Knight, he explained. Specters of the undead. Muhan pressed, Are they dangerous? Hansen's laugh was hollow. Dangerous, of course.
They are among the strongest of the undead class, he stated flatly. With our current combat power, victory is impossible. Muhan considered their options. Can we still push forward?
It would be better to gather more people. Sanghun appeared behind him, his voice a calm warning. Don't be rash. If we rest here, we can rendezvous with another assault team. Their eyes met, sharing smiles that were both forced and fake. The group halted, setting up a small camp near the passage, its fire a tiny beacon in the oppressive dark. Muhan watched Serena, his mind calculating. How could he possibly neutralize her? If they clashed, her loyal servants would intervene and his defeat would be certain. As a princess, her influence over the heroes was absolute. A strategy of systematic appeasement was his only choice. Muhan pictured a grand table laden with a basket of beautiful flowers. Meanwhile, Sanghun carefully sliced his meat and began to eat. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he commented, The food is adequate. He sat at a small table dining like a true noble.
Hansen stood nearby, adding, Well, I'm no chef. Muhan stared in disbelief. A steak? In the middle of a deadly dungeon.
The main character suddenly looked his way. Is there something you wish to say? He asked, his face a mask of cold displeasure. Muhan quickly shook his head. No, nothing at all. He watched her bewildered. As expected, she remains a princess demanding royal treatment even in a place like this. In this world, the ultimate goal is to become God's successor, to be the one who controls the universe. But Simu knows better than anyone else just how utterly useless he is. What can a man do when he lacks even the slightest chance to rise from the very bottom? He knows one thing, how to drag others down with him. It's a dirty method, but its effectiveness is undeniable. Many have already fallen victim to his schemes, and he can feel the weight of their resentment. For now, he must be cautious. He must play by the rules of etiquette. He scanned the group. If the moment came where killing them all was the most profitable choice, he wouldn't hesitate. Conscience. That was a luxury he couldn't afford. In the worst-case scenario, he would kill them himself, ensuring the blade remained sealed forever. That way, at least no one else would benefit. Suddenly, deafening bangs and crashes erupted from the passage. What was that? A player yelled. A surprise attack. Did someone enter the void? Sanghun grew anxious. What are they talking about? No one came through our entrance, so how is this possible? Behind him, even Serena looked worried. Then a colossal purple explosion of dark magic ripped through the darkness. It's people, a player shouted. They're fighting the monsters. They could see them now. A second group was locked in battle with the Lich, a gigantic undead horror. I think there are two other entrances, the girl realized, on different sides of the void. Muhan was already moving. Everyone attack from this side, he commanded. He spotted Moran's demonic sword. So there's a top ranker among them.
Before him, a single ranker battled a horde of monsters. Muhan summoned his power, his hands grasping a weapon of pure light. Cannon spear, he roared, spinning the weapon in a blinding arc.
A circle of warm yellow light pulsed outward. Muhan launched the spear at the Hell Knight like a burning sunbeam. It pierced straight through the monster's chest. The beast collapsed. It crashed heavily to one knee, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Muhan watched its every move, his senses on high alert. The creature stood up abruptly, letting out a deafening shriek. Muhan looked up in shock and horror. There wasn't even a scratch. Before him stood the towering Hell Knight, screaming as it swung its razor-sharp metal arms. Again, Muhan brandished his luminous spear. He hurled it with immense force, the weapon blazing through the air with a bright red-white trail. The spear struck true.
Fiery energy erupted from the point of impact, blasting the monster backwards. Muhan now stood before the creature, his spear pinning it against the cavern wall where a huge crack had appeared.
With a fierce battle cry, Muhan charged forward to press the attack. The Hell Knight let out a terrifying growl, its maw wide open. It rushed to meet him, lashing out. Its iron hand connected with a sickening crunch. Muhan screamed as he was thrown to the ground, the impact rattling his bones. The monster loomed over him, his own spear still in its hand. Muhan bared his teeth. This is bad. He had blocked the blow with his reinforced body and expensive items. This should have been an easy win, Sannon shouted orders. Sir Ungram, support the warriors. Hansen, hold back the lich.
Ungram drew his blade. Understood. Hansen nodded grimly. On it. They charged toward the battle. A horde of skeletons swarmed around the towering lich. Ungram leaped into their midst, his sword a blur of motion as he began to cut them down.
Hansen went directly for the lich, restraining it with torrents of brilliant blue magic that exploded against the undead creature's body. Sannon gripped his own sword, his expression hardening. He swung his blade in a wide arc, yelling, "Explosion!" Instantly, countless streams of magic, just like Hansen's, rained down upon the Hell Knight. The princess's magic detonated against the beast in blinding flashes, yet it refused to fall. Sayamun could only watch his shoulders slumping in fear. This is not good. At this rate, he would be annihilated. Behind him, 2 other players muttered, "This is getting worrying. We attacked far too quickly. I didn't think it was possible for any creature to push back this many people." His companion hissed, "It's useless. We just watch the situation, and then we run. If we stay, we'll die like dogs." The other player argued, "But what if we're the only 2 left alive? If everyone dies, the mission will be impossible to complete." His companion clamped a hand over his mouth. "Quiet, you fool! Who cares about this mission? We don't have to kill the Demon King to get points. We can just hunt weaker monsters. If we endure this and pick up even a few points, it will be enough." A2 earn special items. The player's eyes widened. That's a brilliant plan. The super strong ranker glanced back at them, a single thought crossing his mind. They planned to escape. When the players saw Saren was not going to succeed, they stared at her sword with excitement. Sungun approached them instantly, and with a deafening sweep of his blade, he severed the head of one of the deserters. The second player screamed that she was a madwoman who deserved to die. He then conjured a magic circle, but he never got the chance to attack. Saren closed the distance in a flash, and with the same swift motion decapitated him in a spray of blood. She held the man's head in her hand and commanded everyone's attention. The other players froze mid-battle, their surprise turning all eyes toward her. Saren declared with fury that these
men were cowards who abandoned their squad when it was at risk, all to save their own skin. Blood dripped from the severed head in her grasp as Sungun
shouted with menace. He could forgive the defeated, but he would never forgive cowards. Every last one of them would fight until their final breath. A system window appeared announcing that the princess's dignity had been activated. Bluff and threat skills were now in effect. Muhan and his party members stared at her, their faces a mask of surprise and displeasure. He roared in fury, "A nightmare I will never forget the faces of those scoundrels who tried to escape. Everyone must perform their duty properly. He would not forget." The players in his group roared, "Yes!" and charged back into the fight against the dead. The magicians began to unleash their strongest spells. They chanted divine proclamation, and a colossal stream of fire magic rained down upon the monsters, incinerating them. Another shouted elemental strike as the magician obliterated a massive beast. Ryun dashed forward, unleashing her signature 3-shadow sword skill. Kangun watched nervously, thinking that everything was now under control. At least he had boosted their morale. He turned to Hansong, but the magician needed no instruction, simply nodding that she understood. They raised their sword and staff together, creating a massive magic circle. Saren unleashed her bombs as Hanseong unleashed a powerful explosion. Countless bright and powerful beams of magic pierced the lich, detonating across its body. The monster shrieked in pain from the overwhelming damage, trying to shield itself from the magical assault. The players roared, "This is our supporting force, excellent. We must push him back and block him." The second group shouted that the Hell Knight was about to break through the corridor. They had to be careful. He was incredibly strong. A monster missing an arm, followed by its army of the dead, began pouring out of a huge passage. One of the players suddenly charged towards the monster, raising his fist for a devastating attack. He struck the beast, and the collision created a massive blinding flash and a powerful shockwave. The monster was sent flying, far from the impact site. The other warriors were completely stunned. One of them stammered, "The Hellish Knight was sent flying." The player walked towards them, irritably fixing his hair. He stated that he was called up recently and was now extremely annoyed, so he wanted to end this quickly. Sungun tensed and thought, "What kind of person is this?" Hansong called out to him loudly, "Soldierly Han?" The main character looked at the magician in shock, thinking, "A soldier?" At that moment, Han-On charged the recovering monster, preparing for another clash. The beast ran towards him with equal fury. The soldier leaped into the air, attacking with his fist as a brilliant magical aura erupted behind him. The circle of fire was so bright that it silhouetted his dark and terrible figure. The main character watched him closely, realizing Han-On was overwhelmingly strong. The fight ended in an instant. Including him, there are 4 NPCs, and considering the second and third stages of the awakened ones. The rest of the group joined forces after.
After the battle, the corpses of the dead and the Hell Knight lay strewn across the ground. A girl asked what they had won. A guy answered her first. How about we prepare our formation and attack? The third stage awakened the ruthless Saint Kimun.
Asked, what if the princess convinces the heroes to stand on the front line? The third stage awakened great magician Yubu replied that this was a problem. If all the people make it back alive, it won't be long before arguments over collecting points begin. Yeon said they couldn't possibly be that stupid. Beiwu adjusted his glasses and stated that they were precisely that stupid. Yeon asked, how about we organize a team with only third-level awakened ones? The magician asked if he thought it would be too dangerous. Yeon stole a glance at Han-an and said that things weren't so bad since that soldier was with them. Saren approached Han-an with a friendly smile and asked if he would give the princess a moment. The soldier stood calmly leaning against the wall and didn't answer. Then he simply walked past the princess, which shocked the main character. Sanghun bared his teeth, thinking with irritation and displeasure. Who is this brat? How dare he ignore the princess? Han-an confidently walked towards the other players. He announced, if everyone is rested, then it's time for us to move out. One of the guys asked for a little more time as they hadn't finished their discussion. With a peaceful look and closed eyes, Han-an asked, a discussion, what kind of nonsense is this? You would be better off using this time to train, Beiwu said with displeasure. If you're so confident you won't mind being in the vanguard, Han-an looked at him angrily and said that it wasn't a problem. But have any of you received the mission points you so desperately want? The surprised girl worriedly, and loudly asked how he knew. Are you a player? Han-an said he just heard, and that she needed to watch her language because he's not that kind of player. The girl screamed again.
I've never even heard your name, so who are you? But then she screamed as Han-an lifted her up by her clothes with one hand. He seriously told her to speak, more politely.
Do I look like a clown? Sanghun looked at him in surprise and fear, thinking, what is he? Is he really an NPC? An angry ranker was flying
towards Han-an from the side, swinging her sword, but Han-an just smiled. The next second, 2 of his fingers caught the blade of her sword. Rion looked on in shock as he
easily held her sword in one hand. Rion began to panic when he turned to her. She thought, he's blocking a super fast surprise attack with just his fingers. Only Sanghun could do that. Han-an is incredibly strong. In Rion's mind, he looked more like a monster with a murderous look and a bloody aura.
Pushed off and ran to attack holding her 2 swords. Her right sword stings like a bee, and her left sword flies like a butterfly. She moved her left sword
aside and swung her right sword to attack. Han-an dodged her blow and said with a bored look, you're fast, but not for me. He quickly brought his fist to her surprised face. The next second, there was a loud bang and a bright flash. The shockwave threw Rion back. She fell to the ground with a crash as Han-an stood next to her. She raised her body on her elbows and looked at him angrily while she coughed. Han-an said, in the end, your swordsmanship lacks strength and is too flashy. Her movements are rough. When she tries new tricks, her form falters. Han noted the flaws in her style, then looked away pondering. He then asked, oh, it's only been 4 months? The ranker glared at him. 4 months since she'd joined their mission. With a faint smile, Han admitted he would take it back. She possesses an unbelievable talent. He even applauded her, earning an annoyed and angry glare from Ryan. One of the other players, terrified, whispered, who is that guy? Is he stronger than our top ranker? Another player scoffed, shouting that he was just some NPC. He charged forward, screaming that he'd teach him a lesson. Khan let out a weary sigh, then turned his head. His gaze, fixed on the approaching player, was filled with a soul-crushing pressure that no human should possess. The player froze in his tracks. He gritted his teeth in pure terror. All he could see were Han's crimson eyes. He felt like a helpless frog about to be devoured by a serpent. The others could only ask, what was that horrifying glare? Muhan frowned, realizing this was an incredible, overwhelming killing intent. Khan bared his teeth, displeased. He spread his arms wide and declared that they should all listen. He was not a player, nor an NPC. The truth is, he is a god. His confident expression and majestic aura were undeniable. The players stared in utter shock, grabbing their heads in disbelief. A god? Is he truly a god?
Khan tried to sound convincing, saying, yes, I came here for all of you. Muhan exploded. Didn't you bring us to this world? You stole us from our peaceful lives.
He roared with righteous fury. It's your fault we're all suffering. He leaped into the air, spear aimed for the kill. He was met with a single brutal punch. The impact grotesquely deformed his face as he let out a scream of agony. He was sent flying backward, crashing hard against the ground. His team could only shout his name.
Khan spoke calmly. Just so you know, I didn't send you into this mess. He then smiled, winked, and added, really, I'm just a spectator. Some players screamed in rage.
It made no difference. One clenched his fist, ordering everyone to kill this bastard. Sanghun watched it all unfold, realizing this was the breaking point. Their pent-up frustration had finally boiled over. Madness eclipsed their eyes. Ryan simply wiped the dirt from her cheek and glared at the self-proclaimed god. Well, Khan said, his smile turning sinister and cruel. I won't kill you, but I'll make you wish you were dead. He clenched his fist and a burning aura erupted around him. A low rumble filled the air. Two players' faces contorted as if struck by an invisible force. Khan had unleashed a massive shockwave, blasting everyone back. The defiant players were scattered in every direction. One lay groaning on the ground. When Khan approached and stepped on his hand, he let out a piercing scream. With a bored expression, Khan said, I don't mind continuing this fight, but I can't guarantee your lives. Do you wish to proceed? A player sat before him, crying through gritted teeth as he clutched his fist. He spat out the words, You absolute scoundrel. Khan just smiled. Looks like we've reached a painless agreement. Painless, the beaten and humiliated players could only glare in disbelief. Khan announced that they would now continue, pointing towards Hansen. You, open that door. Hansen, though nervous, complied. He walked towards a colossal door wrapped in chains, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He called for the princess. The main character watched in surprise. As she approached the door, a massive glowing magic circle bearing the imperial crest blazed to life. With a deafening creak, the door swung open, revealing a shimmering blue portal. Hansen explained that the emperor himself had sealed this dungeon. The door only reacts to one of his bloodline. I see, Sanghun thought to himself, glancing back at the princess. He knew he couldn't act recklessly. He had far too little information about this god. He looked from the smirking Khan to the beaten, frowning Muhan. Provoking the players like this was like throwing fuel on a raging fire. Khan strode to the portal and announced that they would now proceed. Some players protested, demanding to know why they should listen to him. One declared he wouldn't move an inch. Khan just yawned with absolute boredom. Do whatever you want. Anyone who wishes to follow me may do so. To Muhan's surprise, Serena stepped forward. Princess, he screamed. He could understand Amram and Hansen, but even Choi Hyun. He stammered nervously. Wait, Ryan, you're going to? You're just going to let this idiot do whatever he wants. She turned back. Perhaps, but nothing will change if I stay here. Muhan gritted his teeth in frustration. This is terrible. But he knew he had no choice. He would have to go too. A girl nearby asked if they would be all right. Hostile units they encounter will appear twice as often now. Muhan charged forward, saying they had no time to convince the others. I can't stand that nasty bastard. But for now, we have to follow him. Two other players ran with him, shouting their agreement as they charged into the blinding light. The figures of those who went first had already vanished. Khan raised a fist. First strike! He launched himself forward, running towards the monsters with earth-shattering steps. He leaped into the attack. A flash of light and a massive shockwave erupted from his blow. Monsters were torn apart, sent flying with massive holes blown through their bodies. Guts and limbs rained down. Sanghun tensed at the sight. He used his fists and legs, typical martial arts. And yet, even with basic self-defense moves, he wielded immense destructive power. Standing behind Khan, the main character wondered, is there any reason to make this god my enemy? This world is a game to determine God's successor. He shrugged nervously, deciding he would take his revenge after becoming a true god. For now, he just needed to gather information. The protagonist swiftly moved away from the battlefield, where everyone was fighting monsters. He walked over to Khan with a friendly, disarming smile. Excuse me, Mr. Hero. Could I ask you something? The god glanced back, irritated. Without turning around, Khan warned, if you don't want to see your own teeth in a reflection, don't talk to me like that. I don't want to hear those words from a man's mouth. Sanghun kept his sweet smile. Men, but in front of you is the princess. Khan's head snapped around his eyes, burning with rage. Yes, of course. He snarled, don't you dare make a fool of me! The smile vanished from Sanghun's face. So this is a god after all. It's no trouble for him to see my true identity. He decided he should treat him like a game moderator. The main character stated, then I'll get straight to the point. He clenched his fists, his expression now deadly serious. What must I do to escape this game world? Khan paused, thoughtfully tapping his chin. You need to survive until the end. But there are ways out, earlier. Sayaman was stunned, asking if he knew the method. Khan revealed the secret. You must capture a god's attention. If one takes a liking to you, you can be chosen before the game is over. He called it a special choice. Sanghun realized. In that case, he could get him out of this hell. But Khan just chuckled, saying he had no intention of doing so. The god spread his hands. Then why create this game world? Khan scoffed. Didn't you hear me? I'm merely an observer. But the main character pressed on, asking about the world's true purpose. Why, when the gods created, couldn't they just select their successors from the start? Khan's gaze turned serious. He hesitated, before admitting, it's because the gods are not omnipotent. Sanghun was shocked. Scratching his head, Khan explained that they don't know everything. and they can't do everything.
Khan posed a question.
Have you heard the saying, it's not the strongest who survive, but those who survive who are the strongest?
He explained that humans only
Reveal their true potential under extreme conditions. Talented or not, strong or weak man or woman, young or old, pit them all against each other, and the one left standing will be the absolute fittest. Amidst a field of corpses and blood, only one will remain. Sanghun replied thoughtfully, I see.
Khan seemed surprised. You're not angry? The main character met his gaze, asking why he should be. Khan thought to himself. He'd just called him an expendable.
Test subject yet, he showed no emotion at all.
Khan smiled. I'm used to saying things like this, but you truly are unusual.
Thank you for the kind words, Sanghun replied. Inwardly, however, a mask of rage formed. He vowed that one day he would personally shatter that smug face. The main character then asked, allow me one more question. Why come to us? Couldn't you just create a hero yourselves? Khan recognized it as a piercing question. He admitted it was to deal with the Demon King. For that, they'd need at least 100 thrice awakened, and a single 4 times awakened being. A 4 times awakened is essentially a demigod. We cannot simply create such a being, he said. So they decided the god behind him would play the hero's role. Sanghun asked if he could just weaken the Demon King instead. No, Khan replied. We wouldn't receive the achievement for defeating him, and you can only raise your class by earning achievements. In exchange, however, he could provide the players with many powerful items. The main character had no idea what this god was rambling about. He was about to ask more, but Chaleem suddenly blurred past him, cutting through the air. He pointed a finger accusingly. Hey, explain yourself properly. In a flash, Khan grabbed him by the neck, and Qian began to choke. The god's voice was cold. I warned you to speak to me with respect. The other players stared as Qian collapsed his mouth agape. He passed out instantly, Sanghun ordered. Well, we can't just leave him here. He told Anram to carry him. Yes, your highness, she replied. Rian then asked, how did you do that? Khan stood with his back to her. Do what? Rian clarified. How did you counterattack so fast? He answered irritably. I predicted it. Haven't I been telling you keep throwing in useless flourishes? Because of that, whenever you switch your grip, your weak points are completely exposed. Simply put, your swordsmanship is too crude. Shocked, Rian repeated crude, then her eyes filled with admiration. Could you teach me? The super strong being recoiled in his mind. Absolutely not. If she gets any stronger, she won't even seem human anymore. Khan shamelessly picked his nose and flatly stated, I don't want to. The main character thought, excellent. Rian pressed on. What must I do to convince you? Khan examined the finger he'd just pulled from his nostril. An idea formed. If you can score 100,000 points on the next mission, then I will train you. Do we have a deal? The main character's mind raced. 100,000 points. To earn that much, you'd need to perform legendary feats. Even killing the Demon King is only worth 50,000 points. To get there, she'd have to refuse all other high-profile rewards. She'll definitely say no. Okay, Rian said without hesitation. The main character was stunned. She actually agreed. Khan turned back to the group. Then let's continue on our way. Continue. Sanghun thought to himself, if that ranker dies chasing an impossible number of points, it would probably work out well for him. Bu stepped forward. If we leave everything to the god, we won't earn a single point. We need to be more aggressive despite the risk. He adjusted his glasses. Therefore, Muhan and the head of the clan should take the front line. Muhan scoffed. How would you know all you do is cast magic from the back? He frowned. We're the ones risking our lives every second. A girl behind him snapped. Did you just belittle the mages? Muhan spun around angrily. If you're so confident, why don't you grab your wands and join the front line? Come to think of it, almost everyone who died to that princess during her escape were magicians and archers, weren't they? The girl seethed, calling him a scoundrel. You want to try fighting without support from the rear. The main character reviewed his status. So far, 84,000 points. He'd gotten 6,000 for killing 2 players, to get more points and fast. He frowned, his gaze sweeping over the arguing players. It seems some sacrifices would have to be made. The main character approached Muhan and Bu. Could it be that you men are afraid to fight? Because you fear death? You needn't worry. A smile spread across his face, insidious and vicious. You can all find a new life. It was time to give them some bait, some very, very fatty bait. Questions erupted from the crowd. A new life. What does that mean? Sanghun announced. The phoenix feather? It is an item that can resurrect a warrior who has fallen in battle. He declared with absolute confidence. When the war with the Demon King is over, I promise to provide every hero here with such a feather. The players were in an uproar. A girl shouted that such an item couldn't possibly exist. But a guy next to her argued, know it could remember an extra life is one of the rewards for this mission. The main character knew, of course, that no such item existed. He'd just invented it, but they had no way to verify his claim. He stood before the doubting players, knowing he had to see this lie through to the end. Boo asked, "Can this feather only be used on yourself?" Sanghun replied, "As long as the body remains, anyone with a feather can resurrect anyone. The time that has passed since death does not matter." 2 lives for this mission. An extra chance at life was an opportunity anyone would pay a fortune for. That was the consensus among the players. They could even sell it for a massive profit. Meanwhile, Sanghun continued his masterful deception, his voice filled with calm confidence. He promised them more than just the phoenix feather. He would grant them any treasure their hearts desired. And for the one who performs the greatest deed, for the hero who personally slays the Demon King, a legendary prize awaits the Rune Blade, an imperial treasure of legendary status. A system window materialized before the players, detailing the blade's incredible power. They stared at the information, their eyes wide with disbelief. A mid-tier legendary weapon, a sword that boosts magic power by 200%, and could summon hellfire itself. One of the players scratched his head, a greedy smile spreading across his face. With a reward this insane, a little risk is nothing. The others quickly agreed. Exactly, not to mention. We're getting a second life. A player turned to her leader. Boss, we should reconsider joining the front lines. Muhan, however, hesitated, his expression souring, as he scanned the faces around him. But Chelan just frowned. Extra lives or not, I'm going, he declared. I absolutely need that rune sword. He clenched his fist tightly, burning with ambition. His class, the Spirit Lord, burned through mana at an alarming rate. But that blade's 200% bonus would solve everything. Just then, Renee stepped forward, raising her hand. I also want to join the front lines. With rewards like these on the table, how could we possibly refuse? Muhan's voice boomed with irritation. If that's the case, then the group leader should be the one to go first. One of his men stammered nervously. Boss, the front line it's too dangerous. But Muhan just grinned, a predatory glint in his eye. I'm not taking no for an answer. Besides, we won't be on the true front line. He glanced over at the yawning main character. That god and the other top rankers will be holding the vanguard. Trust me and push forward. Since when did you all become such cowards? His words shocked the warriors out of their stupor. A wave of renewed determination washed over them. Yes, boss, we obey, they roared in unison. Booyah, however, threw up his hands in frustration. Even with this reward, we can't all just rush to the front. We need to divide our forces, a vanguard, a middle guard, and a rear guard. The group leaders and anyone aiming for that grand prize will form the vanguard. Mages and archers will make up the middle. As for the cowards, and those who fear death, you'll take the rear. He raised a single finger, adding a warning. Of course, a secret passage could lead to a rear attack, but it's still a damn sight safer than the vanguard. Sanghun watched this unfold. It was an unexpected division, but it seemed his motivation scheme had worked perfectly. The battle was on. Just then, Hansen approached the princess. Your Highness, forgive my intrusion, but does such an artifact truly exist within the Empire? Both he and the knight Anram looked deeply troubled. Anram added, I have never heard of such a thing. The main character observing them gave a cold internal response. Of course you haven't. The feather is a lie. The magician was stunned. What? My apologies, but then why would Her Highness say such a thing? The main character scowled internally. These two were becoming a liability. Sanghun was playing a brilliant game of chess. Who would ever suspect an NPC of lying? The players bought it hook, line, and sinker, but a real NPC would see right through the deception. He turned to Hansen and Anram. Think about it. If the princess hadn't lied, would those warriors have moved at all? She had no other option. In this desperate situation, she had to lie to sway them. The magician looked conflicted. When did she become so cunning? But with the entire world on the brink of destruction? I suppose I can feign ignorance. The main character's gaze shifted. And you, Sir Anram? The knight paused, his mind racing. Finally, he shook his head. I cannot bring myself to be part of a lie. The main character scoffed internally. What a ridiculously honorable fool. The princess's life is already forfeit. She won't live long regardless. Anram's face paled with fear. Don't say such things. To save this world, the main character continued, Serena already sacrificed herself to get us this far. Meanwhile, Sanghun put on his most tragic, noble expression. He looked like a martyr in a field of flowers, preparing for his final heroic farewell. If death is my destiny, then I will see my duty done, no matter the cost. He brought a finger to his lips. So please, just watch over me in silence. Princess, Anram whispered, his heart heavy. He closed his eyes, recalling the moment she executed traitors, the ones who tried to abandon them all. He placed a hand over his heart. He bowed his head low. I will follow your will. A faint smile touched the main character's lips. Thank you for your trust. As the princess departed, Hansen and Anram were left alone. The magician grabbed the knight's shoulder, his hand clanking against the armor. Don't you see the one who will suffer most in all of this is the princess? She carries this burden alone. She has such a pure soul. They called her the Narcissus of the Empire. He pictured her kind and elegant, walking through a beautiful garden, admiring the blossoms. But this desperate crisis has forced her hand. Hansen spoke, his voice laced with sorrow. Deep down, she must be condemning herself for this. The knight lowered his head, his face a mask of regret. You're right. The princess has resolved to sacrifice her own life for the good of all. How could I have ever doubted her? Sanghun moved away, a cold glint in his eyes. He watched them from a distance. They'll start asking inconvenient questions. The moment I begin killing people, before that happens, I need to eliminate the biggest problems first. Sanghun's murderous intent was palpable. His gaze fell upon them cold and sharp.
A thirst for blood. His dark eyes reflected the two figures. Two meddlesome NPCs. The difficulty may be high, but so far, everything was going according to plan. The assault team's mission was proving less troublesome than anticipated. The group marched onward with the god leading the charge. The true chaos was on the plains where low-level players clashed in a desperate brawl.
A battle with the highest difficulty. They were forced to fight hordes of goblins and orcs in the open field. Meanwhile, the castle defense, manned by mid to high-level players, was proceeding smoothly. It was going off without a hitch. Muhan, the princess Buyarayan and Chelan, were at the very heart of the conflict, playing the most crucial roles. Of course, they themselves were completely unaware of their own importance. From the high castle walls, archers rained down arrows on the monstrous army below. A female knight yelled out, "Miss Ellie, the enemy is advancing." A low hum and a soft glow emanated from a crystal orb. In a dark room, Ellie sat with her eyes closed, her face grim. "Hold your positions," she commanded. "You just need to endure a little longer." Suddenly, another girl spread her arms wide, her voice filled with excitement. "We're in the wrong place!" Just then, a thunderous impact shook the very foundations of the castle. The magician and the knight looked up in alarm. The deafening blows rained down again and again, until a crack began to spiderweb across the wall. Another blow shook the wall, and a massive crack spiderwebbed across the stone. The archers gasped. That roar belonged to a colossal goblin, slamming its entire body against the gate, trying to smash it open. "Fire!" the command echoed. Instantly, a storm of arrows blackened the sky, raining down upon the beast. The goblin looked up, surprised at the hundreds of projectiles descending upon it. It raised its massive hands to shield itself, screaming as the arrows whistled through the air, and pierced its thick hide, leaving countless wounds. Elsewhere, Ellie chanted, 97, 98, 99. The orb in her hands pulsed brighter, its low hum growing louder. 100! Her eyes snapped open as streams of raw magic erupted from the sphere. With a deafening boom, a blinding flash of light exploded outwards. The huge goblin, bristling with arrows, looked up just as its brethren fled in terror. It heard a terrifying hiss, the sound of whistling wind. Immense, powerful pillars of fire descended from the heavens. They struck the ground with a thunderous impact, erupting into an inferno that engulfed the monster. It shrieked in agony, its cries echoing across the battlefield. As the flames died down, the wounded beast collapsed, hitting the earth with a final dying roar. The archers erupted in cheers. A perfect shot. Their morale soared. They just had to hold out until sunset. System windows appeared, reporting 32 task points. Then 9 more, 11, and finally 8. Ellie gazed at the magic orb with a satisfied smile. Looking after the other wizards had definitely paid off. This way she could earn task points from a place of absolute safety. Sanghun is probably on the front lines, isn't he? The sun began to set, and Ellie, sitting in a high tower, found herself wondering how he was doing. The main character raised his hand. Beam. A brilliant light flared as a magic circle materialized, unleashing dazzling streams of pure energy that sliced through the air. The attack slammed into a monster with a deafening crack, creating a blinding explosion. The players roared, "Everyone charge!" and rushed toward the horde. In the heart of the swarm was one of the undead bosses. Some yelled to approach with caution, but Muhan charged forward with absolute confidence. "F-Clan, raise your blades!" he bellowed. He leaped into the air with a battle cry, bringing his spear down in a powerful strike. With a sickening crunch, the skeleton's head went flying. Watching from the back lines, the mage Hansen remarked, "It seems the princess's plan worked perfectly. This sight is far more pleasant than before." The main character deflected the compliment. "You praise me too much." He then asked, "By the way, how is Siram?" The mage replied, "He's better, but..." "He's still unwell." Sanghun glanced at the knight, annoyed. The man was far too arrogant. He needed Hansen close for the battle. But Siram was now a liability. The knight always wanted to stick close, and that would become a problem. Sanghun shot a furtive, angry glare in his direction. He had to be eliminated. Standing with the mage, his mind raced. How could he do it? Poison to trick Saram. He would need a very specific and unique poison. Swordsmanship. His skills had grown thanks to Mukpitran, but it wasn't enough. Traps. No, come to think of it, the knight was surprisingly resilient. Siram stood motionless, a sad look on his face, lost in his own doubts. It didn't matter. No matter which skill Sanghun used, he wouldn't be able to kill the knight directly. The main character sighed in frustration, pressing a hand to his forehead. The mage asked with concern, "Is everything all right, princess?" "I'm a little dizzy," our hero said with difficulty. Hansen's face filled with alarm. "That could be dangerous. Please don't move. Just stay still." And in that moment, an idea sparked in Sanghun's mind. Yes, that's it. This might actually work. A decisive, wicked chuckle escaped his lips. After the battle, the mage addressed the group. "Excellent work, everyone. I need to discuss our next move. Could you all gather closer?" As the players came forward, a cloud of smoke hissed into existence beside the mage. A scroll and a spectral table materialized out of thin air. "This is an ancient map of the dungeon's interior," he announced. "With it, we can find out exactly where we are." He pointed to a specific room. "We are here." Baekwa tilted his head. "It seems we've cleared 2/3 of the dungeon. That's good." Hansen nodded. "Judging by how far we've come, we've made excellent time. At this speed, we'll reach the center of the labyrinth where the Demon King lives." An ominous demonic symbol flared behind him. "However, first we must solve a much larger problem." He pointed to another chamber. "Right here." "What's in there?" Baekwa asked. Muhan laughed. "Why is that area so huge? You hiding a dragon in there or something?" His laughter died when the magician didn't answer. Muhan's smile faltered, replaced by nervous excitement. "Don't tell me. There's actually a dragon." A wave of tension washed over all the players. They were terrified. Hansen once again conjured an image from smoke. "There is no dragon there," he said. "But this monster could be called one of its relatives." A terrible silhouette of black smoke began to rise above him. "It is known," he declared, "as the Elder Hydra." A crowd of players stood frozen. "The Elder Hydra?" one of them whispered. "Isn't that a mythical monster?" Hansen replied. "It is not as strong as the mythical creature. But it's far stronger than a regular Hydra." He held up 4 fingers. "The Elder Hydra has 4 heads." "Only 4?" a player asked skeptically. The magician's tone turned grave. "Do not underestimate it. This Hydra is colossal, and each head emits powerful magic. Legends say that each head of the Elder Hydra can freely command the powers of fire, ice, wind, and poison." Muhan raised an eyebrow. "I don't see why you're so worried." "There are plenty of magic-type monsters that use those 4 elements," the magician insisted. "Even so, this monster is huge. So it's just big, and that's all?" Ka asked calmly. "You shouldn't worry so much." The magician thought to himself, a soldier like Ka could probably handle it. Better not to lower their morale through fear. A group of warriors stood far from the beast, but they could already see it. "Is that it? A monster with the body of a 4-legged animal, covered in snake-like scales, rose to its full height. The Hydra let out a deep, guttural growl, then furiously whipped its 4 heads in every direction and screamed even louder. The players below shouted, "What in the world is that? Why is it so huge? It has to be 40 meters tall. That's the size of a 14-story building." The Hydra continued to scream as a malevolent aura ignited around its heads. A system window appeared before them all. "You have heard the roar of the Elder Hydra. All your stats are reduced by 20% from pure terror." A mage told them not to fear. Chanting luminous order, he cast a magic circle above, bathing them in calming rays. Once the spell faded, he asked why they were still frozen. The warrior's eyes wide with horror stammered that the beast was monstrously huge. Would a sword even tickle that thing? But Kang Hyuk stepped forward, annoyed. "Just try not to get in my way." The players stared in shock. Kang Hyuk's eyes glowed crimson as he gazed at the beast. He clenched his fist, a red aura crackling around it. He swung, punching the air, and roared, "Sky-piercing cannon!" A colossal sphere of energy, like a comet, shot from his fist, aimed directly for the Hydra's head. A deafening impact. The explosion flashed brilliantly, forcing the Hydra to thrash its heads wildly, screaming in fury. Kang Hyuk declared his next move. 10 extreme fists, flowing stream, slash. He launched himself impossibly high straight at the beast, slash. He weaved between the Hydra's necks, landing blow after blow. Thunderous impacts echoed with each strike slash, as if another monster was fighting the Hydra. Slash Kang Hyuk continued his dance of destruction, moving ever higher. The Hydra flailed, striking nothing but air. Slash Ryan watched in awe, realizing flowing stream was just a basic counter technique, a skill meant to redirect enemy attacks. Slash. But in Kang Hyuk's hands, it became a divine art, slash. He effortlessly diverted every one of the Hydra's furious strikes. The monster snapped at him, slash, but Kang Hyuk simply kicked the air. slash creating a massive glowing circle, slash. The resulting shockwave slammed into the Hydra. The beast shrieked in agony, slash. The players screamed in terror, slash. The Elder Hydra was entering a berserker rage. They cried out, certain they were about to be crushed. Slash the Hydra stomped towards them, roaring. Slash. But a warrior, Muhan, charged past them. He imbued his spear with magic, slash, the wooden shaft crackling with fiery energy. Slash. As the Hydra reared its head, he hurled his weapon. A loud thud, but the spear just bounced harmlessly off the monster's scales. Slash Muhan caught his glowing spear, frowning. Slash. He leaped high towards the Hydra's neck and roared, single flash, slash, another bright explosion, but still, 0 damage, slash. Muhan clenched his teeth in frustration. This is bad, he thought. Even that didn't work. Slash, a neck slammed into him, sending him crashing down. Slash, coughing from the impact, he hit the ground hard. A cloud of dust erupted into the air, slash. His party members screamed his name, slash. The man heard footsteps and turned, shouting, Ryan! She knew what she had to do, slash, just like Kang Hyuk showed her. Slash. She rushed the Hydra, slicing through the air. Slash, don't block. Redirect. Redirect its power without relying on force. Slash, Ryan scaled the Hydra with powerful leaps, soaring upwards. Slash. The monster roared, thrashing wildly. She focused, preparing her blades. Ryan unleashed a wide, fast slash against the Hydra's neck, creating a brilliant flash. Her blow carried the power of the Hydra itself, snapping its head back violently. Slash, Ryan winced, clutching her arm. Slash. Was that too much, she thought? Slash, she had dislocated her shoulder. She fell from the sky as the Hydra, its neck bent back. Slash became disoriented and began to lose its balance. Slash. The monster stomped wildly. The players cried out that they had been saved. Slash, Kang Hyuk stared at Ryan, stunned. Slash, what kind of monster was she? Slash, she perfectly replicated his technique. This is our chance, Hansen thought. He created a magic circle, ordering everyone to pay attention. Mages use every speed debuffing spell you have. We can't let that thing move freely. As the Hydra struggled to its feet, roaring 3 magicians acted at once. They raised their staffs, chanting, hold slow magic chains, slash 4 magic circles erupted, binding the Hydra's intertwined heads. Kang Hyuk waved his hand and commanded, everyone attack, slash, but one player scoffed, not wanting to follow that scoundrel's orders. A terrified warrior stood nearby, paralyzed, slash. What if the spell broke while he was attacking? Slash, Muhan roared at them. Cowards, are you scared? A girl's face lit up with joy. Slash, boss. The boss is alive, she cheered. Slash, Muhan held his shoulder and smirked. Slash, sounds like you're disappointed to see me. Excellent! Everyone attack now! He bellowed. Slash, a storm of bright magic and sharpened steel rained down upon the beast. The sounds of explosions and impacts filled the cavern. Slash! The monster shook its head furiously, screaming in defiance. Slash, a fireball began to form in one of its mouths. It's attacking, the players shrieked. Everyone dodge, slash, a massive jet of fire erupted, a burning pillar of destruction, slash, soaring right over the warriors' heads. But Kang Hyuk stepped forward, throwing a punch towards the flames. Slash, a shield of pure mana materialized, blocking the attack. Just worry about close-range attacks, I'll block its breath. He then shouted, this is bad. Stop holding back and use everything you have. Fire, slash, the Hydra was swarmed from all sides. Slash, swords, arrows, and magic of every element tore into the monster's hide. It stomped and screamed in agony. Slash, the main character, watched this thinking, perfect, he's completely focused on the battle. He touched the wall with a grin. Slash, most traps are disarmed, but a few are still active. This should be enough. He took a deep breath, slash, then let out a long, piercing scream of terror. Slash, a system window appeared. Slash, high-class singing, attract attention, has been activated. The players turned in confusion. What was that? But then they saw the empty space where the princess was supposed to be. The princess is missing. She's been kidnapped. Ingram heard the mage's panicked cries. Slash! He turned to them and demanded. The princess, slash Hansen, stood firm on the battlefield, his dome protecting the attackers. Saving the princess is up to you, he yelled. Ingram looked on with alarm and shouted, no! He immediately broke formation, running to find her. Suddenly, he stepped on a loose brick, slash. With a loud creak, 2 massive spiked pillars shot down from the ceiling. They slammed together, but Ingram narrowly dodged. Strange, he thought. We already cleared these traps. He deftly leaped over more hidden spikes, turning in mid-air to evade a giant spiked mace, slash. He then sprinted down a long corridor, dodging a hail of arrows. Slash from the shadows. Han San-un heard the sounds. The sound of traps snapping shut echoed through the hall, slash. He knew what that meant, slash. The knight was charging towards him at full speed, slash. Without those traps, he would already be caught. He was completely out of time. There were no more opportunities to stall. This room, just before the Hydra's lair, it would have to be the stage for his final act. He drew a dagger, his last desperate gamble. Slash, a venomous smoking poison began to coat the blade. Slash, if he could just chip away at the knight's health, even a little bit. He stared at the vial, a grim hope in his eyes. Slash, only one dose left. Slash. Closing his eyes, he tipped his head back and began to drink. He swallowed the entire vial concoction. Slash, it shattered on the stone floor. Slash. A system window flared to life, mid-grade poisoning detected. Slash, Seiyun crumpled to the ground. He clutched his head, a pained moan escaping his lips. Slash. The system elaborated. Poison class high. Type instantaneous. Effect rapid health depletion.
Perfect, Seiyun thought, his face draining of all color. Slash. He gasped for air, clawing at his throat as a violent cough racked his body. Slash, even a poison this agonizingly potent
would be useless against Anram. Slash, his fist clenched, digging into the dirt. Slash. But then, with cold resolve, he realized how he could use this. The fact that the poison only worked on him would become his greatest advantage. Slash. Just then, the knight's figure appeared in the doorway, his heavy footsteps thundering. Slash, princess, he roared. Princess Sarah! He cried out in a panic, rushing forward. Are you all right? But before him, Seiyun was on the floor, coughing up thick black blood. Anram froze, asking for her forgiveness. Slash. He cautiously touched a finger to the dark liquid. Slash. And tasted it. He spat it out immediately. Poison. A system window confirmed his fears. High-grade poison detected, neutralizing. Slash, Anram's mind raced. He hadn't seen a single monster that used poison in this entire dungeon. Slash. He replayed every battle in his mind. Slash. Where could the princess have been afflicted? Slash, Seiyun's coughing grew more violent. Anram cursed. This was no time for questions. He had to act now. Slash. He swept the princess into his arms and turned to flee. If he could just get her to the magicians, they could purge the toxin. Slash. A crushing wave of guilt washed over him. Slash, he had failed to protect her. His poor judgment had led to this. Slash, because of his failure, the princess was kidnapped. Slash, and now she could die. He was filled with worry. His sworn duty as a knight was to protect her at all costs. Slash, but from within his arms, Seiyun watched him with a devious glint in his eye. He knew that Anram's powerful aura barrier made him immune to all of his skills. Slash, but now he was closer than ever. Slash, too close for the knight to possibly react. Anram saw this as a rescue, not a threat. His guard was completely down. Slash. This was the perfect moment. Slash. With lightning speed, Seiyun struck. The dagger plunged deep into the knight's body. Slash. System alert silver dagger strike activated. Slash, skill silver dagger strike. Rank A, type unique. Class high tier passive. Activation condition extreme close quarters attack. Effect dramatically increases the chance of striking a target's weak spot. Effect. High probability of ignoring the target's defense. Slash. Critical bonus attacks that hit weak points deal 300% additional damage. Instant death. Chance on weak point hit 90%. Slash, instant death chance on normal hit 10%. The effect weakens if the level difference is too great. Slash, Anram collapsed to his knees, coughing violently. Slash. He clutched his stomach, his hand coming away slick with blood. Slash, princess, why? He choked out before his eyes widened in horror. Slash, Seiyun was grinning, a system window glowing beside him. He pulled out a vial and drank its contents, neutralizing the poison. Slash. Then he casually tossed the empty container aside. Slash. With a sigh of relief, he smiled. Finally, I can breathe easy. Slash, Anram's mind refused to accept it. An evil spell. Slash, the princess must be possessed. She would never do this. He trembled watching the princess advance on him, sword in hand. Slash, Seiyun moved forward. Anram gritted his teeth, thinking he couldn't let Sarah do this. He had to fight back. Slash. But the rune blade was already a blur, slicing through the air to meet his neck. Slash, Seiyun began to saw through the knight's throat. Blood gushed from the wound. Slash, Anram could only make horrifying gurgling sounds as he stared at her. Slash, Seiyun watched him with cold indifference. Slash, did you want to tell me something? He ripped the sword free, a bloody arc trailing behind it. Slash. The knight finally collapsed, blood splattering onto the princess's dress. Slash, excellent, he thought. The rune.
Blade's experience has increased by 70,000. Standing over Anram's body, he knew he just had to clean up. He would hide the corpse in the mouth of that dead monster.
The super strong one kicked the body into the monster's giant maw, and the jaws snapped shut. slash. This would make it impossible to determine the cause of death. He couldn't clean the bloodstains from the dress, but he could cover them with other wounds, slash. Just then he heard shouting from down the passage. "They're here, hurry up!" He knew there was only one way. He brought the dagger to his own chest and plunged the blade in. His blood immediately gushed out, soaking the dress. But then a sudden horrifying realization. Stop, he thought. I forgot, there's still poison on this dagger. Oh no, this is bad. He felt his consciousness fading as he began to fall, slash, to make such a foolish mistake at the very end, slash. He collapsed his head, hitting the stone floor, just as the players and magician ran in. She's over there, they shouted. We found the princess, slash, Hansen screamed. Princess Priest, what are you waiting for? Slash, heal the princess's wounds quickly. But then the magicians noticed the knight's body, slash. He screamed in horror. Anram, slash. Looking at the corpse, the old man couldn't believe it. Anram was the greatest knight in the entire empire, captain of the Imperial Guard, slash. How could this happen? Slash, how did he end up dead in the mouth of some monster? He knew something was terribly wrong. Slash, the body was horribly mutilated, but the area around it was completely clean. Slash, he looked at the half-severed neck and realized these wounds were made by a sharp blade. Perhaps this was the work of someone far stronger than the Knight of the Empire. But in that case, there would be no reason to hide the evidence. Slash, even the wise Hansen could not solve this riddle. Slash. He turned away, watching the magician treat the princess. He could not even imagine that the princess herself would kill Anram. Slash. Some time later, the warriors had made a small camp. Slash, Sayan's eyes suddenly fluttered open. Hansen was at his side. Princess, he said, you've regained consciousness. We've healed your wounds and gotten rid of the poison. Sayan slowly sat up on the bed. As the magician offered his thanks, a cold dread gripped him. Slash asterisk. This is bad. Could I have left any evidence asterisk slash the mage, then apologized for bearing grim news so soon after her awakening? Slash, but Sir Omram, one of their greatest heroes, had fallen. Slash, the main character's heart began to race, slash. He knew if his reaction was even slightly off, slash, the old man's suspicion would fall directly on him. For now, he had to act. Tears began to stream down his face, soaking the sheet. Sanghun, feigning utter shock, cried out, How could this have happened? The magician was visibly moved, and few tears welled in his own eyes. Slash, inwardly, however, Princess Simon was mocking him. Slash, pretending to be sad was laughably easy, slash. Thanks to the princess's innate social skills, he could weave an intricate performance. Slash, like a master actress, she could don any mask, any emotion, slash. With this, he would appear exactly like a master devastated by the loss of a faithful servant. Slash, sobs and cries continued to echo from within the tent, slash. The soldiers outside murmured, Is she still crying? His companion confirmed she'd been at it for over an hour. He exclaimed that she might soon lose consciousness from grief. But suddenly Sanghun threw open the tent flap, his eyes red and his face a mask of sorrow. He apologized for the scene he had caused. Slash, one of the players awkwardly stuttered that everything was fine. After all, she had just lost a loyal subject, slash. But another warrior thought to himself, if she were just another player, we wouldn't have waited for her. Slash. He watched their polite conversation, knowing they were only being courteous because she was a critical NPC for the quest. Slash, I have no right to grieve any longer, Sanghun announced. Slash, the princess has already delayed all of you for far too long. Sanghun looked on in surprise as Lihan emerged from around the corner, stretching his neck. Not at all, he said. Even without your grief, we wouldn't have been able to move. We've been locked in a huge conflict over how to divide the loot we received, after defeating the ancient Hydra. Slash. The main character's eyes widened, the loot slash. They had taken down an Elder Hydra, a truly giant monster slash the reward for such. An achievement had to be immense. Slash, what items dropped? He asked. Slash, for a quarrel to erupt among these top players slash, it couldn't be over a couple of simple magic items. Lihan casually tossed a bag to her. Slash, see for yourself. Slash, Sanghun, not expecting the throw, fumbled to catch the bag. Slash. He looked. Insight and a brilliant blue radiance illuminated his face. Slash, the system window flared to life, displaying the item's information. Slash, the first was a spear of unbelievable power. Magic spear of poison. Rank legendary lowest grade. Slash, a weapon forged by a great ancient blacksmith. Slash, its very nature warped by the long ages it spent inside the Hydra. Slash, it increases mana by 150%. And emits a rare class poison with each hit. Slash it also increases piercing damage by 30% and reduces mana consumption.
For skills by 20%. Slash it speeds up spellcasting by 20% and adds 40 points to all stats. Slash its unique skill, Mad Dragon Dash, usable once every 15 days. Next was a piece of armor that complemented the weapon perfectly. Slash Poison Dragon Armor. Rank Legendary lowest grade. Type Breastplate. Slash this inner armor made from the skin of an ancient Hydra offers enormous protection. Slash it increases mana by 50% and significantly reduces the chance of being hit by a critical attack. It also lowers the likelihood of instant death, slash massively increases resistance to poisons, slash and completely neutralizes damage up to a certain level. It reduces mana consumption for skills by 10% and adds 20 points to all stats. Slash this item forms a set with the Poison Dragon Outer Armor and Poison Dragon Boots. Sangun's mind reeled. 2 legendary level items slash. He glanced at the arguing players. Slash with gear. This powerful, of course, they were trying to claim it. Slash, he asked Li-Han. Wouldn't it be better to give the items to those who could handle them best? Li-Han put his hands in his pockets and agreed. My thoughts exactly.
The spear should go to Kong Muhan and the breastplate to Mine. They showed the best performance. Yi, Jinhan? But a voice cut in from behind them. Slash, excuse me, but we can't do that. Hearing this, Li-Han exhaled, displeased and tired. Slash Sangun's voice turned stern. May I have your name? Slash the player replied. I am Kim Yan, a humble priest, slash. The main character's mind flagged the name. Kim Yan? I must be careful with him. Slash the princess then asked, and why can't we give these items away? Yan's reply was simple. Slash, when this mission is completed, we will all become rivals again. Slash. He folded his arms across his chest in smug dissatisfaction. Slash, isn't it obvious? Why would we agree to make our future rivals even stronger? Slash. The main character tensed. Asterisk, so he's... Asterisk. Trying to say that if he can't have them, then no one can slash. He suspected as much, but he never expected him to state it so openly. Angry, cold, and merciless glances were exchanged. Slash asterisk. Just as I thought asterisk Sangun mused asterisk. This guy is also a villain. Asterisk slash quote. It's funny quote. He said quote that you care about such little things. He grinned. When the raid is over, the princess can open the Empire's treasuries, slash and reward everyone with any items they desire. If you wish, she can make you so rich that your great-grandchildren will want for nothing. Slash Yane scratched his head. Slash, I don't think there is such a treasury in the Empire. The blade cut through the air as Sangun drew his sword. Slash. He looked at him menacingly. Watch your words. Slash, how dare. You look down on the Empire, Slash Yan replied. It may have sounded rude, but I only questioned what you said. Slash, and how should I understand that? Sangun asked. A phoenix feather, he replied. An item that can bring someone back to life. Why didn't you take such an item with you? If you had, we could have resurrected Sir Omram. He leaned in, his gaze sharp and vicious. Slash, does such an object even exist? Slash, the whistle of wind followed the swing of the sword. Yane leaned back just in time, and the sword stopped a hair's breadth from his neck. Slash. He smirked, thinking, she's really angry. Slash. But as he peered into the princess's formidable face, he realized she might not be an NPC. Kim Yane, Sangun said softly. You don't seem to understand what you just said. He brought the blade closer to his neck, and Yane began to get nervous. Slash, I will turn a blind eye to your insult against the Empire, just this once. Slash Yane tensed up and said, if you kill me in front of everyone, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Slash Sangun asked with a smirk. Slash, consequences? What consequences are you talking about? Consequences are. The other players did nothing. Slash one of them said, if she wants to, she wants to. Slash. A second warrior thought for a moment and said that he didn't know. Slash asterisk. These fools, asterisk. Yin thought. Sangun knew exactly what was happening. Slash people won't lift a finger unless it benefits them. Slash. And these players were ready to easily sacrifice him. These people believed that his death would bring them much more benefit than his life. Slash Earl Hansen, Sangun called out. Slash he replied, yes, princess. Slash she gave the order. To tell these fools the truth about the Empire's treasures. When the magician mentioned a phoenix feather, Yane scoffed internally. Seriously? He glanced at the old man. As expected, unlike Amram, Hansen knew how to play along. The magicians claimed the reason was simple. The treasury had been overrun by monsters. Defeat the Demon King, they said, and all the riches within would be theirs for the taking. Sanghun declared the whole situation a disaster. With the Demon King's fight looming, this infighting was costing lives outside. Placing a hand on his heart, he made a declaration.
From this moment on, Serena would decide the fate of any items that might cause conflict.
Muhan's face soured. Wait a minute, that's going too far. But Sanghun argued it was better to reward those with the greatest achievements.
To prove his point, he presented a magnificent spear. This is for you, Muhan. Then, turning to another, and this poison dragon armor is for Rai.
They were both stunned. For them, he stood before the players, promising to divide the remaining items with perfect fairness. Cheers erupted from the warriors. Thank you, thank you. Yeon just frowned, rubbing the back of his neck. Sanghun's wicked smile said it all. It was a masterclass in manipulation. Some might resent this, but it was too late. The fools had been played. All that remained were the low-class scraps. Later that night, a figure slipped into a tent. Did the princess summon me? Keelan asked. She got straight to the point, her voice calm as ice. I am giving you this rune blade. To me, Choi Keelan. He was floored by the honor. But, he began, this sword's power is still sealed. To unlock an item's true potential, a sacrifice is always required. Keelan tensed. A victim? She examined the blade. Don't look so worried. The sacrifice won't be you. It will be Count Hansen. Once they neared the Demon King, his task was simple. Give the magician a quick, painless death. With the rune blade, Keelan couldn't hide his shock. He was then to return the blade to her. But can't I fight with it? He asked. To defeat the Demon King, the princess explained, he must be struck with hellfire magic, a power that only this blade contains. She raised her hand. And I am the only one who can wield it. The roles were set. The hero confronts the Demon King. The knight protects the princess. The magician is sacrificed. And then the princess delivers the devastating final blow. Keelan finally understood. Every non-player character had a part to play. He bowed low. I understand. Everything will proceed according to your plan. The princess smirked. How easy it was to manipulate these pawns. As he left the tent, Lihen watched from the shadows, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. The next morning it was time. Let's move out, came the order. The sound of marching feet echoed as the detachment advanced. They arrived before a colossal metal gate. Is this the place? A player asked. Someone answered, the Demon King waits behind these gates. Muhan's voice boomed with resolve. Excellent. When Li Han engages the Demon King, we top rankers of Paz will provide support. His teammate paled. Wait, we're on the front line, Muhan shot back confidently. Of course. But the others were filled with doubt. In this world, some players act only for personal gain, weighing every decision with cold logic. Others are driven purely by emotion. Kang Muhan was the latter. But Sanghun considered himself far from selfless, carefully observing Muhan and the others. He knew the original story. He knew Serena was supposed to be the sacrifice, a fact only shared with the now-dead Amram and Hansen. He watched her approach the old man. A healing potion, she said sweetly. Please take it. The magician smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but I am filled with strength, she insisted with a chilling smile. Seeing no other choice, the old man drank it all in a few gulps. Sanghun shot a dark look at Keelan. Keelan gave a nervous nod. Khan stepped before the gate. A word of advice before I open this, he announced. Do not get close to the Demon King. This especially applies to anyone who isn't a top ranker yet. Your job is to handle the mobs. His tone was clear. If I am the main character on this mission, then you are all just supporting cast. A player muttered, What kind of phrasing is that? He then glanced at Sanghun. And don't get greedy. The main character thought greedy. What's he talking about? With a final command, he yelled, I'm opening it. The doors groaned open with a deafening shriek that shook the very ground. In a blood-red chamber, the king of monsters sat upon his throne. A pleasure to finally meet you, pathetic little humans, he sneered. Before him stood a countless army of skeletons. I'm surprised you haven't fallen into despair already. But before he could finish, red streams of magic flared, and the hero struck the first blow. At lightning speed, his fists connected. The demon blocked, but his armor still cracked under the sheer force. He growled, clenching his teeth in fury. In quite a hurry, aren't we? The Demon King asked, surprised. You could at least let me introduce myself? He held up a hand trembling inside its fractured gauntlet. You might be having fun, Khan spat back. But I was dragged here against my will, so make it quick. Sanghun recognized the dialogue. This Demon King was also a god. Don't talk so much, Khan commanded. The Demon King scratched his head. Yes, sir. With that, Sanghun's motivation plummeted. The king put a hand to his lips and coughed theatrically. Then allow me, he declared with a grin, to engrave true despair upon your souls. He pointed forward. And the skeletons charged. It's begun, Muhan roared. Fire wizards unleashed their spells, weaving magic circles that rained elemental destruction upon the mobs. As fire and mana lit up the battlefield, the swordsmen charged. But Hansen clutched his staff trembling. He felt a sudden weakness, a shortness of breath. The potion the princess gave him. Something was wrong. From behind, a shadow moved.
Kalan was already there, aiming for his neck.
His sword flashed. A sickening slice echoed as the magician's head flew into the air, followed by a spray of blood. The players froze. The magician's hat fluttered to the ground. "Choi Kilan!" a warrior screamed in disbelief. "Are you insane? Why did you kill him? Is this mind control?" But Kailan stood perfectly calm. "Lower your swords," he commanded. "I was only fulfilling my role in this story." They stared back confused. "In history?" He frowned. "I'll explain later. For now, to protect yourselves." The undead skeletons surged towards the players, their screams a horrifying crunch. A group of warriors roared, "They must hold the line and destroy every last monster." The soldier vowed not to let go of his shield. Chelan turned to the princess, returning the rune blade as she requested. The guy knelt
Down, bowing his head as he presented her with the sword. Suddenly, a malicious grin spread across his face. Super strong, he thought. Thanks to Hansen drinking?
The poison, everything is falling perfectly into place. He grasped the swords, feeling the seal on the rune blade finally shatter. The system window chimed, announcing he had completed the rune blade's mission. His reward, 10,000 mission points. Now it was time to deal with the Demon King. He glanced sideways at the huge shadow with a start. Someone or something was darting around the Demon King, landing strikes that hit like meteors and explosions.
Blow after blow rained down on its body with a deafening roar. Another impact, unbelievably powerful, created a blinding crimson flash and explosion. Han flew behind.
The enraged demon. Sanghun thought he's too fast. It's impossible to find an opening to strike. Muhan soared high into the air, twirling his flaming spear. He grinned at the demon. How about this poison dragon charge? But while the demon was distracted by Muhan, a ranker was already at its back, unleashing a flurry of swords. She delivered several sweeping and devastating blows, the collision sending sparks flying across the demon's body. The king spun around, displeased, his gaze locking onto Ryan. He thought he could handle Muhan's attacks head-on, but now, things were getting a little dangerous. He looked carefully from the smug Muhan to the proud Ryan. Even with help, how could mere humans become so powerful in just 3 months? They certainly didn't waste any time. But even so, he saw the god and his face twisted with displeasure. Lihan, the Demon King wanted to teach him a lesson using this mission as an excuse, but he was stronger than he ever imagined. He shook his head in panic, his eyes darting in every direction. When would it come into play? It should be soon.
According to the scenario. Earlier in the world of the gods, the demon had asked, "Do you want me to be hit and hurt by magic?" The god responded, "As a demon king, your body
is incredibly resilient. Do you think they will have a choice? According to the story, they will use hellfire during the fight." It didn't matter what happened to him. He just needed to ensure he was attacked by hellfire directly. The king asked doubtfully, "Is this truly so important?" The god replied, "You must think
about what is necessary for your capture. This mandatory mission is being used as a warning to the players." The Demon King thought bitterly that he had no choice. He could already imagine being thrown in a cage and punished if he refused. The Demon King continued to fend off the 3 strongest warriors, covering himself with his arms. Shouldn't it have appeared by now, he thought. What is happening? He was growing worried and finally roared, "I have no choice but to stop pitying you." He dropped to one knee and with a pained scream unleashed Storming Souls, a black magic circle erupted around him, unleashing eerie red and shapeless souls from hell. He laughed manically, his mouth wide open as he screamed, "Die, just die!" An irritated Khan glared at him angrily. "That scoundrel!" He knew the demon would exploit this chance. "I'll deal with him when this is all over." Players scrambled across this battlefield, fleeing from the terrifying hellish souls. They swarmed through the space, sucking the very life out of anyone they touched. Sanghun tensed. If this goes on, everyone will be annihilated by the Demon King. He turned to the crowd and ordered, "Priests begin casting cleansing and uplifting spells." Against the Demon King, it should work. The warriors were ecstatic. That's brilliant, of course. They would begin it once. As they started their chants, players on the battlefield began receiving notifications. Their health increased, and then their defense. They looked at their bodies and armor in astonishment. The system announced the Demon King's movements were slowing. He began to shake in panic, crying out, "What?" Muhan shouted. "This is our chance attack." He and Ryan surged towards the demon. They were followed by other warriors, magicians, and archers. They chanted their spells, Cross of the Elements, Heavenly Condition. Numerous magical attacks rained down on the panicking demon, covering the warriors. They shouted, in unison, "Death, Simon focused thinking. This is my chance." He stared forward with confidence, raising his sword to his face. He began to cast a spell. Hellfire! He pointed his sword at the demon. A blinding light erupted from the flash.
A gigantic and powerful stream of magical fire burst out from the magic circle, tearing through the air and wind. The Demon King squeezed one eye shut and yelled, "Wait!" He covered his face with his hand, thinking, "No, I can't dodge. The hellfire!" Khan leaped up and shouted, "Mind blow!" A red flash lit up the space and flew towards the demon's head with a deafening blow, throwing his head back. The main character commanded, "Burn," pointing his sword into the magic circle. The monster felt searing pain and clenched its teeth. A massive, fiery explosion erupted in front of him. The Demon King burned in the air and began to crumble into ashes, gradually disappearing. A system window informed the players they had completed the mission to destroy the Demon King. As a reward, they would receive 50,000 mission points. They had completed the mission of Dawn destroying the darkness. Khan thought, poor fool. He seemed far too preoccupied with ensuring hellfire would overtake him. The players asked, in confusion, "Is it really dead? Wait, but was that too easy?" The soldiers pointed out, "It's written that the mission was completed. We can even return home." A player pointed his finger and shouted, "Stop there!" Against a background of gold coins, the system displayed weapons and armor. Sword of Darkness Legendary. Supreme Demon King, Armor Legendary. These were top-class legendary items. The guy told everyone, "Look, there are legendary items." A soldier asked, "What seriously, P?" Muhan raised his hands and told everyone to wait and calm down. Someone shouted from behind him, "Stay away!" An arrow whistled past his startled face. It stuck into the wall as Muhan roared, "Who shot that arrow?" A magician chanted, "Fed's chains," and red lightning appeared around him. He screamed, "Explosion!" All the items were enveloped in a red aura and began to hum and tremble. The players looked on in horror, shouting in displeasure. The magician was surprised and frowned, and then Muhan was surprised too. Everyone asked, "What is that up there?" The system windows showed a strange object. The essence of the Demon King, a legendary rarity, / It allows the user to change their very rank, / The hero looked on stunned, / To change his rank to the almighty Demon King? Was it really that easy, / He had to get this item. / The main character eyed the other warriors, / Once the return function activated, he could just grab it and flee. However, he strode forward with pride, the princess's hair flowing elegantly behind him. / In the massive crowd gathered around, the armor shouts erupted. Quarrels turned into brawls, / They roared furiously that no one should lay a hand on it. / Sanghun knew it was time to cool them down, / They were about to tear each other to shreds, / Just then, a man named Shoin slipped from the crowd, smirking that he'd managed to get the rune sword, / He suddenly noticed he was standing completely alone, / What? But where is Serena, / At that moment, our main character was already walking down a corridor, / He knew that if he had tried anything else, he would have been torn to pieces. Being greedy in such a powder keg was a sin. He raced down the hall, never looking back. He now possessed the rune sword and a few other items the players had missed. A satisfied smile touched his lips as he thought it was time to return. A system window blared to life. / Mission complete Dawn, breaking the darkness. / Calculating completion percentage. / All stats increased by 10. All bonus stats increased by 5. / He had cleared an S-class mission. / A legendary deed that would be remembered for centuries. / Sanghun returned to his body covering his face from a blindingly bright light. / Jerry applauded him loudly. / Magnificent, he beamed. I never imagined the main character would actually be this capable. Sanghun looked down awkwardly. I thought so too. / Jerry smiled. In any case, I'm glad to see you again. How about a break? Sanghun considered it. This void-like space had nothing at all. / He grinned, deciding to see if he had everything under control. / A vast array of sweets, soups, and teas appeared right in front of him. / Jerry, acting as the perfect butler, asked, "Is the food to your liking?" / The pleased protagonist nodded. I suppose this is a worthy compensation for my efforts? / The assistant tilted his head. Does that mean you're not asking for anything else as a reward? / He simply shook his head. Jerry smiled. I knew you would react like that. In that case, let's begin discussing your real compensation. With a snap of his fingers, the room began to change. The space warped, becoming dark and blue. / Sanghun remembered he had a question. / Since I didn't complete the mission, entirely honestly, it wouldn't be good if other people found out what really happened. He had exploited the princess's appearance to deceive the other players. Can others learn about the method I used? Jerry replied. One of the things we keep secret is information about other players. Moreover, as long as a certain god has their gaze upon you, we will make sure that no one discovers what transpired. Slash. The hero's eyes narrowed. A god has their gaze on me. Slash. The assistant apologized. I am afraid I cannot say more. Slash. The main character stroked his chin deep in thought. Slash asterisk. This isn't something I can force out of Jerry, but if I remember the boxes from the mission, asterisk, they had Loki's name written on them. Slash. He leaned back against the sofa, hands behind his head. Slash. There's no point in worrying about it right now. Jerry's voice cut in. The total number of points in your account is 119,000. Slash Sanghun's eyes shot toward the system window in shock as he asked, Wait, 119,000 slash? Last time I checked based on my accomplishments, shouldn't it be 89,000 slash? Where did another 30,000 come from? Jerry displayed a reward package with a demon's head on it worth 30,000 points. Slash, you received these points for killing the Demon King. Do you now understand? Sanghun's eyes widened. Oh, that's right. While I was throwing hellfire at everything in sight, I didn't even notice I got 30,000 points. He realized this was the same amount as clearing an entire A-rank mission slash asterisk. This is a scam, in my favor, slash. Jerry waved his hand cheerfully. Here's a list of all the items and abilities you acquired during the mission. Slash a massively long system list unfurled behind him. Slash everything you received can be purchased as an original. E for points. The list included pictures of his princess clothes and weapons. Slash the rune blade, a legendary item, cost a whopping 80,000 points. The princess's dress high-end cost 50,000 points. Slash a mithril katana, also high-end, was 40,000. Slash the pendant of despair, an elite item, cost 38,000. He thought in surprise, I was wearing high-end clothes. First I need to get the rune blade. He pressed his finger on the image of the sword. The weapon's ability would grant him far better control over his skills. Slash, he had almost 30,000 points left. Not enough for anything elite. Slash, but then something caught his eye. He was stunned. He grabbed the list and shouted, What? Why is this so cheap? Slash, what is it? Jerry asked. Slash. The main character pointed. Unusual salsa for 2,000 high-level ballet. For 3,000? He looked at the prices with glee. He thought skills like these would be incredibly expensive. Jerry smiled. I did say everything on the list is expensive. But that only applies to high-ranking and powerful abilities. Of course, something like dancing is going to be cheap. The main character's eyes lit up with inspiration. He had just won the lottery, slash. He spread his arms wide and shouted joyfully, slash, salsa ballet, traditional dancing waltz. I want everything. Jerry stared in disbelief. Wait, what? He looked at him suspiciously, wondering why on earth he would need such skills. What is he going to do with dancing? Is he trying to attract the attention of the god of entertainment, slash? He was utterly puzzled. The Sanghun he knew wasn't like this. Slash, meanwhile, Sanghun continued to look joyfully at the list. The assistant realized something else was going on. Slash, for the remaining 20,000. Sanghun announced, I'll take a diluted elixir. And a guardian ring. Slash, Jerry nodded. I understand, but you still have 1,000 points left, slash. The list of items began to collapse and disappear. Jerry spoke. It seems we are done with our business. Unfortunately, the same can be said about our meeting. The main character asked, already. He thought Jerry would help him a little more. There's no time for this, slash. The assistant warned, don't rely on me too much, but you shouldn't worry, we will. Meet again very soon, slash Sanghun asked in surprise. Again very soon, slash. A sinister and creepy grin spread across Jerry's face, slash. He asked, did you really believe that this was the last such mission, slash? What you know as an awakening is for the common people to give them a chance to grow, slash. The missions will continue. People will have to undergo bloody and dangerous tests. That doesn't mean you will be the only target. After that, Sanghun felt a sharp, agonizing pain. With a hum in his head, he shut his eyes, as he waved a colossal red cloth. Sanghun, our main character, cried out in shock. What was happening? Before he could react, he simply vanished. A system window announced his transfer to the plaza. Glancing back in terror, the assistant saw the chilling figure of Loki lurking in the shadows. Loki stared him down, his expression a mask of stern displeasure. The assistant bowed low, saying it was an incredible honor to meet Master Loki. The god replied it wasn't so serious, though on second thought. Jerry smiled nervously, asking what he could possibly mean. Loki's voice dropped. What he'd overheard was top secret. An offense like that Shouldn't it be punished by death? A dark, eerie aura flooded the area as he reached a hand toward Jerry. The assistant could only bow his head, accepting his fate. But then, Loki sighed in irritation. A grin spread across his face as he touched his lips, saying he didn't think Jerry had listened on purpose. If he knew when to quit, he wouldn't be punished. The assistant bowed deeply, offering his thanks. But then Loki's gaze sharpened, his eyes glowing with a terrifying green light. The super strong always find out everything on their own. This changes nothing. Meanwhile, our main character reappeared in a flash of bright light right in the heart of the city. He exhaled, wishing he could have rested longer. The system window flashed with 1,211 unspent points converted into 112,000 gilds. Rubbing his neck, he figured a little extra cash couldn't hurt. He stepped into a forge. "Excuse me," he called out. "Can I ask you something?" The friendly blacksmith NPC Lulu turned to him. "Of course, I'm bored with no clients anyway. What can I help you with?" The main character got straight to the point. "Can you change the shape of a piece of equipment?" Lulu's eyes widened. "Equipment transformation?" "It's possible," Sanghun was relieved. "In that case, how much to change this rapier into a longsword?" He laid the rune blade on the table. As Lulu approached and picked it up, she yelled in shock. "Whoa, where did you get a sword like this?" She beamed, saying the transformation would cost 50 million gild. But if he could provide rainbow steel and high-grade orichalcum, she could do it for just 500,000. "So expensive?" the main character sputtered in embarrassment. "Why is the price so high?" Lulu explained that to lengthen the blade, she needed those incredibly rare materials. Getting them is no easy task, you know. Sanghun racked his brain. Orichalcum stone could be found by clearing difficult missions, and even then, it's usually low grade. As for rainbow steel, he'd never even heard of it. Even if he could find the materials, the cost was far too steep. "In that case," he said, "just make me a new sword." The blacksmith asked, "What shape our hero?" Pointed to the rapier. "Make an exact copy of this." With a smile, the blacksmith told him to wait a moment. Soon, 2 identical blades lay on the table. One was the legendary rune blade, the other a common rapier. "Here you go," Lulu said. Sanghun was stunned. It took her only a single minute, an unreal creation speed, but it worked in his favor. He'd put the real blade in his inventory and wear the fake, a perfect way to avoid unwanted attention. Just then, other players began appearing on the city streets. Cries echoed through the square. "I'm alive! I survived!" Another group teleported in. "I almost died back there!" They shouted angrily, cornering a player named Sarah. "When do we get the phoenix feather and the other legendary items?" "That Princess Serena promised us." Sarah just smiled mysteriously. Spreading her hands, she delivered the bombshell. "The Serena you met was a player, not an NPC. That's all I can tell you." A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. "A player!" one girl screamed. "She deceived us!" another guy roared in fury. "I'll kill her." At that very moment, the one they were all thinking of was busy battling a monster with his newly stolen sword. The super strong warrior stood before a massive werewolf tiger, which let out a furious growl. The monster roared and charged, leaping through the air to crush him. The tiger slammed into the ground, cracking the earth and sending stones flying, but Sanghun had already dodged. He needed to find the rhythm of this fight. He couldn't attack blindly. He had to wait for the perfect moment. The main character blocked a vicious blow, then vaulted high into the air, swinging his blade. In a flash, he carved a dozen bleeding wounds across the monster's body. He moved like a whirlwind of wind and blood, a dance of death. As the main character landed, the dead werewolf collapsed behind him. A system window popped up, announcing he'd completed the mission. Devil body. A joyful smile spread across his face. This was something else. Before, he'd struggled relying on traps, poisons, and sneak attacks. Now he was clearing C-rank missions all by himself. Choosing those dance skills was the best decision he'd ever made. Although his stats were only rank 21, his skills were catching up to those with natural talent. His skill was only B grade now, but if he could raise it to S grade, he knew he would become unbelievably strong. "Oh right," he remembered. "I need to switch to the fake sword before I go out." A long queue had formed in the city street. A man named Ken was at a table shouting, "It's not here either." Someone next to him asked what was wrong. The man replied, "It seems he got scammed by someone named Serena." Ken roared that this villain must be punished. "We'll use all of this guild's resources to hunt him down. I'm offering 10 million gild to whoever brings me the rune blade." Just then, Sanghun calmly walked over and placed his fake rapier on the table. The player looked surprised. "A rune blade? Wait, this weapon is common rarity. This weapon is... The one promised to me was legendary class. Besides, wasn't Serena a white girl with silver hair?" He handed the sword back to our hero. "Move along." Sanghun smirked inwardly, thinking, what a fool. He headed to his hotel where Ellie was sitting at a table. She waved. "Sunbae, over here." "It's been a while," he said. "You didn't answer my calls." She cut right to the chase. "How would you like to take on a mission?" that no one has ever managed to complete. He was intrigued. A failed mission. Most of the highest difficulty quests had already been cleared by now.
If no one had completed it yet, it had to be incredibly difficult. This isn't a C-class mission, is it? So it must be B-class.
The sorceress confirmed it. Yes, the grave of a maddened wizard. Sanghun was so lost in thought he didn't even notice his order arriving. The tomb of the mad wizard. It was a quest to enter an underground dungeon and find a dead wizard's secret room. The only problem was the insane number of monsters rumored to be inside. An infinite horde. That's why no one has ever cleared this mission. He called it impossible. Ellie's eyes widened in shock. She'd heard he was attempting the quest. If they didn't act now, someone else would claim the glory. He smirked. So are you planning to throw a massive party? She stepped closer, her energy bubbling with excitement, but he instinctively pulled back. Ellie just grinned smugly, declaring she'd found a way to wipe out vast swarms of monsters. The main character paused. A huge group of monsters, and she claims she can handle them all at once. A smiling Ellie sat before him, looking completely serious. She had no reason to lie. He asked, "So you wanted me in your party?" Sanghun replied, "If you're that confident, I have no reason to refuse. As long as we get a map and find the shortest route." "Perfect," Ellie exclaimed. "Anyone you want to bring along?" He hesitated. It wasn't that he lacked friends, but finding someone strong enough and trustworthy was another story. Besides, the only people he was close to were Ryan Me and Ellie herself. The thought brought a pang of sadness. He took a sip of his drink. No, the sorceress assured him she had someone in mind, and that 3 of them would be more than enough. First, she said, "I have to show you my plan for the monsters." She leaned in close, a finger pressed to her lips in a playful smile. "It's a secret. See you tomorrow at the southern gate." Sanghun was stunned, calling out for her to wait. He frowned. What if this was all some elaborate trap, and he found himself back at the blacksmith's forge, wandering, picking up and inspecting swords? He lifted one, testing its balance with a few experimental swings, his movements flowing like a dance. He'd never fought with such elegance before. A man nearby gasped, "Incredible! Is he a new ranker?" Another man equally stunned added, "I've never seen anything like it, even among the top rankers. He wields so many weapons. Perhaps he practiced martial arts in the real world." The main character ignored them, continuing to test the blades. He could feel his swordsmanship improving with every motion. Looking at his left hand, he mused that since it wasn't his dominant one, having a backup weapon wouldn't be a bad idea. Still, he didn't want to use dual blades. That would look like he was copying Ryan. Maybe a shield would be better. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the air. "How long have you been using a shield? That was impressive." Sanghun, not recognizing her at first, replied casually, "Oh, I'm just learning as I go." Then he turned and his blood ran cold. "What?" he stammered, staring at her in fear. The ranker smiled. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" His mind raced in panic. She was one of the few who had seen him up close as Saren. He prayed she didn't connect the dots. She continued, "Just learning as you go, so that means you can use any weapon. Have you reached that legendary state of mastery where you can pick up anything on the battlefield and fight at peak performance?" "What?" he asked, completely lost. She didn't seem to suspect him. Ryan folded her arms, a look of awe on her face. "I've heard that those who reach the absolute peak of their craft can achieve the highest results regardless of their tools. But to think you've already reached that pinnacle, and you prove it with your actions, it's truly amazing." He grew flustered, trying to interrupt her. "Wait, that's not what I meant." She just smiled. "It was clear your movements were restrained. You adapted to the weapon almost instantly. There's no need to hide your talent from me." He panicked, waving his hands frantically. "It's a misunderstanding. You don't need to praise me so much." She gave him a flirtatious wink and said, "I get it. It was just a mistake, right?" He groaned internally. This woman? She wasn't getting it at all. Ryan declared, "Either way, I want you to work with me." He stared in surprise. "What?" Sanghun sighed, covering his face with his hand as other customers began to whisper. "Isn't that her, Ryan, the magic sword?" He quickly told her to stop. "This isn't the place for this kind of talk. Let's go somewhere with fewer people." That evening, in the quiet corner of a pub, he finally asked, "What did you mean when you said you wanted to work with me?" The famous ranker meant exactly what she'd said. "I want you to be my party leader. You'll have total control over distributing rewards." He cut her off. "Just because we're in the same party doesn't mean I'll spar with you." She sighed dramatically. "That's not why I'm asking." Ryan explained that the difficulty of missions was increasing far faster than her own growth rate. There was a limit to what she could accomplish alone. Now she needed allies. She looked at Sanghun, a slight blush on her cheeks. "You're skillful, modest, and you're not bad to look at." He stared back. Was she seriously evaluating him, Ryan? Quickly turned her face away.
He rested his head on his hand, considering it. While she could be annoying in terms of skill character
and integrity, she was leagues above most people. He clarified, so if I join your party as leader and we're on a mission, you'll follow all my orders. Do you understand what that means? Ryan nodded eagerly. Of course I'll follow your instructions. Then she added enthusiastically, on one condition we spar every week. Sanghun tensed. He knew that was coming. A sly grin crossed his face. Once a month, and I choose the time and day. The ranker pouted, staring at her finger in frustration. Once a month, she muttered before finally sighing. Okay, in that case, here's to us. They sealed the deal with a firm handshake. Ryan thought to herself, once a month, I'll have to show him everything I've got. The main character smiled. It was an unexpected turn of events, but he'd gained a powerful ally. He would definitely put her skills to good use. The next morning he met Ellie in the city. She looked surprised. You didn't bring anyone? Sanghun scratched his head awkwardly. Well, something came up. Didn't you say I could bring one? Person. Ellie looked confused. That's true, but... The ranker looked down at her questioningly. The sorceress was speechless. She thought he'd bring some random nobody, but this was Ryan, the demonic sword. She knew this was a woman you couldn't judge by her appearance. Ellie then gestured behind her. Let me introduce Sejawon. They had met in this world. A shy, almost frightened-looking teenager stepped out. In a trembling voice, he said, My name is Sejawon, and my class is... Killer. Sanghun was stunned. The killer class. The boy looked like a middle schooler at best. Ellie smiled brightly. You already know me. I'm the magician Ellie. The ranker gave a slight bow. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Ryan, a swordsman. The main character introduced himself last. My name is... As the magic swordsman and the eldest Sanghun decided to break the ice, he asked if they minded dropping the formalities. Ellie gave her immediate approval, and Mayrin quickly agreed. With that settled, Sanghun gathered them in a circle and unfurled a scroll. He beckoned them closer. Behold, he announced, the map to the Mad Wizard's tomb. It cost me 100,000 guild. His finger then traced a specific route. This path may be longer, he explained, but we'll face the fewest monsters. It's much safer. Any other suggestions? Ellie pointed to a completely different path on the map. I like this one. Sanghun's eyes narrowed. But that leads directly into a massive monster horde. A sly grin spread across her face. Didn't I mention I have a special way with monsters? You'll understand soon enough. She laughed, leaving him to wonder what she was truly plotting. Sanghun agreed, but a silent plea echoed in his mind. Don't betray my trust, Ellie. I don't want to be forced to kill an ally. Their eyes locked in an intense stare. The sorceress's expression was strange, almost cold. In her own mind, however, she had no plans to betray Sanghun. She was simply preparing for the worst-case scenario. If anyone dared to threaten a mage, she would make them pay no matter the cost. A system window flashed before them. They had been transported to the Mad Wizard's tomb. Sanghun stared into the darkness and ordered, Everyone on your guard. Mayrin's hands went to the hilts of her swords as she froze in place. Ellie clutched her spear, her eyes scanning the path ahead. Sanghun watched Ellie and thought grimly, Just try to use your magic suspiciously. The sorceress glanced back at him, wondering if he would act against her. Mayrin looked around. I don't see any monsters yet. We can assume we're safe for now, Sejawon added. Sanghun turned his attention back to Ellie. So now that we're here, care to share that secret plan? Show us what you've been hiding, he demanded. Ellie's smile widened. I can't just tell you. I need to make contact with a group of monsters first. Install it, the main character asked, confused. She opened her system window. That's right, the reward I received from my last mission. The mission wasn't an item, a skill, or even gold. She clicked the weapon icon in her inventory, a predatory glint in her eyes. Let me show you the path of demons. Ellie whipped out a massive machine gun, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Sanghun stared at it. Isn't that a rifle? He asked, confused. But don't rifles only fire? How do you plan on killing a whole horde with that? The sorceress simply took aim. It's possible, she said, if you dissipate the energy. The main character sized up the area. The first wave of monsters should be about 80 low-level zombies. How long does one shot take? He asked. Ellie met his gaze. After I install it and build up enough energy, about 5 minutes. All right, Sanghun declared. In that case, Mayrin and Sejawon will distract the vanguard. The assassin looked at him carefully but remained silent. We're doing this to test the gun's power, Sanghun added, so let's not overdo it. Sejawon timidly raised his hand. Can I just stay behind? He lowered his head. I have to protect Ellie. Sanghun looked down on him. We just entered the dungeon. There are no monsters here to threaten her yet. Sejawon cringed. But I want to be here. Just in case something happens, the sorceress approached him with a gentle smile. Sejawon for now, let's listen to Sanghun. The killer looked at her intently before lowering his gaze. Okay. Sanghun watched them intrigued. Interesting.
The quiet Sejong-won speaks his mind, then immediately yields to Ellie.
He held up a hand. On second thought, we don't need all three of you here. Mayrin and I will handle the distraction. You two get ready to attack. The sorceress smiles apologetically. My apologies. Sajang-won relies on me a bit too much. It's fine, Sanghun replied, already dashing forward. Mayrin, let's go, he ordered. The ranker followed him instantly. Right. The assassin lowered his head. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Ellie just grinned. What was your fault? Sejong-won clenched his hands in fear. I'm sorry, he pleaded. Please forgive me. The magician's smile vanished as she turned away.
She had recruited people from the city slums, taking advantage of their unstable minds, twisting their perceptions until they had no choice.
But to obey her every command, she offered gold to the desperate, and she was more than happy with the results. A memory surfaced of Sejong-won in rags gratefully eating bread. To test his loyalty, the magician had staged an attack on herself. Skilled soldiers stood over her feigned fallen body. The moment the assassin saw this, his eyes ignited with a brilliant, furious light. Back in the present, Ellie put on a show, shrinking back and trembling slightly. Even though he's too dependent, she thought, Sajang-won is a top-class fighter. An image of Mayrin flashed in her mind. And with Mayrin here as well, this will be the perfect chance to test Sejong-won's skills in a real battle. She glanced aside, a calculating look in her eyes. And I can make some minor adjustments too. Ellie placed a hand on the killer's shoulder, and he froze. She leaned in close. It's okay, though you shouldn't have spoken to Sanghun so rudely. We are allies, Ellie told him softly. Sejong-won looked up at her. Okay, I won't do that again. Suddenly, loud screams shattered the silence. The magician and the killer snapped their heads toward the sound. Sanghun was sprinting toward them, yelling, Ellie, shoot! Right behind him, a massive horde of zombies was closing in. Ellie grabbed her rifle. What if I channel my magic into the demonic path cannon? She wondered. She took aim and unleashed a torrent of pure energy. A massive wave of power rushed forward. The main character shielded his face, a wide grin spreading across his lips. That was amazing, he thought. Even if they were just low-rank zombies, she wiped them out in a single shot. The sorceress screamed, Sanghun, please finish off the remaining ones. Good, he answered, charging forward. Mayrin, let's go. Suddenly, the ranker stopped dead in her tracks, staring ahead in surprise. Sanghun was already cutting through monsters. His sword moved with a beautiful and rhythmic grace. This isn't just fencing, Mayrin thought, mesmerized. It's like I'm watching a dance. Zombie blood splattered all around him. Mayrin realized he had surpassed the limits of what was possible. Every unnecessary movement and weakness had been completely erased from his form, vanishing within the blur of his blade dance. The ranker was frozen in awe, her jaw dropping in disbelief. She thought to herself, he's actually figured out how to level up his own techniques. Sanghun's sword pierced a zombie straight through the skull, before a clean slice sent its head flying. The mage clapped her hands with delight. I never imagined he could fight with such grace, she gushed. Behind her, Jang Wonan watched, stunned, admitting to himself that it was undeniably impressive. Sanghun turned back to them. It's nothing special, really. Honestly, the demonic path cannon would be far more efficient for wiping out mobs. Ellie folded her arms, her eyes closed. The demonic path cannon has a long casting time. Plus, it devours magic stones, which makes it incredibly expensive. She opened her eyes, her tone sharp. It's not a skill you can just fire off whenever you feel like it. Mary then pointed, her finger at the killer. Then why isn't he fighting? Puzzled Jang Wonan asked. Me, the ranker confirmed it. Yes, you. Simon shot him a disappointed look. Jang Wonan chut, he said. I expected you to take a more active role in this hunt. The killer folded his hands, his head bowed. But the others can handle it. Ellie just sighed. She patted Jang Wonan's shoulder. Don't try so hard. Then she leaned in closer. Just show us what you can do. Please, just this once. The killer hesitated, then asked, What? All right, he finally agreed. The mage beamed. Excellent. Once we get to the next area, you'll all see what our Jang Wonan can do when he gets serious. The killer just lowered his head, biting his lip. Sanghun watched him thinking. So he's finally going to fight. I don't get what this is all about. But I guess I'll find out soon enough. The party moved onward. Sanghun mused to himself. My main concern right now is my own skill set. My Polaris dance is impressive, but it's only tapping into half of my true potential. The sword in my right is for swordsmanship, while channeling magic with my left offers the most combat flexibility. Using a staff or a wand would mean relying on talismans, which just overcomplicates everything. Simon broke the silence, stuffing his hands in his pockets. Ellie, he asked, do you know anything about magic books? The magician turned, shrugging. Not much. I've never had a reason to use them. She touched her face thoughtfully. They barely boost your mana, and the skills have a long cast time. I think I picked one up during the last battle, though. Jang Wonan watched her carefully. Ellie pulled out the book and tossed it to Sanghun. Here, a system window appeared before him. Item Ancient Grimoire. Rank Mid-tier Magic. Type Book. An ancient tome capable of storing spell scrolls up to the rare rank. Capacity is 100 scrolls. Storage limit 1. Common 2 magical and 4 rare. Bonus effect. Increases spell damage by 1% for every 50 scrolls stored inside. Sanghun examined the book. These stats are awful, he thought, but at least it gives me a way to store my scrolls. He pulled out one of his paper talismans. Wait, could this be considered a scroll? As he brought it near the book, it began to glow with a faint blue light. It's working. The grimoire flew open, releasing a swirling vortex of energy. Arcs of lightning erupted from its pages, illuminating the entire area. Sanghun couldn't help but smile. Perfect! Now I can store my talismans in the book. And activate them directly from there. It's not ideal, but it'll have to do for now. Ellie turned her eyes wide. Lightning? The killer stared. So he wasn't lying. He really is a magic swordsman. Just then, Mary's ears twitched. I sense a horde of zombies approaching. If we continue forward, we'll run right into them. Sanghun glanced at Jang Wonin. Sounds like a big group. Are you absolutely certain you can handle them alone? You don't want my help. The killer flinched, stammering, if you want to. But Ellie placed a firm hand on Jang Wonin's shoulder. No, he's got this. She looked at Sanghun. You seem to have misunderstood me. He doesn't need your help. What makes you so confident? Sanghun asked. Marian chimed in, equally puzzled. I agree she's overestimating him. He's just a kid. The magician ignored them. She looked at Jang Wonan. How long will it take you to clear them all out? The killer's answer was quiet but firm. 5 minutes, Ellie smirked. 5 minutes. Just you wait. She opened a small vial. Sanghun caught a whiff of the contents. That smell? Is that some kind of knockout poison? The magician held it out to Jang Wonan. Drink. The killer downed it without hesitation. Ellie then gently stroked his hair, placing her palm on his forehead as she began to chant a seal. Jang Wonan's eyes blazed with a new light, and he shot forward like an arrow. Wait, Sanghun called out. Mary urged, we should follow him. When they caught up, they found a scene of utter carnage. In the center of countless zombie corpses stood the killer. Mangled monsters were strewn everywhere. Some crawled forward, their jaws hanging open. Jang Wonan held a struggling zombie by the throat. As it gurgled, he ripped its head clean off with a look of pure ecstasy. Kill, he thought. He kicked the corpse aside, sending it crashing into 2 more of them. A single thought consumed him. I'll kill everything in my path. I'll kill them all. Kill, kill. I will kill every last one. Sanghun stared in horror. This can't be the same Jang Wonan. Is it a split personality? A twisted smile spread across the killer's face as he swung his blade relentlessly through the horde. A monster managed to bite his shoulder. Jang Wonan turned a mocking glint in his eye. Is that the first time you've ever bitten someone? He let out a hysterical cackle and bit a chunk of flesh right back out of the zombie. Sanghun was terrified. What is going on? He spun around to face Ellie. He's a completely different person. What did you do to that kid? The magician crossed her arms, looking utterly unconcerned. Nothing supernatural. It's a unique skill for the witch class called Berserker. Sanghun's brow furrowed. Is that all? The magician sighed. For a limited time, Berserker drastically boosts the target's physical abilities, but it also plunges them into a state of all-consuming rage. She glanced at the frenzied killer. The potion and my skill simply unlocked it. This is his true nature. Sanghun was stunned. His true nature? He looked back at Jang Wonan. He wasn't just a murderer. Psychopath or maniac seemed more fitting. After the last zombie fell, Jang Wonan spat out the piece of flesh. He turned to the group. As you can see, the moment I enter a battle, my personality changes. Just a little. It makes it rather difficult to work in a team. Sanghun weighed his options carefully. What would happen if this man's power spiraled out of control? Mayrin stepped forward, her voice laced with grim honesty. He can't tell friend from foe, she declared. Keeping him on our side is far too dangerous. Sanghun knew she was right, but saw Jang Won's skills were on par with the strongest fighters. A powerful piece to have on the board, but one you could never turn your back on. Sanghun stared ahead. It has to be the skill and potion working together. He turned to Ellie. Can you reverse it? The mage's response was chilling. That's impossible. Tell me how long you need. I can only adjust the potion to match the skill's duration. A psychopath on their team. The thought was terrifying. One wrong move, one bad day, and a knife could find its way into their backs. An evil shadow seemed to loom behind the killer. As Mayrin began to speak, Sanghun cut her off. Enough! Sa Jang-won will stay behind and protect Ellie. Mayrin stared baffled. What, you're seriously keeping him on the team? Sanghun simply said, he can learn to control his anger on the battlefield. He smiled faintly. What do you think? Jiang Wan, surprised, could only stammer that he had no objection. But the ranker fixed her gaze on their leader. Sanghun, explain yourself now. He approached her, his voice firm. He is our ally. If there's any way we can help him, we have a duty to try. Mei Rin was stunned into silence. Was he really willing to accept this ticking time bomb into their ranks? And what if he turns on us? She challenged. Sanghun turned back, his answer ice cold. Then we stop him. Mei Rin closed her eyes. To speak with such confidence after witnessing that monster. Maybe he operated on a level she couldn't even fathom. Jiang Wan asked in disbelief. You're just accepting me, after seeing that? Only Ellie has ever treated me this way before. But the main character's true reason for accepting Jiang Wan was far darker. Everything he'd just said was a convenient lie to pacify the team. He pictured two men shaking hands, each hiding a dagger behind their back. If he noticed anything suspicious, he would eliminate the problem permanently. With the ancient Hydra's poison, a toxin that could overwhelm even a system character, rankers like Mei Rin or Ellie would be completely helpless. Besides, if someone else knew the right combination of spells and potions, anyone could make Jiang Wan go berserk. Sanghun imagined this killer as a pawn resting on his blood-stained hand. He looked ahead and thought, this could be interesting. Are we going to stand here all day? He called out. Let's finish this and relax in the city. Ellie agreed. Okay, let's pick up the pace. Sometime later, stars began to fall near a floating castle. Lucifer, the sole observer of this mission world, lowered his head and smirked. This won't be easy for them. At that moment, Loki appeared behind him, arms crossed. Looks like you could use a helping hand. Lucifer scoffed. Forget about it. Loki placed a hand on his neck, sighing in mock displeasure. You already know, don't you? The god replied. Well, it's to be expected. Lucifer turned slightly. It's not like this happens every week. Why are you so surprised? Loki flew up. So uninteresting. He sighed. Looking around, he added, You're monitoring over 10,000 worlds. Why? Don't you just ask the other gods for help? Lucifer touched his chin, his eyes glued to his book. I was personally ordered to monitor this world. And as for asking other gods, Loki swung his arm, smashing a colorful floating sphere. Lucifer whipped around. That is why I don't ask for your help. Loki raised his hand, clenching it as if in pain. Ouch! Just let me do my thing, will you? Lucifer snapped angrily. Shut up. I know you're not here to make terrible jokes. Why did you really come? Loki looked at him, thinking how infuriating he was. It's nothing serious, he said smoothly. I just wanted to discuss the next event. And the Force mission. Lucifer created a tiny wooden house on a cloud in his palm. We're considering a martial arts tournament for the event. As for the Force mission, we have 3 possible candidates on the table. Multicolored spheres hovered before him. Loki smiled. About that forced mission, Lucifer cut him off. I'm not accepting any of your suggestions for upcoming missions. Come on, don't be so angry, Loki whined. He drifted over to the cluster of spheres, knowing only one would become a forced mission. The first option, a dungeon exploration. The second, a defensive mission. Loki grinned, his energy swirling around the spheres. And the last one? He grabbed the entire cluster and hurled it into the air. Catch! He yelled happily. Lucifer, exasperated, thrust his hand out, stopping them in midair. You idiot! These are fragile. Loki just flew off, waving. We'll see you sometime. Good luck with everything. Lucifer lowered his head. As he gathered the spheres, he noticed something strange about one of them. Even if it's subtle, he muttered, I can feel a powerful energy. A vein throbbed on Lucifer's forehead. He crushed the sphere into dust, thinking, Loki. Sometime later, Loki descended to solid ground. He put his hands behind his head and wondered, think he's figured it out yet? A normal god would never dare to destroy a world that was already created. Loki hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled down a stone path. But Lucifer wouldn't even bat an eye. Normally, Loki would have just destroyed all 3 worlds, but they were running out of time. Sand flowed through a cosmic hourglass. Creating a new world from scratch would be difficult even for Lucifer. This meant he had no choice but to pick between the 2 remaining options. Loki held his hands up. Since they chose a dungeon exploration last time, he'll try to avoid a repeat. A sphere representing a world appeared in his hand. So that just leaves this one. The world he left for Lucifer was a small present. Finding this gift would require immense luck. But whoever found it would gain incredible power. Loki thought to himself, I expect great things from you, Yun. A while later, a system window appeared. A new patch had been released. First point, a martial arts tournament. Participation is not required. All combatants will be rewarded based on their merit. Also, participants who die will not lose anything. A new announcement shatters the peace, /A Force mission. Difficulty B is unveiled, It begins on the full moon, and once inside, there is no escape. The rewards are based on merit ranging from elite grade items to an extra life. A grim look crosses Sangun's face. He mutters to himself, "There's two. It seems they pushed a patch while we were gone." Our main character realized the clock was ticking. The tournament and this deadly mission, were only half a month away. He brings a fist to his lips, lost in thought. There's a limit to what one man can achieve alone. An image flashes in his mind. Him standing against a ravenous pack of wolves. Him standing. He knew then and there. He needed allies he could trust. Later, the doors to the shop swing open. Ellie steps forward confident. "I have negotiation skills," she declares. "Let me handle the unwanted items." Sangun gives her a single look and nods. "Do it." The smiling saleswoman Lulu chimes in. "How does 1.5 million gold sound for the lot?" Ellie spreads her hands, a triumphant glint in her eyes. 1.5 million, not bad. Sangun, watching from the back, is impressed. He'd only expected to get 1 million himself. This was a fantastic deal. He approaches the counter as Lulu asks how she can help. "I need a list of your available skill books," he states. The seller's smile widens as a system window materializes. Displayed before him are skills like inferior ballet, inferior tap dance, inferior mask dance, and inferior breakdance, dancing skills. Sangun had expected as much, while his current ones were useful, a couple of critical flaws still bothered him. His current abilities placed him on a brightly lit stage, plunging everything else into absolute darkness. A powerful effect, but useless, in tight spaces or under the wrong conditions. He couldn't maximize its potential. Perhaps breakdancing could compensate for that weakness. He makes his choice. "I'll take the low and normal breakdance skills." Lulu lets out a laugh. "I never figured a shady guy like you would be interested in something so graceful." Our hero flashes a disarming smile. "What do you mean? I'm the kindest person you'll ever meet." Lulu stares back, astonished. "Maybe," she retorts, "if everyone else in the world was dead." Sangun's smile vanishes, his displeasure clear. He says nothing, but a thought crosses his mind. He never imagined an NPC could have such a sharp tongue. The shop was filled with countless other wares. He glances at the smug-looking Lulu from beneath his brow. Could it be the influence of the players, the things they bring into this world, whatever he thinks I can just ignore her? Sometime later, our main character arrives at the school. The librarian greets him. "Welcome, how may I help you?" Sangun gets straight to the point. "I need the average weapon skill, and I'd also like to see all skills related to books." The librarian tilts her head, puzzled. Skills related to books. "Are you certain?" A confident smile plays on his lips. "You heard me." Bring me everything you have, no matter how obscure." The librarian processes the strange request. "Very well, I understand." She couldn't help but wonder, has anyone ever asked for such skills? This was truly bizarre. While later she returns with a pile of dusty tomes. "Here," she says, "these are all the book-related skills we have." Sangun eyes the collection. "Only 50, he frowns. "That's far fewer than I expected." "Of course," the librarian explains. "They're niche items, only magical swordsmen who need them as catalysts, ever bother looking for them." Sangun scans the titles. Even among this small collection, only half seem to hold any real value for him. The librarian smiles knowingly. "What about these?" she asks, presenting another set. "They're related to craftsmanship." He picks one up. Writing lowest level. He's genuinely surprised they even stock such a thing. The librarian folds her hands. "It's the first time I've seen it myself. That's probably because no player has ever bothered to write a magic book before." She laughs at the thought. Suddenly a series of system windows pop up before him. The first skill, cannot live without books, rank magical. Type passive, the book can never be knocked from the user's hands, and can be used without even holding it. The second ghost book, rank magical. Type active, it allows the user to control books within a 2-meter radius. A radius that expands as the skill levels up. The third skill is, the book is not a weapon. Rank rare, type passive. If used for offense, the target is stunned. The duration scaling with the user's intelligence and the book's rank, and if used for defense, it increases the user's defensive power, also scaling with intelligence and the book's rank. Sangun brings a hand to his lips, intrigued. The names are bizarre, but the effects are exactly what he needs. He gestures to the selected tomes. "All right, I'll take these 3 skills.
Plus the low-level writing skill. A total of 5. The librarian smiles. That will be 1 million gold, please.
Our hero opens one of the skill books. This should be more than enough, he thinks to himself. But as he peers inside, a blinding light engulfs him. A system window flashes into existence. You have earned the new title Diligent Reader. Sanghun recoils slightly, his eyes fixed on the notification. The title's description appears before him. Diligent Reader. You have the makings of an avid scholar. May you never part with your books. A massive stat boost appears. Intelligence. Plus 40 magic, plus 40, and luck plus 40. But that's not all. Every 24 hours, his intelligence, magic, and luck will increase by 5 points, as long as he meets a reading quota. The maximum potential increase is 200 points. However, there's a penalty. For every 3 days without reading, he'll lose 5 points from those stats. And after 3 days of neglect, the bonus stats will be completely wiped. The system adds a final note as the conditions for acquiring titles are unknown. They are considered extremely rare. Sanghun stares at the words, his mind reeling. A unique class title. He just acquired a unique class title. The librarian notices his shock. Is something wrong? He lets out a slow breath. No, everything is fine. He turns and walks out, leaving her behind. She places a hand on her cheek, watching him go with a puzzled expression. Later, walking down the street, Sanghun processes the incredible event. There's no doubt about it. This is a unique title, and its effect is potentially one of the best in the entire game. As long as he meets the conditions, he can permanently increase his stats by 5 points a day,
All the way up to a staggering 200 points. Sanghun's mind begins racing with calculations. He only needs to dedicate 40 days of reading.
With his stats soaring by 600 points, the main character clenched his fist. A wave of power surged through him. He could finally take on the rankers alone.
But he paused, a question forming in his mind. Why did he receive this unique title? If everyone got it for buying a specific skill, the forums would be buzzing about it.
And it couldn't be based on the number of skills he owned. He only bought 5 skill books. That meant the odds were 5 out of 50, a mere 10% chance. Sanghun considered those possibilities. Even if it only applied to swordsman skills, 10% still meant thousands of potential skills. The numbers told the same story. He was simply one of the few who had mastered all 5 of these specific skill books. A unique title for 1 million gold. He decided it was a bargain. As he walked down a crowded street, a booming voice announced the opening of the martial arts championship. People swarmed towards a massive arena. A promoter yelled, "The rewards are huge and the risks are low. This is your chance to fight without consequences." A man approached the presenter, asking how long the championship would last. The presenter beamed, replying that it would be held over 20 days. The guy waved a hand, confused. "Is there a reason it's so long?" Another player chimed in, his eyes wide with concern. "Yeah, and what about the force mission?" The host snapped his fingers dramatically. "Once the force mission is over, the tournament will resume." The player stared. "But what if we die during the mission?" The presenter threw his hands up joyfully, shouting, "Then you'll be disqualified, of course." The players erupted in anger. "That's complete nonsense. You're just making rules that benefit yourselves." Kamen, however, simply folded his arms. He thought to himself, this is even better. By the end of the tournament, his stats would already be up by 300 points. And if he factored in the force mission, his growth would be explosive. The main character pushed through the angry crowd and declared, "I want to participate." The presenter's smile widened. "Excellent. May I see your information window?" Sanghun opened his status, and the host's eyes scanned it quickly. "Registration complete. Your class is warrior?" He pointed to the side. "So you wish to participate in the preliminary round?" Sanghun asked. "Can I?" The host grinned. "Of course, if you compete before the force mission, just 3 wins in the prelims will secure your spot in the main event."
We have more than enough participants, so you can start any time. Also, let me know if you'd like to use a pseudonym.
A pseudonym, the main character thought for a moment. Choi Kun was still out there hunting for the one who took the rune blade. He realized it was far safer to hide his identity. Sometime later, he emerged from a shop wearing patent leather boots, a classic suit, a mask covering his face, and a book in his hands. "This will do," he said. Inside the arena, the other players turned to stare. "Did this guy wander in from a carnival?" One of them sneered. Another asked, "Isn't that a bit much?" "You think this is a joke?" "Whatever," another player scoffed. "We'll just kill him the second it starts." The presenter met them all, spreading his arms wide. "And now," he boomed, "we begin the preliminary round of the martial arts tournament. If you leave the arena or die, you are disqualified. When only 2 people are left standing, you will advance to the next round. And don't worry, dying here won't cost you a life." Chan Sak, standing behind Sanghun, looked around impatiently. "So, are we just going to wait? Has it started?" The main character smirked. Chansak clenched his fists, demanding, "Just tell us, can we start killing each other already?" In a flash, Sangun's foot slammed into his back. The system window announced coldly, "Kong Chanak has left the arena. Disqualified." The player exploded in rage. "What? Stop this right now!" The main character smiled calmly. "It seems it has already begun." Chanak screamed in fury, pointing a trembling finger at Sanghun.
"Kill that idiot first!" he shrieked. A player leaped forward, swinging a bat and yelling, "With pleasure."
The main character snapped his book shut and swung it like a club. It connected with the player's face with a sickening crunch as teeth and blood flew everywhere.
Blood dripped from the book's corner. "Wow," Sanghun said cheerfully. "I didn't expect much, but this book is incredibly useful."
The system window confirmed it. This book was a rare rank passive type item, not technically a weapon. He smiled, thinking, "How many teeth did I just knock out? This book is really something else." He glanced at the other stunned players. "What are you all staring at? Are we fighting or not?" On the arena floor, the toothless player groaned. The rest of the fighters looked at Sanghun in shocked silence. He covered his face with his hand. "Well, where did all your confidence go?" He gripped the book and surged forward. The players tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing for the attack. Sanghun swung, launching a guy into the air with a brutal blow to the chin. The remaining fighters clenched their jaws. One rushed forward with a wild scream. The main character held the book up, blocking the sword strike with a loud clang. The player stared in disbelief. "He blocked my sword with a book. It didn't even leave a scratch. It sounded like I hit solid metal." Another player swung his own sword, yelling, "This idiot is looking down on us." In a flash, Sanghun drew his blade and began cutting through them. A player frowned. "Don't worry about him. We'll deal with this fool soon enough." The main character's sword pierced the man's skull as he whispered, "I think you underestimate me. I don't carry this sword just for decoration." A female fighter gasped. "This guy, he's incredibly strong. Is he a ranker?" Her companion gripped his blades. "Did he use that book on purpose? To trick us into underestimating him?" Kamoon casually flicked his sword clean. "Do you really think I need to trick you?" The player fell. To his knees, his head hung in defeat. The main character smiled. "You're all just weaklings. Dealing with you is easy." He posed a question. "Why would I waste time on such pathetic tricks?" The player asked. "What?" Sanghun grinned. "I don't care about any of you. This is just practice." The player cocked an eyebrow, asking, "Practicing are you?" In response, the second man roared, calling him a complete moron. The player just folded his arms, remarking that one thing was certain. This idiot really knew how to get on someone's nerves. Our main character closed his eyes, his voice dangerously low. "And who gave you the right to speak to me that way?" Until this moment, he had shown them all courtesy. Sanghun lowered his sword, his gaze condescending. "But since you insist on this,
Particular tone. Slash. The player stared back, bewildered, as Sanghun ordered him to defend himself. Slash. A cold fury ignited within him, veins bulging on his face as he bellowed, "I can lose my temper too, you fools." Slash. The player spun around, rallying the others. "Everyone attack him together, we can take him.
"He's only one man," another player yelled, brandishing his sword. "Against this many he's finished." Slash. Sanghun merely opened his book and its pages began to flip on their own. Slash. It burst into flames, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy. Slash. The other players were engulfed, their screams echoing. "It's so hot." Slash. Sanghun simply stared ahead, a thought taking form.
Slash. With the book in hand, he considered a new possibility. Swapping magical power for pure dexterity. Slash. The main character then moved like a blur, his sword,
Cutting down player after player. Slash. One of them clutched his head, groaning in despair. Slash. He gazed around at the nightmarish scene of burning bodies. Slash. Sanghun turned, thinking to himself, "Magnificent." Slash. It was like watching a scene straight out of a brutal action movie. Slash. The main character knew he had to feel the rhythm of the battle. Slash. He was the center of this stage. There was no need to follow anyone else's lead. Slash. Sanghun gripped the hilt of his sword and stepped forward, the screams and explosions merging into a single violent melody. Slash. It was a performance with dozens of people dancing to the whims of the lead maestro. Slash. He saw himself as a conductor standing amidst a burning orchestra. He was in command. Slash. With a defiant roar, a player lunged with his blades. Slash. But Sanghun simply twisted him into the deadly dance, slamming his head onto the book itself. Slash. He tightened his grip on the player's neck, a faint chilling smile on his lips. Slash. The other players screamed for him to stop. Slash. The main character mused that when he first arrived in this mission world, he killed without a second thought, feeling no remorse. Slash. But these people were different. With a hostage, they couldn't attack him so recklessly. Though if their roles were reversed, he would have killed them both without hesitation. Sanghun watched the frozen players. Slash. Suddenly, blood sprayed through the air as a piercing scream was heard. Let them help him slash.
The man crawled desperately across the arena floor, thinking he was just moments away from escape. Slash. Suddenly, a hand clamped down
On his shoulder. And where do you think you're going? Slash. The player whipped his head around, crying out, I'm so sorry, please forgive me, let him just be spared, slash Sanghun's eyes narrowed. I believe I already made it clear that I won't tolerate people addressing me in that tone. The player shrieked in pure terror, slash. A moment later, the man stood trembling before Sanghun, begging, please, spare my life, slash. The main character looked down on him, his voice a low growl. Don't tremble like that. As long as you follow my commands, nothing will happen to you. He leaned in closer, bringing his sword right to the
man's face, slash Sanghun asked. Although you can't truly die in the tournament, you don't wish to experience the agony of death, do you, slash? The player stared wide-eyed
and held his hands up in surrender, slash. The main character smiled. I'm pleased to see such caution. Yes, I couldn't be happier. He sheathed
his sword. You won't have to do anything too difficult. I've only just started using this book as a weapon, and there are a few things I need to test.
The player scrambled back, his voice shaking with fear. Test what exactly? The main character lifted the book. It's attack power. The man screamed in horror. What? He stammered. Okay, just wait. Slash Sanghun swung the book, and with a sickening crunch it connected. Blood splattered everywhere. Slash. He stood covered in gore, looking down at the player's corpse. Slash. The main character glanced at the book, thinking, as a weapon, it's not ideal. Slash. The attack range is far too short and it's awkward to wield. Slash. He looked at the system window. Thanks to his new skill, he couldn't live without his books. Slash. Even if the grimoire wasn't in his hands, as long as it was nearby, he could still access its power. Slash Sanghun looked at his blood-stained hand. If he wished, he could even transfer the book to the back of his hand. Slash, it would be a new kind of shield. Slash A system window appeared, announcing the end of the preliminary round. Slash the Ghost and Unjones were the winners. They congratulated the main character. He looked around puzzled. To devil, Jones screamed as he ran. The main character watched him go. Ah, that's the guy I knocked out first. He casually dusted off his suit. I'd forgotten all about him. Sanghun turned to the host. Hey, can we start the next round immediately? The presenter replied with a bright smile. Of course, just give me 1 second. The main character turned, watching with curiosity as the bodies of the defeated players began to dissolve. The host announced cheerfully, we will now restore all the mana and health that Sanghun has just expended. The system window chimed. Participants for the next preliminary round will now appear. After a moment, a new player scratched his neck. So the preliminary rounds are all held here? Another guy looked around. Seems so. The arena's plenty big. A third player chimed in. Anyone want to form a team? This is a chance to fight other players freely, not just some repetitive monsters. Sanghun smiled. This is perfect. They would now begin the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament. If they leave the arena or die, they will be disqualified. The last 2 participants will advance. Dying here will not result in permanent death. The presenter grinned. And you may begin. Sanghun swung his arms, smashing his book into a player's face. A short while later, he stood alone in the center of the arena, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen opponents. With this, the main character thought the preliminaries are over. However, he had overlooked something. Although he could do as he pleased, under the alias of the Ghost, Sanghun closed his eyes, considering the problem. If he ran into Eli Sejanju or Mihi, they would recognize him instantly. At that point, he would have to either reveal his identity or severely limit his movements while playing the part of the Ghost. The main character walked forward, realizing this required some serious thought. Sometime later at Gaja's secret meeting place, Kalen slammed his hands on the table and shouted, Raise the reward to 25. $1,000,000 gold, I want them to try. Muhan just grinned, thinking about this whole situation with the rune blade and Choikun. He had, of course, heard the rumors. It's never wise to provoke the Koreans. But this matter is different. Baekgu folded his arms, his gaze fixed forward. He thought the man would simply let it go, but it seems he now considers it a matter of honor. The girl beside him sighed. Finding him is nearly impossible. If he just hides that sword in his inventory? There's nothing we can do, Kalun shouted in frustration, stating the obvious. Baekgu folded his arms, head slightly bowed, and offered a solution. The Beggar King might be able to find him. Muhan's eyes widened in surprise. The King of Beggars. Baekgu projected the image of a man explaining how he united all the scattered beggars and forged them into his own massive guild. Muhan crossed his arms, demanding, What other intel do you have? Baekgu met his gaze directly. Out of 100 top rankers, 52 have been identified. We're currently working on another 29. As for the final 19, we don't have a single lead. Muhan pointed forward decisively. Increase the reward. Right now, gathering information is our top priority. If we don't even know who lives in our own city, we can't accomplish anything. Kalen nodded sharply. It will be done. Just then, Choi Yoji spoke up, ready to share his own findings. The key players were all assembled: Kang Muhan Choi Kalun, Yu Baek-gu, and himself. Immediately after the mission for top rankers ended, they formed this coalition. A moment later, a scream echoed from behind the wooden door. A poisonous spear from a magical snake. Seriously, what is with these gods and their naming sense? A player asked with a smirk. Muhan chuckled. Who knows they even named this place the first city? Muhan smiled wryly. It's obvious they couldn't be bothered to think of anything creative. The next city will be the second. And the last one will be the last. He laughed. Doesn't anyone else find that strange? Baek-gu turned away, lost in thought. Now that he mentioned it, it was deeply unsettling. Why call it the first city? The name itself implied the existence of others. If this world was designed for cities to appear one by one, it made no sense as the human population would only dwindle over time. Furthermore, the first city wasn't just walled. It was protected by an unbreakable invisible barrier. Baek-gu knew escaping was a fool's errand. And another thing, almost everyone here was Korean. Only a few were foreigners who had lived in Korea. Unless the gods had some strange obsession with his homeland, there was no logical reason to summon only Koreans. Just then, another player approached his table with 2 mugs. Hey, why the long face? He asked. Come on, have a drink with me. Suddenly, Baek-gu slammed his hand on the table, startling the player. Perhaps, he declared, other people from our world are trapped in other cities? Yoji dismissed the idea. That can't be. If we survive here, we're destined to keep fighting each other. The player who had offered the drink looked confused. No way, he argued. If other cities existed, the gods would have told us. Muhan closed his eyes. No, he said softly. The gods have never done anything for our benefit. Yubin might be right. The player stared in fear. Then, what do we do? Muhan's eyes snapped open. Fortunately, all the top rankers are gathered here. He placed his mug down with a thud. We need to form a secret alliance. And so the covert coalition was born. Its purpose to protect the interests of their people no matter the cost. Later, in the Hanho Group's conference room, Yoji revealed something disturbing. I've discovered a series of blueprints. They're for powerful siege weapons designed to protect castles. I asked the blacksmith, he continued. He confirmed they can be built. The assassin added, and I can confirm there are combat formations far superior. To simple, large-scale battles. A mega-sized battle formation. Yoji explained, up to 5,000 people could be mobilized. Baek-gu lowered his head. Just as I suspected. These weapons aren't meant for missions. He pressed his fingers to his temple. Other cities definitely existed. And one day they would have to face them. Their alliance was the only way to prepare for that inevitable war. Baek-gu displayed images of robed figures, their hands outstretched toward a central banner. We've gathered intelligence on nearly every rank or possible enemy formations, all goods sold in the city. And even the current professions of the citizens. But now we're discussing a project with far more serious consequences. Muhan crossed his arms. How is the cultivation plan progressing? Yoji met his gaze but remained silent, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. He thought to himself, the leader of the Hanho group, Kang Muhan. He's used to speaking down to everyone. But I won't leave this alliance over petty squabbles. Not while the contract is still in effect. The assassin spoke up. We're trying to calculate the optimal route. We need to forge a path forward. One that uses the combined strengths of the Hai Tai, the Warang soldiers, and the Choi Kun Mill Guild. But with a mission this vast and so many different players, the main route was still undecided. Muhan simply said, fine, let them try. Once that's determined, we can increase our city's power exponentially. Right now, 60% of the population are low-level players. If we create a mission guide and distribute it, their average level will skyrocket in a short amount of time. This is the cultivation plan. Muhan placed his hands on the table, his voice booming. Whether it's gathering intel or executing this plan, I expect every single one of you to give it your all. The room echoed with a unified response. Yes, sir. Sometime later, Cyan was walking through the city. He stopped observing a group of people. The main character turned to his companion. Gathering followers isn't a cheap endeavor, is it? Ellie agreed with a sigh. Yeah. She spread her hands wide. Are you thinking of starting a guild? The magician added. If you'd thought of this at the beginning, I would have supported you. But now, all that's left are the weaklings and the beggars. You're not thinking of forming a guild of riffraff, are you? He turned away. You're right. He thought to himself, what I truly want are loyal followers, who would sacrifice their lives for me without a second thought. Or perhaps, his lips curled into a grin, I should just create a cult. Suddenly, a stream of energy enveloped his legs. He observed it carefully, then vanished in a flash of light. "Welcome back, Sanghun," Jerry's voice echoed from behind the bar. He gestured to a bottle, asking if our hero wanted a drink. The main character simply took a seat.
"Let's cut to the chase," he said. A smile touched Jerry's lips. "That's the Sanghun I know. Always so direct. Very well then, I'll get right to it."
The assistant spread his arms wide. "This next forced mission won't follow the usual format. It's a completely different kind of trial. This isn't about clearing a dungeon or hunting some special beast. It's something you've never experienced." Jerry's eyes gleamed as he asked, "Tell me, how do you feel about survival?" Sanghun looked back confused. "Survival," Jerry confirmed it. "To pass, all you must do is survive for 1 month. It doesn't matter if you're missing limbs or if you can barely draw a breath. Just hold on for 1 month, and the mission is yours to complete." Sanghun's eyes narrowed. "Wait a minute, something's not right. Don't tell me I'm expected to survive against a horde of overwhelmingly powerful monsters." Jerry let out a soft chuckle. "No, of course not. There will be monsters, but nothing beyond the current level of the players, I assure you. You won't have any problems?" But Sanghun knew that was a blatant lie. He recalled his last forced mission in S-rank trial. He only cleared it because of his system skills and a perfect storm of lucky circumstances. He couldn't have done it on his own. Even for top rankers, completing an A-rank mission in our original bodies is a monumental task. But a mission that only requires survival is ranked AB+. Jerry's smile widened. Precisely. If survival was the only goal, even AB rank would be too high. He held up 2 fingers.
"You see, there are 2 conditions. The first is murder. For every other user, you kill a food ration, and drinking water will appear in your inventory.
If you attack a group, the reward goes to whoever dealt the most damage." The main character's jaw dropped. He thought, wait, that means... He looked at Jerry and demanded, "Where is this mission taking place?" Jerry's grin was sharp. "On an isolated island, a rather large one, I might add." Sanghun slammed his hand on the table. "You twisted bastards." The assistant simply shrugged. "The gods aren't looking for someone who is merely strong. This mission is a stage, an opportunity to display your vitality, your awareness, your humanity, and so on." Sanghun's patience was wearing thin. "What's the second condition?" Jerry calmly poured wine into a glass. "This mission also involves a point system. You can earn them by completing additional tasks. And just like last time, any items you acquire can be exchanged for more points." As Sanghun watched the crimson liquid fill the glass, he asked, "So I just have to last for a month?" "That's right," Jerry replied. "Players can even team up. They could survive the entire month together without a single casualty. Wouldn't that be touching?" Sanghun picked up the glass. "Touching? You can't be serious." "Not with that first condition in play." Jerry turned away, staring into the distance. "Extreme situations tend to reveal a person's true nature." The main character took a sip of wine. "On that, we can agree." He placed the empty glass down as Jerry adjusted his cuff. "In that case, well, let's begin. I do hope you'll be all right." With a clap of his hands, a system window materialized. It read, "Rank AB plus survival. Objective survive 1 month. Stay alive on the isolated island. The reward for completion a bonus of 10,000 mission points." In a flash, Sanghun was transported to a massive island surrounded by an endless ocean. He quickly checked his body. Everything seemed normal, but he had to be sure. He breathed a sigh of relief. Once in a woman's body was more than enough for him. A map appeared. It would automatically update his exact location once every 24 hours. Sanghun examined the map's interface. A map. He noted the icons. Water drops for drinking water and fruits for food. A wry grin crossed his face. So they don't want us to starve to death, at least. He then saw a system window displaying 3 distinct colors. "Side quests," he muttered, divided into 3 categories. Gold, green, and red. 500 missions available for each color. He read the descriptions. The gold category was for virtue. Save the wounded, protect someone, share your resources. The green category was survival light. A fire, build a shelter, go 3 days without starving. And finally, he looked down. The red category. Murder. Spreading disease. Betrayal. It was a laundry list of evil deeds. A wicked smile played on his lips. It was as if the red category had been created just for him. So I can do whatever I want, right? He mused. This means... Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind ripped through the trees as he looked up. Smoke snaked its way into the sky. Trouble already? A bit too soon, wasn't it? The main character opened his system window. Regardless, I should prepare. He began to change his gear, thinking that heavy armor would be exhausting in these conditions. Though he was a magic swordsman, his playstyle had always been closer to that of a thief. This mission shouldn't pose too much of a problem for him. Sanghun finished equipping his lighter gear, adjusting his gloves. A moment later, a notification popped up. He had activated a lower rank map reading skill. But his rank combined with the lack of information wasn't enough to pinpoint his location. So he activated another skill, Endless Curiosity, which boosted his attention level. Then he activated the mid-ranking skill discerning eye. The system informed him that his high wisdom stat of 221 created a powerful synergy between these skills. He smirked. Excellent. It seemed his obsession with learning every skill he could was finally paying off in a big way. He pictured the map in his mind.
His skills drew a new red line across it, showing him the shortest possible route.
Either way, he had plenty of time to enjoy the scenery. With that, he set off.
After a while, he arrived at a shimmering lake and scooped up the clear water. Delicious, he thought. He could probably stay here for a bit. He opened the system window again. Well, now this is a treasure trove of possibilities. He saw the title rewards. First, True Saint for not killing anyone for a month and completing over 450 virtue missions. The conditions also required completing less than 50 evil missions. The prize was the rare title of Saint 100,000 Gold and a Divine Mark. The next title was True Survivor. For this one, needed to complete over 150 virtue missions, over 450 survival missions, and over 150 evil missions. Achieve this, and he'll earn the rare title Survivor. The rewards, 100,000 gold and a grand survival kit. But then there was the final option, the path of the true villain. The requirements were steep slay over 666 people, in a month complete over 450 evil missions, and less than 50 virtue missions. Upon completion, he would be given the rare title of villain. The prize, another 100,000 gold and a shadow mark. Sanghun perched on a stone saw the paths laid before him. They were all incredibly difficult. Completing all three at once was a pipe dream. If he had to choose just one, his path was clear. He would become the true villain. The main character placed a hand on his chest, a smirk playing on his lips. It's time to get started, he declared. He revealed a vial, the diluted venom of an ancient hydra. Even weakened, it was still an elite-ranked poison. Sanghun uncorked the vial, pouring its deadly contents into the water. A system window immediately popped up. He had successfully poisoned the water source. Of course, this wouldn't turn the entire lake into a fountain of death. Not yet. Another notification appeared. A mid-rank poison art had detected the toxin. Poison rank low, category long-lasting. The effects were subtle decreased stamina, hallucinations, and a dangerous loss of self-control. Sanghun quickly took the antidote himself. This should be enough, he thought with confidence. A new message confirmed it. The antidote had neutralized the poison in his system. Now it was time to watch his plan unfold. The main character scaled a tree, finding a hidden vantage point. He settled onto a thick branch, his mind racing. 1 month. It seemed like a long time. But in a place like this, it was terrifyingly short. Killing monsters was one thing, but killing people was an entirely different game. Only a select few were twisted enough to murder without hesitation in a survival scenario. He scoffed at the naive idea of cooperation. The fantasy of everyone holding hands and surviving together, like some feel-good movie, was laughable. That was far too optimistic. Things were about to get ugly. From his perch, our main character looked down upon the stage he had set. He would gradually poison the water sources and create all sorts of obstacles to fuel their paranoia. Sanghun checked his own status. He had enough food and water for 5 days. It didn't take long for the first players to arrive. The main character watched as a group of 5 cautiously approached the pond weapons drawn. On the other side of the lake, another group of 4 appeared. Sanghun leaned in, a grin spreading across his face. Has it started already? He mused. The leader of the larger group held out a hand. Wait, he called out. Things are getting tense. Let's all lower our weapons first. But the player opposite him was skeptical. And why should we trust you? Why would we ever lower our weapons? The first leader wagged a finger chidingly. Are you saying you want to fight then? The other player turned away, coughing nervously. He knew the odds, 5 against 4. They were outnumbered with no guarantee of victory. The first leader pressed his advantage. If we fight now, we'll just wipe each other out. He gestured to the lake. Let's drink some water and talk this over. Let's sheathe our blades. But a woman named Jie crossed her arms annoyed. Hey, who made you the leader? Why are you deciding everything for us? The man shot back, if you don't like it, you can stand aside while we talk. Jie was stunned into silence. The leader then touched the water's surface. Wow, this is refreshing, he said with a smile. He looked at the opposing group. Are you planning to stand there all day? The other players were hesitant silent. Finally, their leader spoke. If you betray us, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. He knelt and began to drink from the lake.
But one of his own men cried out, Wait! The 2 leaders stared at each other for a long moment. Soon after, the 2 bosses were sitting by a tree. One asked, How long have you been with your team? The second replied, I just ran into them looking for water. Same situation as you, I imagine. The first man crossed his arms. Yes, the second leader then asked. Isn't it more logical to cooperate in a place like this? Why are you so suspicious? The first man stared him down. Cooperate, you say? Up in the tree? Sanghun observed the scene. This is going much calmer than I expected, he thought. But this is only the beginning. Everyone is still just testing the waters. The main character watched the tentative alliance form. They might actually unite, he considered, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. But that's only if nothing unexpected happens. He launched himself from the branch, descending silently. Down below, one of his leaders asked, "So what's the plan?" The other replied, "We were hoping to find supplies, food. Then why don't we team up? There's strength in numbers after all." The first leader considered it. A tempting offer. But even if I agree to lead, I doubt. Everyone will simply fall in line and obey. As if on cue, GA's sharp voice cut through the air. "Hey, how long is this little break going to last?" The man turned puzzled. "Excuse me?" GA sat on the grass looking impatient. "We found water. Shouldn't we be looking for food now?" She dipped her feet into the lake. "Shouldn't someone be gathering fruit or hunting animals?" The leader stared at her. "What is with this girl?" She was acting like she was on vacation. Another player spoke up. "Forgive me, but washing your feet in our drinking water is going a bit too far." GA frowned, closing her eyes. "My legs hurt. I'll just sit here for a minute or two." The leader crossed his arms, his patience wearing thin.
"Oh, so while we search for food, you'll be resting," GA shot back. "Who said I'm resting? I'll stay here and guard this place."
The guy's expression hardened. "If you're so worried about safety, I'll guard it myself. You can go find us some food." GA glared at him defiantly. She fell silent, fuming. The other team leader quickly intervened. "The situation is heating up again. Everyone listen up." He proposed a plan. "Let's divide the 9 of us into 3 groups. 2 groups will search for food, and the 3rd will guard this camp. We'll rotate guard duty to keep things fair." GA sneered. "In that case, can I not be in the same group as him?" The man she was arguing with grinned back. "Well said. Thanks for saving me the trouble." The leader who proposed the plan put a hand to his head. He glanced between the furious GA and the smirking man. At this rate, he thought this new team is going to implode. The seeds of chaos had been sown. Let them build up their accomplishments, and then watch them turn on each other. He knew he couldn't lose his cool. These players needed to learn teamwork the hard way. The instruction was clear. As long as other players didn't attack first, they were to avoid conflict. Every dispute was to be handled peacefully. A confident voice rang out. "Securing food won't be a problem. We've all hunted monsters before." A girl smiled, adding, "Exactly, plus we have a map. It shows all the berry bushes and animal habitats." A short while later, another player gestured ahead. "Looks like this is rabbit territory," he announced. "How about a couple roasted for dinner?" His companion turned a grin on his face. "Now that sounds incredible." But as the sun began to set, doubt crept in. A worried voice asked, "Are you sure berries grow here?" "The map definitely points to this location," the guy replied, though his own confidence was wavering. "But we haven't found a single one." The girl set her shoulders slumping. "My neck is killing me from staring up at these trees," another complained. "You think it's time we headed back? We never found anything edible. If it gets any darker, we'll have a hard time navigating back," the girl warned. She looked around at the others. "Does everyone at least have an emergency ration? We can survive today with those." One player just crossed his arms, saying nothing. The protagonist wondered to himself, not a single berry. How is that possible? Sometime later, their group returned to camp, only to be met by the sound of laughter. The team leader stared at the others, his voice sharp with annoyance.
"What's going on here?" Jay simply crossed her arms, returning his displeased glare. "The sun is about to set," he snapped.
"And I don't see any preparations for the night." The protagonist emerged from the bushes, his voice booming with anger. "Where are your weapons? Stop acting like you're on a picnic." One of the slackers shot back. "Is it really that hard to just start a fire and clear the area?" Jay looked away, her irritation palpable.
"You want a fire?" She snapped her fingers, and 2 flaming arrows materialized. They plunged into the firewood. "Happy now?" Jay demanded. "Or was there something more important?"
"Like, did you bring any food?" The guy closed his eyes, defeated. "Unfortunately, we couldn't find anything." Jay scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "So you lecture me when you couldn't even find a single thing to eat?" The rest of his group seethed, glaring daggers at Jay. Another player stepped between them, trying to de-escalate. "All right, everything's fine. We can clear the area together." But one of the search party members spoke up. "Can we rest for a bit? For some reason, I feel completely exhausted." A girl touched her forehead. "Yeah, me too." Another player looked confused. "But you didn't even fight. Why is your stamina so low?" He put a hand to his head, looking up at the sky. "Maybe it's the heat." The protagonist addressed the group. "Guys, I know you're all tired. Just a little more work, and then we can all relax." But Jay just waved a dismissive hand. "I feel like I'm about to die from exhaustion." "She's right," another agreed. "Let's just push through this quickly." The players finally began gathering branches and setting up their campsite. One of them paused by a lake, a thought striking him. He felt more tired, more on edge than usual. Could it be the water? He mused. I've never felt this drained before. A little while later, the second group of players returned. Their leader stepped forward. Sorry we're late.
We wandered a bit too far and it took a while to get our bearings. The protagonist offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry about it, we just got back ourselves.
A player's eyes lit up as he approached. Is that a rabbit? The hunter proudly held up his prize. You bet I managed to catch one. You might not be able to tell by looking, but I've got dagger throw. It's a mid-rank skill. The protagonist scratched the back of his neck and laughed. Man, we would have starved if it wasn't for you and this rabbit. The hunter just grinned. Yeah, well, you'd all better be grateful. The protagonist then asked the critical question. So, who's going to cook it? The hunter leaned in conspiratorially. I think the women are good at that stuff. Jay's face hardened, her arms crossing in defiance. Are you serious? You think just because I'm a woman, I'm a master chef? The guy looked genuinely surprised. You think I could do any better? Jay's anger finally boiled over. Sorry, the only things I've ever cooked are scrambled eggs and instant noodles. The hunter just smiled sheepishly. I've only ever made cup soup. Another player folded his arms. I've always just ordered delivery. A different guy threw his hands up in exasperation. Why are we fighting over something so trivial? Let's just cook it together and finally eat. A girl smiled in agreement. Yes. The protagonist then asked, all right, but how do we skin it? The hunter looked around blankly. Does anyone here have experience as a butcher? The players just stared at each other in silence. Jay let out a derisive smirk. Well, you're all warriors, aren't you? Killing monsters is your job. You're not used to this sort of thing. The player who failed to find food finally snapped. Hey, why are you being so difficult? What are you trying to prove? Can you stop with this nonsense and stop trying to shift responsibility? Jay just smiled coolly. Actually, I already lit the fire. The guy crossed his arms. So what? You lit a fire? I could have done that too. You think that makes you so special? The protagonist put a hand to his head, letting out a weary sigh. Everyone just calm down. I'll try to handle the cooking. He paused. But this won't be enough for all of us. The rest of you get some food from your rations. Jay just glared at him from under her bangs. From a distance, this island didn't look very big. But the main character had been walking for over half a day, and hadn't even crossed 1/12 of its total area. In this world-class levels are based on mission count, which meant there were many duplicate missions available. Sanghun glanced at his system window. A side mission was now complete.
Pollute the field, set up an ambush, commit murder. The main character had already cleared about 13 missions, which was a solid pace.
He looked down at his feet. All right, time to head towards the first lake. Sometime later, a group of players stood by that same lake in the darkness. An angry shout pierced the night. This is absolute nonsense. How can she not have any food? From a branch above, Sanghun watched the scene unfold with a curious expression. Jay crossed her arms defensively. I'm not the type to just carry around a bunch of extra food. The guy put his hands on his hips, completely exasperated, and demanded, Are you serious right now? He warned her, if you keep this up. Another player chimed in. We're not asking you to share everything. We're just asking for you to spare some of your food for yourself. Do you understand? Jay exploded in a rage, screaming, Yes, and I have no food. Is that so hard? To see if they would take the bait our main character observed from a branch above. He mused that they had truly underestimated the cruelty of this hunt. The group's leader stared intently at Jay. Are you saying you have no food in your inventory? With her arms crossed, Jay's reply was sharp with annoyance. That's right. The player's brow furrowed. Fine, prove it. Jay shot back. And how? It's not like you can just peek into my inventory. The man's suspicion deepened. What rank is it? Jay admitted it was a low-rank inventory. At that, the players began pulling items from their own bags. The leader then issued a command. Take everything out. Empty it all right here. Low-rank inventories can only hold 10 unique items. If you truly have no food, you'll be able to display all 10 items. Cornered Jay lowered her head. Watching from above, Sanghun noted that the guy wasn't a fool. She had no choice. Reluctantly, she produced a hidden bag of rations. I knew it, the man sneered. He waved his hands dismissively. Look, I get that food is scarce, but to think you were lying trying to hoard supplies from the rest of us? A day hasn't even passed, and betrayal has already poisoned this group. The player grinned coldly. If you understand, then you can be the one to eat it. An icy silence fell over the camp. After a tense moment, another player spoke up. I've slain plenty of monsters, but I've never actually tried to butcher one. He offered a weak smile. I could try, maybe fry up whatever isn't guts.
What do you all think? He asked. The desperate players sat on the rocks to see what would happen. But the man's attempt ended with a heavy sigh. Jay, arms crossed, was unimpressed.
It's like chewing on a rubber, she complained. It tastes awful, and there's almost no meat. The self-proclaimed cook could only apologize. Sorry, I've never been good at cooking. The leader just shook his head. It doesn't matter. As long as we can fill our stomachs with something, it's fine. The man threw his hands up in defeat. Yeah, I guess anyone would have gotten the same result. Perched in the trees, Sanghun listened to their foolish conversation. They had no idea. Cooking wasn't just a simple action. It required a chain of skills, butchery, ingredient preparation, and the actual cooking ability. The map might have marked potential food sources, but finding them in this dense jungle was a challenge in itself. And even if they found something preparing it incorrectly, could lead to a disastrous end. For Sanghun, however, things were different. He had everything he needed. In this world, the easiest path to survival is often taking it from others. Down below, the group began planning their night watch. They would split into 4 pairs, each standing guard for 2 hours. Jay sighed, utterly exhausted. Soon, the camp began to settle down. A man and a woman held torches, watching over their teammates as they crawled into their sleeping bags. The camp grew quiet, but no one was truly sleeping. Paranoia lingered in the air. What if someone betrays us in the night? How can I trust my life to these strangers?
As true darkness fell, our main character activated a skill, middle-class cat's eyes. It was a rare grade passive ability.
This power allowed him to pierce the veil of night. His vision expanded, making the darkness as clear as day. Sanghun scanned the horizon. He spotted 3 camps to the northwest, about 4 kilometers away, and even more activity to the south.
Closer by 8 light sources flickered around a large central fire. It was obvious. A large-scale alliance, Sanghun thought.
It's time to begin. He launched himself from the trees, a shadow gliding through the air. Landing silently on a branch above the fire, he knew this was the perfect opportunity. The camp was exactly where he'd seen it. 10 people he analyzed, and not a single ranker among them. But the strangest part? They had no perimeter watch. A fatal error. He gazed down at the sleeping players and summoned his blade from his inventory. His eyes locked onto a man who was snoring loudly. In a single fluid motion, his sword descended. He struck down several players before they could even stir. Their bodies dissolved into light. The perfect assassination without making a sound. A system window appeared. Quest from the darkness. SE level has been completed. He then approached a sleeping girl, the target of his next objective, saving the life of 1 person from a group of 4 or more. Another system window materialized. Devilish Game DE level has been completed. Sanghun realized these 2 missions were the start of a chain quest. As long as the woman survived, he could unlock 2 further quests, the existence of the devil and the invisible monster. Sanghun smiled. It's true, he thought. The early bird gets the worm. He vanished back into the night. At that moment, at another camp, players sat huddled around a fire. Some kept watch by the trees, while others patrolled the area. From his perch on a high branch, Sanghun reviewed the system notifications. Although he had found 3 more groups his luck hadn't held. These players were vigilant. A direct assault would mean some would definitely escape. That was unacceptable. Sanghun decided he would simply set a few traps and leave. He got to work crafting a large snare. As he finished, he glanced at the sky. The sun was beginning to rise. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. Side mission Human Hunter E level has been completed. Sanghun turned confused. Human Hunter. The condition was simple: trap more than 3 people. But he was certain none of his traps had been sprung yet. The mission completing itself felt strange. Sanghun scanned his surroundings. A grim smile touched his lips. Looks like I'm not the only one having fun out here. He moved forward, his eyes catching a sudden rustle in the treetops. A player was leaning against a tree, his leg bleeding badly. What kind of idiot sets a trap right there? He cursed, clutching the wound. He slumped to the ground. I have spare clothes, but not shoes, he muttered. I'll have to find a new pair. Something. Light for a thief, not these heavy armored boots. Peeking from behind a tree, Sanghun watched him with a puzzled expression as dawn broke. The player pushed himself up. First, I need to get out of here with a smoke bomb. Just as he reached for it, a figure emerged from the trees and ran towards him, a swift strike piercing straight through his target. As the player turned, he met Sanghun's chilling smile. His body dissolved into particles of light as a system window materialized. Competitor elimination complete. With the local task finished, the main character ran a hand through his hair. He grinned, a little surprised himself. The moment his foe drew a blade, he'd instinctively used moving steps to evade and launch a devastating counterattack. He gripped his own sword and surged forward. If his enemy hadn't already been wounded, the victory wouldn't have been so easy. Sanghun glanced at the spoils on the ground. Food and gear. He smirked. What a lucrative hunt this was. He'd already amassed over 5 million. Gold for taking down just 15 people. And so much food his inventory was nearly full. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He hadn't expected such a windfall. He had plenty of skills, but their low levels were his only weakness. Sanghun walked on, already planning his next move. With this much gold, he could raise 1 skill to a ranker level, or boost all of them by at least 1 point. Meanwhile, some distance away, Marion hid behind a large rock. The coast seemed clear. She opened her system window, her eyes scanning the text. The final quests for good of survival and evil all seemed incredibly difficult to complete, and that didn't even include the nightmare mission. Hope Island. Build a trap and escape the island. She pressed a hand to her lips, deep in thought. Could Sanghun actually complete the villain's questline, or would this just drag on until they finally met? Pointing to the system map, she muttered to herself. She was terrible with maps, but even she could spot the large mountain in the distance. For now, that would be her destination. But soon, a furious scream shattered the silence. Attack, you idiots! 2 teams of players faced off, trading insults and threats. Get over here so I can run you through. Marion observed the pathetic display and simply walked on, moving right past the squabbling players. They watched her bewildered. One player frowned, annoyed. Who the hell is she? Can't she see we're in the middle of something? But she paid them no mind, them. As she continued on her way, the player grabbed her shoulder. Hey, who are you? You think you're too good to even look at us? The ranker's eyes flashed with cold fire. She spun around her hand a blur, striking the man across the face. He crumpled to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. What the? His comrade stammered in fear. Mei Rai turned away, clenching her fists. Don't come near me, she warned, her voice like ice. I'll make an exception this one time, but there won't be a second. The player smirked. I don't know how strong you think you are, but wouldn't it be easier for us to take you down than fighting a whole organization? With a battle cry, the players rushed the ranker. Marine gripped the hilts of her swords and unleashed a devastating arc of steel. She sheathed her blades and walked on, leaving a trail of bodies in her wake. A thought crossed her mind. She still hadn't managed to form unbending chi after her first awakening. If she could just gather enough sword silk and combine it in the air, she might finally generate that unbending chi. After some time, the ranker reached a hidden cave. Ever since arriving in this world, it had been one battle after another. It was time she decided to start. Building her true strength, she would train here in isolation for the next month. This cave was perfect. Mei Rai checked her system window again. Thankfully, she had the perfect skill for this. A new window popped up. Skill Figurative Training, class event. Type active. It organizes the user's thoughts and activates superhuman focus, allowing for intense training within the mind. The skill requires at least 30 minutes of concentration. The longer she trained, her mana and wisdom would grow exponentially. And while the skill was active, her hunger and thirst slowed by 100%. Mei Rai focused on the image of a god, recalling the teachings she'd spent 100,000 points on. 1 month of training. She would absolutely master unbending chi on her sword. 10 days later, a group of players gathered in a forest clearing. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble. A mound of dirt rose from the ground, and a hand burst forth. Sanghun emerged, thinking to himself, this was a terrible method. Over the past 10 days, he had focused solely on evil missions, killing, poisoning, setting traps. The evil quest chain was like a perfect guide for his wicked deeds. He'd even created a falling domino and gun trap. All his previous atrocities felt one-dimensional in comparison. But thanks to these quests, he could now predict the consequences of his actions with chilling accuracy. The main character launched himself into the air, landing silently on a thick tree branch. He gazed down at the group below. Sick players were strewn across the ground. For 10 days since the mission began, they had been drinking poisoned water. They had no chance of lasting another month. A few might have noticed something was wrong, but with their own water supplies dwindling, they had no choice but to drink from the tainted source. The main character sat down and opened a book. 2 energies began to manifest, a thunder bomb and a fire bomb. Sanghun drew back a phantom arrow, unleashing a massive torrent of flame towards the players. One man erupted into fire, screaming, "Enemy attack! We're under attack again!" Another yelled, "2 arms!" But it was too late. Players clutched their heads and shrieked in agony. Flames consumed them, their bodies burning bright. From his perch, the main character watched with a thoughtful expression. He then turned his gaze to a man in full steel armor. The armored man detonated himself in a final desperate act. Sanghun rushed in to claim the armor as his own. He let out a sinister smile and triggered another explosion. What was that? A player cried in fear. From the smoke, a silhouette in heavy armor emerged. It was Sanghun. "All of you, die," he commanded. The main character began to swing his weapon, roaring. "Let them die! Let them all disappear! Let them all die!" The terrified players could only watch in horror. One man raised his sword. "What is wrong with this lunatic?" Sanghun carved through their ranks. Their screams cut short. A player pressed his fist to his face, his mind reeling. The horror. If his own body were normal, he wouldn't be able to push back with such force. He swung his weapon, hurling it at the armored figure. Sanghun simply walked towards him. "Warriors, try to block even a single one of my attacks." A man raised his shield, trembling. "Wait, Reinforcements are coming. The scouts will be here soon. To understand? Sanghun knew it was time to retreat. He raised his axe and bellowed, "That's enough. Everyone fall back." Of course, he had no allies there, but in the chaos, it was impossible to tell. The players glanced around, fear in their eyes. "The attacks! They've stopped," one shouted. "They're retreating." Sanghun grabbed his weapon and charged forward. The players gave chase, one of them yelling, "Don't let him get away!" But the girl ordered them to halt. "Stop! Don't rush in so recklessly." The knight buried his face in his hands, crying out, "We can't take care of the survivors if we just leave." A player shot him a look and said, "Just focus
on putting out the fire on the fence first." The man looked down, his voice heavy. How many did we lose?" The man kneeling beside a fallen comrade
reported grimly, 8 dead, and all the survivors are critically wounded." The leader's face was a mask of horror. If this continued, he thought they would all be wiped out. Sanghun ran a short distance, then spun around. He stomped his foot, and in that instant, trees splintered and broke. The main character smirked. If they
kept chasing him, they'd walk right into his traps. Too bad for them. This should be enough to stop anyone without tracking magic, he thought.
Sanghun removed his helmet, opening the system window to his inventory. He mused, 8 people. Maybe I should have gathered a few more. The main character leaped onto a high branch. If my goal was just to kill them, he considered, I wouldn't have bothered setting up magic arrows for an ambush or wearing all this armor. His true objective was to sow the seeds of doubt and conflict. A short time later, the players discovered bags of food and a few apples near a tree. "Today, 2, one man asked. Another player replied, "He told us we could find food if we came here." From his perch in the trees, Sanghun watched them. A man approached the bags cautiously.
"What is this? Who left it here?" he wondered aloud. A player started grabbing the apples. "Let's just gather it first." They took everything that had been left and moved on.
The main character leaped from his branch and shadowed them. After a while, he arrived at the killer's village where a proper camp had already been established. It was still simple, but it was slowly starting to resemble a real settlement. Peeking from behind a tree, Sanghun thought that this was all
because he had scattered around 400 food rations. Thanks to his efforts, he completed the good missions, ensuring there would be no issues when he started
completing the evil missions later. The main character watched as the men entered a thatched building. If this one good deed has such a huge effect, he thought, then everything is proceeding perfectly. 8 bags, a player asked. Yes, the guy replied. But what about the other groups? The player holding the bags announced. Our search party gathered enough food for 30 people. If we all eat a little less, hunger won't be an issue anymore. As the men walked outside, one asked, We're finding less and less food every day, aren't we? Another man sat on a wooden box. Yeah, he sighed. At this rate will run out in 2 days. The first player said, So we should... The man turned to him, his eyes hard. Do it. The players sat on the box, their hands gripping the handles of their weapons. When the island mission first began, everyone was laser-focused on finding food. Because of this, the killer group started out small. A man chased a rabbit, swinging his fists wildly. But those who didn't hunt and simply took what Sanghun left behind began to understand. It was as if Sanghun was a puppeteer showing the players that compared to eating tasteless island fruit and meat, the killing brought far greater rewards for much less effort. The main character imagined a man with a spear served up on a platter before him. Sometime later in Jay's camp, a player slammed his fist against a tree trunk. Roaring, They're all going to die. We lost 8 people today because of their ambush. Jay turned to him and asked, So we're just going to let this happen? She crossed her arms, her expression disdainful. Or would it be better to just attack them ourselves?
A guy clenched his teeth and glared at her. Have you forgotten why we started this group in the first place? It was to avoid killing other people. There are other
ways besides murder, like negotiations or agreements. Another player scoffed. Negotiations, agreements. He grabbed the man by his collar and snarled. We started with 100 people and now there are only 60 of us. And you want to solve this with talk? The man stammered, but the player shouted. Your group was on the outskirts. You have no idea how cruel these bastards can be, Jay declared scornfully. I am the leader of this group, so I decide what we do. I don't care what any of you think. We're going on the offensive, she smirked. And if you have a problem with that, then good. Luck surviving without my food. A player roared with excitement. An excellent choice. Someone behind him yelled, Yeah, we'll kill them before they kill us. The dissenting man just stared at them in disgust, staying silent. He lowered his head, thinking, if we attack, it doesn't matter if we win. Or lose. We'll suffer heavy casualties either way. That was why he was so against it. A while later, beneath a sunset sky, a mocking voice called out, Those idiots. Jay put a hand to her head in frustration. Why are they taking so long to chat? Just attack already, she thought. Strategy this, strategy that. It's giving me a headache. Suddenly, Jay clutched her head and screamed in agony. A masked Sanghun had appeared right in front of her.
She pointed a trembling finger at him, her voice a horrified scream. He was only supposed to appear in the darkness. The main character simply offered her 2 small envelopes, and she could only stare.
Confusion clouded her eyes. What are these? She asked hesitantly. Kangun looked at her, a thought crossing his mind. She doesn't even recognize a map. He felt her ignorance truly knew no limits. But to be fair, Jay's simple-minded nature might actually be useful. People who were both foolish and self-centered were incredibly easy to control. On the very first day, her selfishness was exposed when she tried to hoard food, causing her reputation to plummet. Jay stood isolated from the team, her arms crossed in defiance. If Kangun had simply left her to fend for herself, she would have remained an outcast, unable to cooperate with anyone. But thanks to his guidance, she had risen to become the group's leader. Our main character held up a cluster of mushrooms, carefully explaining which were safe to eat, and which were deadly. The same people who first doubted him now watched intently. But they had no choice but to trust her, because she brought mountains of food day after day. Joy supplied mushrooms, apples, and berries for the camp. After all, a leader with a terrible character is far better than starvation. Right now, Joa was clearly displeased. He refused to answer. What is this piece of paper for? Sanghun put his hands. She reached into her pockets, pulling out a map. It detailed the exact location of the assassin's base, right down to the guard patrols they were hunting. He asked what she planned to do. With a look of disdain, she told him to show it to his leader or anyone else with a brain. Someone competent would know exactly what to do with it. The man studied the map, his eyes narrowed. Can this be trusted? Ji just grinned, asking if he really thought she would lie to him now. She reminded him who taught him to tell poisonous mushrooms from edible ones. Convinced, the man stood. All right. Tonight they would hunt the hunters. Later, under the cover of darkness, a scout returned. He reported that the assassin group was just 10 minutes out, and it seemed they had no perimeter defense whatsoever. The leader repeated his voice low. No defense against an ambush. The scout confirmed it. From what he saw, there were only 10 or so men on watch. The rest were sound asleep, their camp easy to spot because of a roaring bonfire. A player gripped his sword hilt tightly. Arrogant fools, he growled. The knight added that they themselves could not afford to risk even a small fire due to the constant attacks. The leader gave his command. We'll encircle them and attack from all sides at once. He then ordered them to take no prisoners. The man turned and added that if even one escaped, they wouldn't sleep peacefully for the rest of this mission. The players exchanged grim, silent looks. Their leader rose to his feet. Do not forget, he declared. This is for our survival. This is our revenge. Elsewhere, Ji sat against a tree, issuing her own orders. We're splitting the squad into 2 teams. The guy looked at her. What do you mean? Ji snapped back, annoyed. I said we're splitting up. She waved a hand dismissively. The ambush squad will hit the village and the defense squad. We'll form a perimeter to catch anyone who tries to escape. The man protested. But there are only 200 of us. If we divide our forces each detachment, we'll be that much weaker. Using only 100 men to capture fugitives in this huge forest? Ji whirled on him. Are you questioning my orders? An image of Sanghun flashed in her mind. All she had to do was follow the masked man's plan. Her subordinate clenched his fist, thinking furiously. What is she talking about? We'll be outnumbered even if all 200 of us attack together, and she refuses to even listen to me. A moment later, a massive explosion ripped through the forest. High above the main character stood on a branch, observing the chaos. He thought there was no reason to risk going down there just yet. Sanghun wondered if it was time to begin his real mission. He pushed off the branch, leaping into the darkness. Meanwhile, the players stood near their main camp. One of them sighed heavily. I think I'm going to die. The other man looked at him. If you have the strength to talk, maybe you can take my watch. The guy crossed his arms. Are you a fool? He looked inside a tent. The others can barely even move. And it's all because of that water. Right now, we're the only ones with any energy left. The player leaned back and asked, after we clear out the killer's camp and take their food, we'll be able to eat our fill, right? The man replied that even if they did splitting, it wouldn't amount to much. Just think about how many people are in our group. His friend's eyes grew cold. Won't that number be decreasing soon? What about killing all the wounded and leaving them behind? The man closed his eyes. No matter how desperate things get, there are things you just don't say out loud. How dare you suggest that? The player thought he heard something. Suddenly the man's head was pierced by an arrow and blood gushed out. He looked on puzzled when a sharp sword sliced through his own neck. Sanghun landed silently holding his grimoire. He opened the book and channeled lightning through his blade. The main character knew he would finish this in one move. He swung his sword and arcs of lightning erupted everywhere as several explosions thundered. through the forest engulfing the players' bodies in electricity. A girl watched from behind, trembling in fear. Ball lightning! She gripped her staff, and thought she only dodged because she was far away. That was definitely fifth circle ball lightning. The girl thrust her staff
forward, forming a bolt of energy, and shouting, "Magic projectile!" It shot toward Sanghun, but he dodged and swatted it away. The girl looked on in fear.
She wondered what kind of strange movement that was. He dodged every single one of her attacks. The main character waved his sword and released another bolt of lightning. It hit a high mountain and rocks scattered everywhere. Sanghun smiled, thinking that magic was enhanced by 200%, and skill power by 30%. With these two improvements, his talisman art was even stronger. After a while, Sanghun walked past the corpses he left behind. He thought this power was
quite useful. The main character smiled. Everything was going exactly according to his plan. Separating those who were poisoned by the water in
each group had been well worth the effort. Sanghun looked at the sky. He had to finish off the 9 remaining groups before the sun came up. It was time to move. At that moment in the assassin's village, a man raised his hand and begged them to wait. He sat on the ground of the burned village and asked to talk things out. The leader looked down at him. "Talk. Don't you think it's a little late for that?" The player stuck out his hand and shouted that they were all idiots. He asked if they even knew who he was. A ranker. Did they understand? A ranker. The man looked down at him and asked, "And?" The player screamed, "What do you mean?" And he shouted that if they let him go, he would forgive them for all their mistakes. Otherwise, they would all pay for everything as soon as the mission was over. The leader asked again, "We'll pay." He said that was no problem. He was ready. But first, the man formed a sword and looked closely at the frightened player, who shouted that he was a senior member of the G Guild. "Please." The leader swung his sword and shouted that he would pay first. Splatters of blood flew as the man
pulled the sword from his body. A player looked at him. No wonder he was so scared. That must have been his last life. Did he know about it? The leader
turned away and said it didn't matter to him whether it was his first life or his second. Whether he was a ranker or not, he had already decided to separate the man's head from his body. "Because of your attack, half of our group is dead, and the other half is barely breathing." The player looked at him, model. With his rage still simmering, the leader commanded his men to clean up. They were to gather all equipment and food. He declared they would regroup in the village center in exactly 1 hour. Just then, a scout approached him asking if he had a moment. The leader turned his eyes questioning. The scout spoke urgently. "A message from Leader Leji, sir." He reported that several people had managed to flee during the chaos. She was requesting the leader to send a team to intercept any survivors. A dark chuckle escaped the leader. "Fugitives, are they?" He mused that 1 or 2 always slip through the cracks. "Actually, sir," the scout corrected, "about 100 people escaped." The leader's expression froze. A cold dread washed over him. How could an entire crowd that large just vanish? Meanwhile, Jay scratched her ear with a sigh. Was someone cursing her name again? Why else would her ears be burning? She'd only told him 100 instead of the full 200. But she figured it would all sort itself out. Looking at her subordinate, she waved a dismissive hand. "I've done what you asked. I'm going to rest. Let the others finish up." The player beside her put a hand to his face. "Have you no sense of decency?" he whispered. The other guy shot back. "None. If she did, she'd already be dead." Suddenly, the girl pointed to the sky. "Is that smoke?" The player looked up and his face went pale. "That's our camp." Fear crept into her voice. "Why is there so much smoke?" Sometime later, the squad returned to a scene of devastation. The leader's voice was grim. "What happened here?" He ordered a full sweep of the area. "Everyone on alert. Look for survivors." A player reported back, his voice hollow. "There are no survivors, sir. And all the supplies we gathered, they're gone." The leader's voice trembled slightly. Who did this?" "The attacker is unknown," the player replied, his mind flashing back to the carnage. "But judging by the lingering traces of mana and the sheer amount of blood, there was a ranker among them." He added, "And the attacking force must have been massive. Not a single one of our own people managed to escape." The leader clenched his fists. "Begin the search," he commanded. "Don't let your guard down, and tell the thieves they'll have to work harder." The scout nodded. "Understood." As the man turned away, his mind raced. Could the remnants of the murder group have attacked? It was possible. If so, then he was certain they fled west. But to seek revenge, was it worth this much? They would have had to travel all night through that dense forest, just to strike back. The effort seemed too great. The leader scowled. It was highly unlikely. At that very moment within Leji's group, a scout stared forward in disbelief. "What is that? What's it doing here?" Before them lay massive crates and bags overflowing with supplies. A player gasped in Amazement. Where did all of this come from? A girl calculated quickly. This is enough for 5 days, isn't it? But the main character warned them, don't relax, this could be a trap. The girl scoffed at him. After we wiped out those killers, we became the strongest group in this forest. She challenged him. Do you really
think anyone would be foolish enough to attack us now? Another player reached for a box. We still have 20 days left in this mission.
And this food just conveniently appears for us. Halt! Jay's voice boomed. From this moment on, she declared, anyone who touches this food will be punished. The main character turned to face her. And what do you plan to do? Jay planted her hands on her hips, her expression full of arrogance. First, we move all of this back to the village. And even if you're not thinking of stealing, I will personally inspect the inventory of everyone who goes near it. The guy's brow furrowed. This whole
thing is too suspicious to bring into our village. I have a very bad feeling about this. Jay crossed her arms, her voice dripping with disdain. And what are you
suggesting we burn it all? That's not what I meant, he shot back. We should think for a moment before blindly dragging it back to camp. Jay slammed her spear into the ground, her voice rising like a spoiled child's. Why do you always have to argue with me? She shrieked. We won't last another 20 days without this food, so we're taking it. What am I doing wrong? Veins pulsed on Jay's temple as irritation turned to rage. Do you know how to do anything besides disagree with me? She screamed. If you're so scared, then you don't have to eat it. He responded with a chilling calm. Fine. Jay, still radiating fury, demanded, What did you say? The guy's anger finally erupted. I said I won't eat it. Jay recoiled in shock. He trembled with rage, exhaling sharply. This is the first time I've ever been this angry. Considering the hellish world we're in, the fact I kept my cool until now is a miracle. Isn't it? Who do you think you're talking to? Jay screamed. Who? He roared back. I'm talking to you, Lei Ji. I've swallowed my anger for as long as I could, but at this rate, the stress alone will kill me. Another player watched in terror. Someone do something. Stop them. But a girl beside him shook her head. I don't think we should get involved. The player stared at his friend. I've never seen him this furious before. Jay's face contorted with rage. How dare you speak to me like that? She slammed her spear into the ground once more. Fire rocket! But the guy didn't even flinch. His hand merely gripped the handle of his axe. He effortlessly dissipated her, magical energy leaving Jay staring in utter disbelief. He clenched his jaw, his voice low and dangerous. Don't push me, you pull a stunt like that again, and I won't hold back. Jay shrieked hysterically. How could you? The guy ignored her, turning to the others. It would be foolish to stay in this group after this. He asked, Does anyone want to leave with me? We won't give you any food, Jay screamed. The guy pointed a finger right at her, his voice thundering back. Then you can keep your damn suspicious food for yourself. You fool! Jay watched, stunned, as player after player stepped forward to join him. A loyalist whispered in fear. 12 people. Jay brandished her spear, trying to save face. What are you all so worried about? It's only 12 people good. That's fewer mouths for me to feed. What are you standing around for? She screamed. Get to work. As the new group walked away, one of them said, I know you did that in a fit of anger. A girl added, But are you sure leaving? Like this is the right move. The guy closed his eyes. If I stayed with them any longer, my head would have exploded. He turned back to his new companions. From now on, we move away from this forest. After some time, Sanghun wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled. That's better. He gazed ahead at the strange landscape.
A forest that borders a desert. This is bizarre. The boundary between them looked as if it had been drawn with a ruler. The main character opened his system window. I wonder how my quests are progressing? He had completed 200 more evil missions, along with 6 good missions and 21 survival missions.
Sanghun was admiring the view when an arrow suddenly whistled past his ear, embedding itself in the sand. From the heat haze, a group of armed players materialized. Don't move, surround him, their leader barked. The archer eyed him suspiciously. Who are you from the Redstone clan? Another demanded, What are you doing here? Identify yourself. Sanghun just chuckled. Let's all calm down first, he said with a disarming smile. Can't we just talk this out? Why are you smiling? The archer spat. What's so funny? In a flash, Sanghun's foot slammed into the man's stomach. He took a mental snapshot. 2 archers, 2 magicians, 3 warriors, 8 hostiles in total. He drew his blade, and in a single fluid motion, the air sang with the sound of steel. All 8 players collapsed into the desert sand. What? How? The archer stammered in disbelief. Sanghun appeared before him, the cold edge of his sword pressed against the man's throat. Did you really think I was asking for a friendly chat?
Horror dawned on the archer's face. They had messed with a monster. Sanghun released him, and the man scrambled away in pure terror.
Sanghun then casually walked over to another player clutching his face on the ground. "So, is now a good time to start that conversation?" he asked smoothly. He was confident it would be beneficial for them too. "My nose," the man groaned. The archer, trying to regain his composure, asked, "What do you want?" Sanghun's smile returned. "Let's discuss it over dinner." Their confused expressions were priceless. A short while later, the scent of simmering soup filled the air, making the players' mouths water uncontrollably. "Dig in," the main character offered. One player took a hesitant sip, his eyes widening in shock. "This is meat?" Another burst into tears of joy. "It's been so long since I've eaten real food." Sanghun smiled satisfied. "Is it delicious?" he asked, already knowing the answer. With his high-level cooking skill, it was impossible for the meal to be anything less than perfect. "Of course," the archer replied gratefully. "I don't know how to thank you. We were on the verge of starvation." "No problem," the main character said calmly. "Fighting brings us nothing. It's much better to help each other, isn't it?" The players were overcome with emotion. He didn't kill them. Instead, he prepared a feast. How could they have been so foolish as to attack such a person? In their eyes, Sanghun was a benevolent figure. To them, he was an angel in the flesh. Sanghun's grin widened. Everything was going according to his plan. "By the way," he began casually, "do you happen to have a map of this wasteland? Or perhaps you know what kinds of people live here?" One player hesitated, glancing at his leader. "Should we tell him?" But the archer was resolute. "After everything he's done, it would be wrong to hide anything. Besides, it's not exactly a secret." He produced a hand-drawn map. "Yes, we'll show you what we've charted." The archer pointed out the route from the oasis to the metal slime habitat with all the important landmarks marked. "The largest group in this wasteland has about 100 people," he explained. "But there are also 5 rankers, including 1 top ranker." Sanghun's interest was piqued. "A top ranker who—" The archer projected an image. "Ken Muhan of GF." The main character let out a long sigh. The player then pointed to the edge of the map. "But there's also a group opposing them. Beyond the wasteland is the Forest of Darkness, and they seem to be fighting over a large stone. It's located right on the border between the wasteland and the forest. It's very easy to spot." Sanghun hid his amusement. Fighting over a simple cobblestone. No, there was clearly something more to it. One of his main missions was to clear 5 dungeons, which meant there had to be at least 5 dungeons on this island. He was willing to bet there was one hidden right next to that stone. He smiled. "Thank you," he said to the players. "As a token of my gratitude, let me give you some advice. It looks like you're having trouble with supplies. So you should go to the forest." The player paled. "The forest? But there are terrible rumors about the number of traps and a group of killers hunting players." The main character's smile was enigmatic. "I'm not so sure about that information. I heard that group of killers was wiped out a couple of days ago. Only peaceful groups remain now." The guy's jaw dropped. "Really?" Sanghun smiled with his eyes closed. "It seems the largest group is controlled by a female magician named Lee Ji-hee. Maybe you should try to find them." A system window popped up. "Mission Fanning the Flames has been completed." The players bowed low. "Thank you so much," the archer said. "We sincerely apologize for attacking you." The main character just smiled. "It's all fine. I'm sure we'll see each other again someday." "Yes, sir," the archer cried out. "We will definitely repay your kindness." Sanghun thought to himself that with a character like Lee Ji-hee, they'd be repaying him soon enough. She would definitely hoard the food and start a power struggle within the group. With that settled, the main character decided to take a stroll over to that so-called cobblestone. By the time he arrived, night had fallen. The stone was immense, taller than most buildings. He opened his system window, thinking he should probably activate camouflage. The space was still too open. Just then, he heard voices. A group of players appeared from the shadows. "What's supposed to be here?" one asked. "I have no idea," another replied. Sanghun instantly hid behind a rock, listening to their conversation. "Mr. Unsung said something was moving here, so we should check it out. Search everything around." The main character cursed himself for being sloppy. A system window confirmed medium body hiding was activated. He scanned the players' status windows. With stats like these, they were definitely top tier among ordinary players. The girl in the back was especially dangerous. Her agility was 100 points. One of the players started walking directly towards Sanghun's hiding spot. What to do if he kills him and escapes? The entire camp will be on high alert. Suddenly, the players spun around. "You again?" one of them screamed in horror. A swordsman charged forward, shouting, "Let them go!" A bright explosion ripped through the darkness. So this was the group they were fighting. This was his chance. As chaos erupted, Sanghun sprinted toward the village they had established, hiding behind a large stone. It was a full-fledged village. "What a bunch of wild dogs!" a man shouted. "They keep attacking in short bursts, so we can't even sleep." Unsung ordered, "Everyone stay on guard. They might set up another ambush tonight." The man scratched his head and said, "That's right." From behind the rock, Sanghun watched them, his mind already formulating a new plan. As expected from a major guild, a strict hierarchy was in place. Suddenly, Unsung spun around, aiming his bow at a terrified player. The man stammered, "Sir Unsung, what is—" Unsung loosed an arrow before he could finish. "Run!" a girl screamed. It didn't just hit the stone hiding our main character, it tore right through it. The player approached the ruined stone, bewildered. How did he pierce solid rock with a normal arrow? Unsung turned back, his expression calm. "I thought I sensed something, but it seems I was just imagining things." He dismissed it casually. "Don't worry about it, everyone back to your duties." Sanghun pressed himself flat against the rock, his heart pounding. Any closer, and I would have been dead. It was clear in an instant, this man was a ranker. He peeked out. Most of the guards were positioned behind the fence. This was his chance to move toward the strange stone. After a moment, Sanghun reached the massive boulder. He stared at the giant cobblestone, a thought racing through his mind. Is there a cave inside this thing? He couldn't back down now. He had to check it out while he had the chance. Suddenly, a system window appeared. You have entered a path in space. Passing through this strange energy will teleport you to another location. In front of him, a massive red portal pulsed with power. Sanghun stared in awe. A path in space. He knew he couldn't take such a blind risk. He had to come back another time. But just then, he noticed several bright lights behind him. They were arrows, and they struck true, wounding Sanghun. The system window flared with an urgent message. Medium rank poisoning has been detected. Poison rank high, type immediate, effect paralysis. Poison, Sanghun thought in disbelief. There's someone else who uses it besides me. Unsung drew another arrow. Don't move, the ranker ordered coldly. State your name. Sanghun clutched his shoulder, horror dawning on him. The plans changed. He leaped into the burning portal as the system window announced his entry into the spatial path. Strange energy enveloped his entire body. Shh, I missed, Unsung muttered, unable to see clearly. In the darkness, he glanced at the ground and saw it. A single drop of blood. Unsung touched his finger to it, and a new window appeared. Skill Wild Instinct has been activated. Victims rank highest. Intelligence is felt within the blood. Target can be tracked for 1 hour. The ranker licked the blood from his finger. Interesting, he mused. The victim's rank is the same as mine. This means the blood belongs to a ranker, one with high intelligence. Unsung pictured the intruder. Kim Han is a fool. Now I see why he retreated so quickly. The ranker's lips curled into a smirk. Is he trying to play games with me? He strode forward with purpose. The target has been set. The system confirmed his intent. Target locked. Tracking time increased to 3 hours. Upon meeting the target, all stats will increase by 5%. A short while later, Unsung returned to the village. He crossed his arms announcing, Kim Ye-hoon has just vanished through a spatial path. What, isn't that idiot a priest? Another player asked. Did he go in there alone? Unsung shot him a sharp look. Even so, he's a top-tier ranker, he replied. Regardless, we'll need to restock our supplies soon. If we can hunt down Ye-hun along the way, that would be perfect. The ranker gave the order. Everyone get ready. We move out at 5. It's time to begin the hunt. The system's voice echoed in Sanghun's mind. You have entered a special dungeon, the volcanic cave. The cavernous space was filled with molten magma and oppressive scorching air. Sanghun ripped off his blood-soaked cape, watching it disintegrate. He held his shoulder, groaning as he pushed forward. He clenched his teeth against the searing discomfort, looking back with a scowl. I may have escaped, but they'll find me soon enough. A new system alert appeared. The environment is affecting you due to the extremely high temperature. All characteristics reduced by 10%. Damage from fire-related skills increased by 3%. Damage from flame-related skills increased by 5%. The rate of health decrease is increased by 30%. Sanghun saw nothing but flowing rivers of fire and towering walls of superheated rock. He thought the influence of the environment. What is this place? The system provided details. Dungeon Volcanic Cave, Class B. A mysterious dungeon where no mortal has ever set foot. Due to the constant fires, this zone has become a favored habitat for fire elementals and similar monsters. These monsters prefer not to approach people without a specific reason. B class. Sanghun was stunned. No, I have to forget about the class for now. He took a step, landing on a patch of ground glowing with heat from the magma below. The hiss of his boots was deafening as he felt the intense burn. He leaped away instantly, but the fire had already scorched the back of his boot. The crackling grew louder as flames burst from the ground where he'd stood. A wall of fire erupted, roaring upwards in a searing column. Sanghun landed just in front of the inferno, where something was coalescing within the flames. Suddenly, fiery projectiles shot out from the wall like arrows whistling through the air. The main character instantly summoned a sword from his inventory, swinging desperately to deflect the barrage. But the flaming arrows kept coming, setting the very ground ablaze. Already weakened, Sanghun couldn't block them all. Several attacks struck his chest, making him cry out in pain. Another system window flashed.
Activation of medium-class magic resistance.
The volley of arrows ceased. Our hero stood surrounded by swirling streams of fire. Something began to take shape within the fiery wall. A colossal, bizarre creature made of pure flame appeared before him with a deafening roar. Is that a hound? Sanghun wondered. I should test how effective my skills are with this flame buff. He drew out a grimoire, applying its power to his sword. The blade and the book were instantly wreathed in roaring flames and rays of red light. Sanghun never took his eyes off the monster. The magical fire was already seething intensely near his face. With a look of grim determination,
He looked forward and unleashed a firebomb. A massive fiery explosion rocked the cavern where the monster stood.
as the blast subsided, Sanghun stood before a magical circle formed from the fire itself. Through the smoke, only the monster's glowing eyes were visible, and a menacing growl was heard. A massive red monster shrouded in yellow fire stalked towards him. It opened its maw wide, letting out a sound like a raging bonfire. The main character realized it was too close. He brought up his book, blocking the monster's attack with a loud crack as it slammed against its jaw. The system window flared once more. Magic book skill activated. Books are not weapons. Your attack and defense stats will increase in proportion to the book's rank. From the sheer force of the blow, with a mighty roar, the monster was sent flying backwards, tumbling across the ground and leaving a blazing trail of fire. The super strong hero frowned and thought attacking them with fire skills only makes them angrier. In that case, this buff was useless. He pressed his sword against the book once more. Instantly, crackling lightning bolts swarmed the blade, buzzing with power. The monster, already back on its feet, let out another furious scream. The main character braced himself and charged towards it straight through the fiery flashes. He swung his sword in a wide arc, and with a grin shot electricity through the monster's entire body. The impact created blinding flashes and loud crackling discharges. The monster flared up even brighter and screamed in agony, after which its flames hissed and began to dissipate, losing their shape. A brilliant red crystal emerged from the creature. The system reported it was a low-grade magic flame stone and essence type. This stone contains the essence of flame. Weapons and armor imbued with it will receive a bonus flame element. Long-term use will increase the corresponding stats. Sanghun gazed at the sparkling stone floating in a fiery aura, thinking an increase in stats. Items that can raise stats just by consuming them are considered priceless. He seized the stone and swallowed it without hesitation. A system window appeared. Feel the essence spread throughout your body before disappearing. If you absorb 3 flame stones per day for 100 days, your magic rating will increase by 3 points. The main character exhaled in frustration. 3 stones a day for 100 days? No, I refuse. Just then, conversations echoed from the dark passage behind him. Someone heard sounds in that direction. We must be careful. Sanghun turned back, annoyed and worried. Have they arrived already so fast? Onsen pointed, his hand forward, and shouted menacingly, Over there! There's someone there! With him were other warriors and a barking dog. The system identified it. This is a barking dog. It receives a stat bonus from the hunter's skills. This is a companion that can help with hunting, tracking, and escaping. The main character began to panic. This is bad! He broke into a sprint even as several more fiery, growling hounds stood in his way. The hero ran straight into the pack of monsters and readied his sword. He swung it, attacking the monsters with a powerful whoosh of wind. His sword cut right through the flame hounds. He couldn't stop pushing forward and carving a path through the creatures. Onsen's people were running right after him, not lagging behind in the slightest. The main character thought, I can't allow them to reveal my identity. I'll have to cover my face for a while. He began to search for something in his inventory. I didn't think I'd have to use this. He put the mask on, glancing back. He had no other choice. He never would have thought that this mask would be so useful. He ran inside a dark cave where no fire or lava could be seen. The dog stopped trying to find his scent, but it was spinning and walking in circles, utterly confused. Onsen thought, is the dog confused by the smell in here? This is alarming. A nearby guy asked, that scoundrel Kim Yun, why is he so fast? He and the other warrior tried to catch their breath and rest. The ranker petted the dog and said, do not underestimate him. He is still one of the greatest ranker priests among active players. He frowned, dissatisfied, and thought, I have no choice. If it's come to this, I absolutely have to catch him before time runs out. The ranker stood up and shouted, everyone run! He began a confident chase as his men asked, what was going on? At this time, several players were walking on the western mountain. The head of the group warned, everyone be careful, the forest of death is just ahead. The guy next to him prepared a spear. Everyone who's gone in there has disappeared. There must be a strong monster or a dungeon. Deep in this forest. Ellie sighed, and her icy eyes opened wide. She readied her machine gun and pulled the trigger. Immediately, a bright flash illuminated the dark forest. and the sky itself. A massive purple beam of magic flashed over the treetops. A group of people saw with horror that their
comrade's head was blown clean off by a luminous bullet. They screamed and told each other to run, but bullets were already flying and whistling behind each,
one creating explosions on the ground. The system announced, "The magician's vision has been restored." She tiredly raised the muzzle of the machine gun. The weapon's aura had not yet dissipated around her. She already had a headache from such a sudden change in vision, but at least she could eat. Something other than her own food today. In place of the players' bodies bags containing their food appeared. Before in the city, Sanghun had asked her if you're interested. In buffs and debuffs, wouldn't it be better to be a cleric rather than a mage? Why don't you change your profession, Ellie thought, although witches have weak. Offensive skills, their true power is revealed through buffs, debuffs, and other various abilities. But like Sanghun said, it would be better for me to change my profession to cleric if I want to focus on support skills. She put her fingers to her chin, thinking, and yet, do I really have to strengthen my attack spells just because I'm a mage? What exactly does it mean to be a true magician? It's not only pure power and strength, but also giving death no opportunity to fight back. With a wave of a hand, magical powers can easily kill a person, and they can't do a thing about it. It turns even the healthiest people into terminally ill patients doing things that cannot be explained by the norm. This is what she believes true magic is, and this is also the reason why she learned all these spells. To use all previously learned spells to their maximum potential, and create her own domain. Her own personal domain of the witch. She was in a dense forest next to a huge volcano. Ellie uses illusion magic, leaving it on trees, which makes people wander around and reduces their stats. Vision lock and accuracy spells are ideal for sniping. She also used magic crystals to restore the mana needed for her demonic path cannon. After some time, when many travelers had wandered into the forest and vanished, people began to call this area the Forest of Death. Even the surroundings there were scary and dark foreshadowing. Danger. Ellie looked at her feet in surprise as the ground shook and vibrated. She was worried. This had been happening for a week. What is going on? Is that an earthquake, or is the volcano really going to blow? She frowned, her expression hardening with resolve. Yes, we can't lower our guard for a second. You never know what will happen. In a mission world like this. Her grip on the gun tightened with conviction. 16 days had passed since the mission began, when several vicious fire dogs charged across the scorched lava-strewn ground. With a ferocious growl, the powerhouse leaped among the monsters, his sword flashing in a wide arc. The fire dogs were instantly split in two, evaporating into sparks. He vaulted over their remains, landing with 2 small clouds of fire beside him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he paused to catch his breath. He realized he hadn't even fought for long yet. He was already on the verge of collapsing from heatstroke. The stamina cost in this place was insane. The crushing heat was a constant drain, fueled by lakes of bubbling magma that relentlessly cooked the air. He couldn't move freely. One of the warriors, breathing heavily, pointed forward and yelled, "Over there!" The second warrior roared, "That scoundrel, kill him!" Sanghun glanced back, a grimace on his face. This was bad. 2 agonizing days had passed since the chase began. He had been running non-stop, pushing as deep into the cave as he could to shake his pursuers. At first, the main character's only goal was to create distance, but the suffocating heat was fraying his nerves. He was done running. As soon as his stamina recovered, he would turn and crush them all. Even now, just breathing was a struggle. Sweat poured down his displeased face as Unsun drew his bowstring taut. Sanghun bared his teeth, narrowly dodging an arrow that whistled past his ear. The ranker glared at his retreating back, leaning over in exhaustion. They had been chasing him for 2 days straight. He'd realized long ago this man wasn't Kim Yun. Beyond the mask, his fighting style was completely alien, using a book in one hand and a sword in the other. The weapons, the techniques, they didn't belong to Kim Yun, though his gaze was menacing. A seed of worry had been planted. If this wasn't their target, the logical move was to return to the village and bolster its defenses. But they couldn't. He had already tried. When he'd turned back toward the fire portal, a system window delivered the grim news. The path was one way. A special magic was needed to return. They could enter, but they could not leave. What kind of trap had that bald monkey led them into? Veins throbbed in the ranker's temple. He didn't know who this man was, but he would be captured no matter the cost. 3 days now, inside the volcanic cave. Lava bubbled and fire crackled as Sanghun pressed onward. He couldn't comprehend the sheer size of this place. There was no rest. The chase continued even through the night with Unsun's group relentlessly on his tail. He was running along the shores of lava lakes. At this rate, Sanghun feared he would die from dehydration before they ever caught him. Of course, they were on the verge of collapse too, but his situation was different. He glanced back, panic and fear etched on his sweat-soaked face. One of the pursuers summoned a final burst of energy. "We've almost got him," he yelled. The girl in their group bent over from exhaustion gasped. "There he is!" Another warrior stared blankly ahead. It's water. His companion placed a hand on his shoulder. Wake up! It's a hallucination. The startled man looked toward their leader, the tired but still furious Unsun. He stepped forward, drawing his bow. The arrow flew whistling through the air, sparkling with an incredible force. The powerhouse saw it just inches from his face. Pure panic. The ranker had used his skill explosive arrow. A deafening blast erupted beside the main character, creating a blinding cloud of fire. The shockwave threw him backward. He covered his face, but he couldn't keep his footing. He began to fall from the cliff, but luck was on his side. There was a ledge below. He landed deftly, flipping over as Unsun roared, "Catch that scoundrel!" Sanghun leaped down a series of ledges, sliding along the rock face. They rained arrows down on him, but he deflected every single one with his sword. The projectiles flew back, forcing the players to dodge. Their movements were clumsy from exhaustion. Unsun knocked another arrow, his aim steady and confident, fixed on the main character. Sanghun, his heart pounding, channeled the fire magic from his book into his sword. Unsun's arrow shot forward, growing in size, blazing with invested mana. In response, Sanghun unleashed a torrent of fire from his blade, scorching the very ground. With a blinding flash and a deafening whistle, the two attacks collided. Shards of rock flew everywhere. The arrow tore through the flames, embedding itself deep in the main character's leg as fire washed over him. The ranker prepared another arrow, its tip glowing like a miniature sun. Looking at it, the powerhouse knew if this continued, he wouldn't last. As Unsun fired, another explosion rocked the cavern, loosing a storm of fire. But this time, something else flew through the chaos, a knife spinning directly toward him. The ranker never saw it coming. The blade plunged deep into his stomach. He realized the main character had thrown it in the instant of the blast. A system window appeared. Paralyzing poison. He definitely hadn't expected poison. Unsun ripped out the bloody knife, his face a mask of disgust. You tricky bastard, he spat. Sanghun's sweat pouring from his face retorted angrily. Look who's talking. A system window appeared for him too. Deadly poison. Consumed by the fire and magic he hadn't noticed, his back was against a solid rock wall. A dead end, the ranker and his group, slowly closed in their faces, promising a world of pain. I don't know who you are, the ranker snarled, but we're finally going to see your face. Take off that annoying mask. Sanghun's heart pounded in his chest. It was over. Unsung grinned a cruel, triumphant smile. Remember this face, everyone. We're going to kill him no matter what. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the cave. Unsung looked up, his expression shifting from triumph to shock. The powerhouse turned his head in confusion, seeing strange, fiery indentations glowing on the wall behind him. Panic seized him as he spun around. A system window flashed. The ruler of the cave, the volcanic serpent, had appeared. The players could only see its neck and head, a beast of unimaginable scale. It breathed fire, its mere presence creating an aura that burned the already searing cavern floor. The system announced that all abilities were now weakened by 30%. In that moment, Unsun and the main character shared the exact same thought, their mouths and eyes wide with pure terror. We're going to die, the serpent spoke, its voice booming in their minds. I've had so many guests lately. It lowered its colossal head, its hot tongue flicking out with a hiss. The girl stammered, It's talking. The warrior asked, Are we hearing this in our heads? Is this telepathy? Another hunter frowned. Is this for real? Silence! The serpent's voice boomed with terrifying authority. If they kept squeaking, he might accidentally incinerate them. He grinned, shaking his massive head. The simple motion ignited a shower of fresh flames and crackling embers. The players could now see the sheer scale of his colossal body. The serpent then asked, Was it Kongmu? What was his name again? Unsung stammered in pure terror. Are you talking about Kongmu Han? The monster's eyes lit up. Yes, Kin Muhan. If they knew him, they must be here to help. The snake-like ranker was stunned. This was completely unexpected. But there he was standing calmly beside Sanghun. The colossal serpent lowered its searing red-hot head towards them. It demanded they bring it the core of the flame, succeed, and a grand reward would be theirs. A system window flashed before their eyes. A new quest had been issued. They had to retrieve the core of the flame. The mission rank was B. The volcanic serpent, dreaming of ascension, had made a calculated decision. Using humans was far more efficient than simply killing them. Their task: find and deliver the core of the flame to the cave's monstrous guardian. The conditions were laid out in stages. Step 1, low rank flame heart, 0 out of 1,000. Step 2, low rank flame core, 0 out of 1,000. Step 3, mid rank flame, core 0 out of 1,000. Step 4, high rank flame core, 0 out of 1,000. Step 5, top rank flame core, 0 out of 1,000. And finally, the ultimate prize, a single hellfire heart. They could earn basic rewards based on the rank of the core they delivered. The serpent would offer them a choice of items. However, rewards from step 3 and above would be on another level. The volcanic serpent would grant one of their deepest desires. But a warning followed the snake was greedy, arrogant, and foolish. They had to choose their wish with extreme care. Unsung aimed his bow at Sanghun, spitting that he shouldn't get too comfortable. His life had only been temporarily spared. The main character simply asked if that was so, and if he'd dare repeat those words, once his own strength returned. Unsung's face contorted in rage, a vein pulsing on his forehead, as he screamed that the main character was just a coward who only knew how to run. But this time Sanghun felt a surge of cold fury. He retorted that if he truly wished it, he could end Unsung right here, right now. Suddenly, a colossal tail of pure fire slammed down between them. The shockwave threw them back, their squabble instantly forgotten. The snake repeated itself, its voice laced with irritation. It had told them to be quiet. They shouldn't test its patience. The enraged beast brought its tongue close, a searing hiss escaping its maw, the sound of crackling fire echoing in their ears. After some time, the lava receded like a waterfall, revealing a freshly formed safe zone. The players collapsed on the shore of the lava lake, some chattering nervously, others trying to calm their racing hearts. Sanghun, as always, kept his distance from the group. Completing the mission was important. But first, he desperately needed to rest. The constant chase had prevented him from activating his diligent reader effect. He settled into the lotus position and opened the book. Instantly, countless pages of arcane text swirled around him in a vortex of knowledge. If he failed to read once every 3 days, all his skills would weaken. He had to read even if he had to force himself. A nearby soldier stared in disbelief. Is that guy reading? His companion tapped his temple, muttering that the heat must have cooked his brain. That player was still obsessed with getting Sanghun's speed skill. Suddenly, a heavy stomp echoed from behind. The ranker had returned, ordering them to wait while he explored the dungeon. The players looked at each other, confused. Another player demanded to know what the two of them were doing in this cave. His entire group stood behind him, and he looked even more imposing and muscular than before. The players erupted in cheers. Mr. Muhan? One of the warriors pointed an accusing finger at the reading Sanghun. It's because we were chasing him that we ended up in this place. The ranker's gaze fell upon him, his brow furrowed in thought. A mask? Who was this person? The super-strong hunter stared back. His own eyes filled with a clear look of annoyance.